Ha! Before Lilith could answer him, Felix and the tenants were shocked to see her body suddenly breaking into light particles. Looks like it's my time. Ah, I was so close. Lilith giggled with an unbothered expression as she watched her own soul slowly disintegrate into a cloud of light. She turned to Felix and blew him a loving kiss. Then she said, "Don't forget about me, little cutie." As the last word left her mouth, her entire being faded away, akin to a string of fireflies dying as a collective, their light illuminating one last time. Felix and the rest of the tenants could only watch the now empty throne, collapsing into nothingness, marking Lilith's sudden passing. Is this real? As much as Felix tried to deny it, tried to disbelieve it, his specialized divine detection ability didn't pick on Lilith's aura anywhere. There were only two auras left behind, his own, and Asna's after soul finally completed its recovery. Before he could think too much about this unexpected twist of events, Asna's core suddenly turned as bright as daylight and started pulsing with celestial aura, akin to the awakening of a divine deity. Then, it left his body, making him switch his vision to his real eyes, gazing at her radiant core floating away in the void. Felix and the tenants watched in awe as the core turned into a milky white cocoon before releasing a massive pillar of light that pierced through the dimensions. It kept cutting through the fabric of space and time until it painted the same image of Felix's ascension in everyone's eyes. Within the pillar of light, Asna's body began to take a humanoid shape, each detail meticulously formed by the celestial energy. Felix, completely forgotten about Lilith, could only watch with a slightly opened mouth and widened eyes as his beloved woman possessed her own body at last. Her flawless fair skin emerged from the light, followed by the flowing waterfall of her crimson-red hair, resembling the deepest flames of a sunset. Her body was perfectly sculpted, with an elegant figure and curves that would turn anyone straight with a single glance. She wasn't wearing anything, but the divine light covered the majority of her silky smooth milky skin. As the light began to dim down, her other divine features came to light, starting with her eyes. Two brilliant amber orbs, glowing like miniature suns, matching greatly with her delicate plump lips. They curved into a subtle smile as her rebirth was finally completed. Felix stood speechless, his eyes locked onto Asna. She was always the most beautiful girl in the room, but looking at her in her flesh gave him an entirely different sensation. It was like he was staring into a drawn goddess that could be touched and felt in the real world. Even the tenants were captivated by the sight, unable to remove their stares away from the reborn goddess before them. Asna took a step forward. Her movements were fluid and graceful, as if she had never been absent. Her eyes met Felix's, and the world around them seemed to fade away for a moment. There was an understanding between them, a connection that transcended words. "Asna, my love," Felix mumbled as he stretched his hand forward, his twitching fingers speaking volumes of his emotional instability. He could control his emotions as a celestial, but not here, not now. He allowed his body to express itself akin to any other mortal. This made him feel like he was living in a dream that he had longed for so long. "Felix," Asna's voice was soft, but sent a wave of emotion over Felix. "I'm back." Those words were enough to pacify Felix's heart, akin to a cool breeze washing over him in a hot summer. He stepped toward her, unable to contain the smile that spread across his face. He then got hold of her hands, intertwining their fingers for the first time ever with their real bodies. "I thought for a second that I lost you," Felix stated as he brought her into his embrace, holding her back firmly while using the other hand to gently caress her hair. Asna enjoyed his touch very much and buried her head in his chest, hugging him back as tight as possible. She longed for her freedom for so long. This moment should have been thrilled and over the moon. But now, she was happy just by reuniting with her beloved. She didn't even care if she was free or not. She just wanted to be with him. After a long-lasting beautiful embrace between two celestials, Felix pulled Asna away a little and gazed adoringly in her star-like eyes. "How I patiently craved for this moment. For this very moment," he murmured while caressing her cheek with his hand, feeling her every pore and perfection in his palm. I was waiting for this. Asna showed a delicate smile and pulled his face towards hers slowly until their lips connected. Time slowed as their lips met, the kiss soft and tender at first, seemingly reminding them of a gentle connection that spoke of both relief and longing. But as the moment deepened, so did the kiss, growing more passionate, more intense, as if they were making up for every moment they had been apart. Asna's arms wrapped around Felix's neck, tugging him closer, while Felix's palms slid down to her waist, anchoring her against him. The world around them ceased to exist. There was only the warmth of the kiss, the shortness of their breaths, and the undeniable bond between them. Pure love is the purest form of art. Apollo smiled in fondness as he played a soft melody with his lyre, elevating this beautiful memory even higher. Felix and Asna seemed to not even hear the soft and ethereal notes drifting through the air, wrapping them like a tender embrace. As the lyre's melody filled the space, each chord resonated with the depth of their bond, a serene lullaby that underscored the softness of their kiss. It was as if the lyre itself was singing of their love, its voice a whispering breeze that carried the promise of forever. But what made moments beautiful and unforgivable were their short finality. As the music was coming to an end, Felix and Asna opened their eyes as they slowly pulled apart their lips. They left their foreheads to rest against each other, both breathing heavily, seemingly savoring the closeness they had both craved for so long. As their loving stares met, a soft smile played on Felix's lips. I have also waited for this. Not as much as me? Asna smiled back, her eyes shining with love. Then, she leaned for another kiss, sealing the moment with the promise of many more to come. After they separated for the second time, Felix's expression turned solemn. He told Asna about what just happened and how if it wasn't for Lilith, he would have been forced to blow her soul to rescue her. Then, he asked with a serious tone, "Do you feel any change within you? I refuse to believe that Lilith has sacrificed her life for your sake." Nothing? Asna shook her head. If she has done something to my soul or core, I would know it. I see. While he trusted Asna's words, he still refused to accept such a turn of events. He would rather trust in the universe ceasing to exist all of a sudden than accept Lilith's sacrifice. You said she was able to use my core-based defensive abilities. Asna analyzed thoughtfully. Yes. And she disappeared after using just one. Felix inquired, "What do you think? In my eyes, if she can use them, then she is no different than being the owner of your core. This is simply impossible on so many levels. True, even you could give simple commands to my core due to your thin connection with the universe's consciousness." Asna nodded seriously. Yet, she seemed to have higher authority over you. I know, it's simply illogical. Felix frowned. Let's examine with a wish. Felix went on and wished for the answer from the universe, paying whatever price was needed. The answer he received wasn't to his expectation. She is really gone? His pupils enlarged in shock. He assumed that the universe would at least not answer him, believing that Lilith might have done something that not even the universe would pick up on. Alas, his suspicion came back negative. Now he had no clue what to think. All of his senses were screaming at him that Lilith would never come this far and kill herself for Asna's sake. Yet, everything pointed to her truly being gone. Maybe I don't know, I didn't interact enough with that slut to understand what goes in her mind. Asna waved her hand carelessly, dropping the matter entirely. Although Lilith had saved her, she didn't feel an ounce of appreciation. She had heard about how she exploited her man to gain access to her core. She was more pissed about what she did to Felix than the fact she resided in her core for such a long time. Also, the fact she always flirted with Felix didn't help her case at all. Let me in. I want to meet with Big Sis and the others. Ah, all right. While Asna seemed to have thrown the matter at the back of her mind and just wanted to reunite with her lover and friends, Felix just couldn't do the same. As he watched Asna hug his masters and laugh joyfully, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes at her back. Lilith, I understand your saga isn't going to end this anticlimactically. He thought coldly. I have no clue what you planned, but I am never going to let my protection down, never again. Felix wasn't the only one taken back by what Lilith had done. The three rulers were still staring into nothingness in silence, questioning their reality. They had everything planned to obtain Asna's core, anticipating every move that Felix was about to make. Even his attack on her soul wouldn't work, as they were going to protect it with their divine barrier. While it wasn't going to hold that much, it didn't matter. Asna's soul would have already been completed by then. The only thing they never expected was for Lilith to have the authority to use the core-based abilities of a core that wasn't hers. I don't understand, Medusa murmured. How can this happen? How can she do that? Is there something we are missing? Lilith, Ammonius R.A. gritted his teeth. Ever since she returned from the Echoing Tower's mission, she has been acting up. It's true. She tried to steal the universe's heart for some reason, even though she knew it was impossible to move it, forcing our hands to banish her. Medusa frowned. After her banishment, she created the Void Race and the Demon Race. Now this? It's like she knows something we don't. That's exactly it, the first ruler stated calmly. I don't understand what kind of information she has, but all of her actions seemed geared to help the Paragon defeat us. True. Without the Void Race or Demon Race, his development would have hit a wall before his ascension. Medusa nodded. But I always thought that she was doing this for her sake, betting on him to help her reach the other side. This was what everyone had thought too, believing that Lilith would do anything to obtain her freedom. But now, no one was so sure. Now what? Ammonius R.A. turned to the prophecy tablet. The tablet has guaranteed that we will obtain Asna's core. But we failed, and worse of all, we allowed Asna to land in the Paragon's hands, while he could farm a boundless amount of celestial energy from the universe. Both rulers' expressions turned solemn, understanding that if Asna were to awaken, their peaceful lives would be no more. Even if she wasn't the universe's consciousness replacement as everyone assumed, her awakening would still put her at a scary level. After all, she was allowed to roam the universe as a unijin/celestial, but after her awakening, she would be a true celestial. While they didn't understand if the universe would force her to enter the eternal kingdom or not, they were certain she would come for them on her own. After their heinous treatment of her, she was bound to seek revenge. The prophecy tablet has changed. The first ruler frowned. Asna's core has vanished from the instructions. It did. Ammonius R.A.'s expression went cold as he gazed at the empty prophecy tablet. There are no further instructions. The only thing remaining was the black hole at the very top. But the rest of the instructions were all erased. Does this mean we are left to our own devices? Medusa questioned. They had been following the tablet's instructions for billions of years. It felt weird to act on something that wasn't instructed on them. Damn it! Did we just waste our time on nothing? Ammonius R.A. cursed. All three of them were so desperate to reach the other side that they were willing to follow the instructions of a tablet with unknown origins. While they knew that wasn't the smartest decision, desperation called for desperate choices. Still, they did hope that the ending would be to their benefit. But now, it seemed like all of their efforts had done nothing but help one mortal climb to unimaginable heights. A climb that was so impressive, it wouldn't have been possible without such instructions. Luck might have played a huge part, but still, those instructions provided the outline. Both of you are missing the big picture, the first ruler remarked calmly, seemingly unaffected by such disappointing results. He looked at the empty tablet and shared with a knowing tone. The tablet has done exactly what we wanted from it. It gave birth to two new celestials who will be coming at us with everything they got. If you value and desire your freedom, we are left with only one step. His voice turned frigid all of a sudden. Prepare for a war, as the final winner will have what it takes to break the universe's heart and reach the other side. In the first ruler's eyes, the tablet had delivered the promised result after they respected all of its instructions. While it wasn't the greatest outcome, he understood that if they managed to defeat both Asna and Felix, their celestial cores plus Felix's unijin cores would be more than enough to brute force the universe's heart to open up. We always had doubts if Asna's core will be enough, but two celestial cores are done deal. Ammoniusra smiled coldly. It will be enough, but Asna's awakening won't make it any easier for us. Medusa frowned. She knew that the moment Asna awakened, her spiritual consciousness would surpass theirs. In addition, she might be able to tap into the invincible laws of creation and destruction. She would be more of a hassle to deal with than Felix. The universe is a fair place, the first ruler said calmly. The moment Asna awakens, all of her powers will come at a grave price. The three rulers were also considered part of the universe's system and were under its protective rules. Just like there were many things they couldn't do without getting punished. The first rulers were certain that the universe would limit Asna's powers if she tried to abuse them. Also, we still have that. The first ruler narrowed his eyes icily. Whether she awakens or not, whether they ally against us or not, their fate is sealed the moment they dare step inside the eternal kingdom. Medusa and Ammoniusra understood immediately what he was talking about. Then, let's begin our preparations, Ammoniusra uttered coldly. While the three rulers had kicked off their preparations for the upcoming war, knowing that only one side was going to emerge in one piece, Felix and Asna seemed to be spending their lives in ignorant bliss. He told her about everything that occurred in her absence. The ascension, the fight with Ares, his ability to deconstruct celestial energy, and more. She even met with Eris and Apollo at last. Knowing that they had saved Felix's life and were a great help for his journey, she decided to pardon them for what happened in the past. If it was for any other reason, she wouldn't have bothered to give them a single moment of her day. Of course, she didn't forget to tease Nimmo after not meeting him for God knows how much time now. Right now, both of them were supervising Apollo's mission of invading the matter universe with the dark creatures. After Felix ascended with Ares' core and obtained his laws, there was no point in waiting until Apollo created enough dark creatures. One was more than enough. Here we go, Apollo said as he released the dark army into an already prepared dimensional gap. The dark creatures swam across and emerged inside the atomic world of a plant in the process of controlled evolution. Amidst the cluttered landscape, Felix merely gazed at the dark army and his pupils started spinning clockwise. With each spin, the dark army grew bigger and bigger. In no time, the dark army emerged from within the plant, covering it entirely like a virus. As expected, Ares' laws of infinity are so much better. Apollo grinned in delight as he watched his army be welcomed to the matter universe for the first time after God knows how many attempts. While his dark alter ego wanted this the most, Apollo was still affected by his obsession to make this dream a reality. The moment the dark creatures appeared in the universe, Felix and the rest waited silently as they looked around them. A few moments later, Apollo's grin widened. Looks like we are golden. Good. It would have been annoying to manipulate the rules manually. Felix nodded. While Apollo's alter ego seemed certain that the universe wouldn't interfere with his dark creatures if he brought them from the quantum realm, there wasn't any concrete proof. The universe has forbidden the birth of the dark creatures, but not their transportation from one dimension to another. Thor said, "It's quite weird, to be honest. You would expect the universe to be more thorough. It's not that bizarre." Lady Sphinx shook her head. The universe limits plenty of imbalanced creatures from appearing in its main body and other realms. But the quantum realm is a different story. It should have been impossible for any quantum native to ever step into the matter universe and cause actual damage to its structure. The dark creatures would have been the same without the many loopholes and walls needed to skip over to bring just one. When she finished, everyone's eyes were on the blob of dark matter with its two crimson eyes peering everywhere. It looked harmless and could be killed with just a touch, but every one of them knew that this creature could literally bring Armageddon to the entire universe. "Do your thing. I will visit you when you collect enough. Leave it to me." Felix gave Apollo a head nod and took off with Asna, having no interest in continuing to supervise the project. Apollo only needed to use the infinite dark matter and energy of the universe to reproduce the dark creatures. Then, choose deserted galaxies and other celestial cosmic entities for nourishment and growth. In this manner, Felix would have a decent source of farming celestial energy besides the void realm, accelerating his preparations. But for now, his head was no longer on such things. He was finally with Asna in the flesh, and both of them could be said to be at the top of the universe, with only three beings capable of halting their music. Those three beings couldn't access the matter universe even if they tried. In other words, this was no different than finally obtaining a part of the freedom they always desired. Felix and Asna planned on making the best of it. "Where do you want to go?" Felix inquired with a gentle smile as he held Asna's hand. "I don't care as long as it is with you," Asna smiled back. "All right then, let me assist you experience the true beauty of our universe." Felix knew that ever since Asna was born, she hadn't traveled the universe once in the flesh. She spent her childhood in the Eternal Kingdom and sealed in the imprisonment grounds. While she lived in the UVR for many years and tasted a high level of realism, it would never be as good as the real deal. Thus, he planned on making it up to her and taking her everywhere, starting with uncharted worlds, each one more fascinating than the last. They walked hand in hand on a planet with towering crystal forests and under the light of twin moons. Felix playfully conjured tiny flames that danced around them, while Asna's laughter resounded like music in the crystal-clear atmosphere. In another world, they explored an ancient city carved into the cliffs of a mountain range that stretched above the clouds. The architecture might have been lost to time, but it spoke of a forgotten civilization that once reached for the stars. Together, they uncovered forgotten secrets, seemingly enjoying a playful game with each other on who could find out first the reason for the fall of the civilization. Of course, Asna ended up winning as Felix was still stressed out by her tantrums. Soon, they moved to the World Tree, the Fairy's dimensional pocket, the Hive's nest, and then to different realms, jumping from the spirit realm, the shadow realm, to the quantum realm, making sure to explore all of their mysteries as well. Before long, their travels took them to the edge of the universe, where the light of distant stars began to fade into the unknown. Felix created a small cozy house with its garden and sat with Asna on a swing. He wrapped an arm around Asna's waist, pulling her close while she rested her head on his shoulder. In the silence of the void, they discovered peace in each other's presence, a fantasy for many, but only a few lucky ones could experience. "This is it. This is everything I have ever wished for." Asna cuddled in Felix's arms as she murmured with a gentle smile, "For this very moment, I don't mind giving up on everything." Asna was imprisoned for 20 million years by the closest beings to her. A family, one would say. Such betrayal had damaged her to no end, making one of her long-lost dreams to avenge her childhood. Yet, such hatred, such trauma, in this very moment, she genuinely had no problems giving up on them just to continue living in peace with her beloved. But Felix thought otherwise. "It's too soon to retire, Asna." Felix narrowed his eyes. "As long as three rulers are alive, as long as we don't find out the verity of this universe, we will be living in a state of insincere happiness. But most importantly," Felix said coldly, "the three rulers will never give up on reaching the other side. I have no interest in watching them do it." As much as Asna enjoyed this moment, she knew that he was right. Still, she pouted in annoyance. "You sure know how to ruin a romantic moment. You call that a romantic moment?" Felix suddenly smiled as he slowly turned the swing to the other side and pointed his finger at the infinite void. Still annoyed, Asna squinted her eyes in the direction he was pointing his finger. "What am I suppose? Is that?" Suddenly, she covered her mouth in shock as her widened, breathtaking eyes reflected a sparkle at a great distance. Anyone else wouldn't be able to see past a distant sparkle, but in Asna's eyes, she witnessed countless galaxies rearranged across the vast canvas of the cosmos. Rearranged into a pattern that had her breath caught in her throat as she realized what was happening. The galaxies, glowing softly in the distance, spelled out the words, "Will you marry me?" This sentence rang akin to thunder in her mind over and over again, making her feel like the most loved woman in the universe. The beauty, the thoughtfulness, the love, it was all too much, and she felt her heart pounding in her chest. "You? How? When?" Before she could even find her voice, Felix turned to face her, his expression filled with warmth and affection. With a smooth, graceful movement, he dropped onto one knee, his gaze never leaving hers. He reached into the space beside him and brought out a ring that seemed to defy the very laws of the cosmos. It was a masterpiece of cosmic artistry, crafted from minimized galaxies held together in perfect harmony. The band glimmered with the light of countless stars, seemingly each one representing the infinite moments they had shared together. At its center, a black hole was suspended, but instead of pulling in light, it emitted a radiant glow that formed the shape of a dazzling diamond. Asna, Felix spoke with a voice filled with sincere love. From the moment we met, you have been the light of my life, the force that drives me forward. We've explored the universe together, fought countless battles together, and seen wonders beyond imagination. And through it all, you've been by my side. I can't imagine a future without you. Felix paused and then asked with a faint loving smile, "Will you marry me?" Tears welled up in Asna's eyes, her emotions overwhelming her. The sight of Felix, the man she loved, kneeling before her with the universe itself as his witness, was something she had never expected. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, Asna nodded, her voice trembling with joy. "Yes, Felix. Yes, I will marry you." A brilliant smile spread across Felix's face as he gently slid the ring onto her finger, the galaxies within it glittering as they found their new home. "Ha ha! Now that's a proposal. Congratulations!" Thor applauded on with a boastful laugh as he watched them hug each other tightly before turning it into a deep, loving kiss. "Ah, I am so envious." Candace bit her nails, desiring exactly what Felix and Asna had even though she was a succubus. "TSK. It would have been more romantic if I was there to play a tune." Apollo clicked his tongue while playing with the lyre, feeling like he had wasted such a beautiful moment. "Shut it and let them enjoy their moment." Eris quietened him down with a single glare. Meanwhile, Felix and Asna didn't seem to even hear them. Their lips never left each other, making them feel like they were in their own world. "Soon. Is this enough of a romantic moment for you?" Felix chuckled after breaking off Asna's lips. "Hee. More than enough." Asna giggled as she snuggled against his chest. Then, she asked, "How did you pull it off? I thought I had close eyes on you." "It wasn't really that difficult." Felix grinned as he narrated. "To succeed, I had to make sure my intentions stay hidden from everyone. So, I allocated the ring duties to one clone and the galaxy's arrangement to another. Both of them possessed most of my powers, making it quite effortless to pull deserted galaxies closer together in a specific way." Felix smiled wryly. The ring was a different story, though. Asna extended her hand, gazing at the magnificent gleaming ring with great fascination and love. "You must have used the powers of infinity to shrink galaxies and seal them in the ring forever, right?" Asna answered with a big grin as she played with the ring on her finger. "If only it was that easy." Felix shook his head. "Shrinking and sealing entire galaxies into something so small took more effort than I ever imagined. The real challenge, though, was keeping them stable." He indicated to the black hole at the center of the ring, its light reflecting in her sun-like eyes. "This black hole has its own gravitational pull, carefully calibrated to spin the galaxies around it at just the right speed. It creates a delicate balance, preventing them from ever crashing into each other. As long as it spins, the galaxies will remain in perfect orbit, forever held together by the force of its gravity." Asna's gaze softened as she listened, her heart swelling with affection. "You did all that for me?" she whispered, touched by the depth of his effort. "Of course. I wanted this ring to be as eternal as our love, something that will last forever, just like us." He grinned as he caressed her cheek. He. Aren't you becoming a bit cheesy?" Although she was saying this to poke fun at him, everyone could see that she was loving every bit of it. "I was always cheesy. I just never got the chance to express it." Felix winked jokingly. All right. Don't push me too far." Asna chuckled. "You were making me feel like I am going to pounce on you. What if that's what I wanted?" Felix brought her in closer to him while his hand was snaking under her clothes, attempting to prey on her delicate parts. "Behave, don't be bad now. We already waited this far along." Might as well do it right after our wedding. Asna chuckled as she dragged his hand away. Wedding, huh? Felix smiled, unbothered by her rejection. What do you have in mind? Something big and glamorous or small and family-friendly? You already handled the big and glamorous part. I just want something small and cozy. Asna smiled. Maybe a wedding in your consciousness space? Everyone I care about is already there. I feel the same. Felix agreed. The instant a decision was made, everyone chimed into their conversation. Leave the music to me, Apollo smirked. Then, I will handle designing the venue, Cyclope proposed. I guess I will oversee the process. Candace smiled. Most tenants presented their talents in hopes of creating the best possible wedding for those two celestials. Felix and Asna merely glanced at each other and chuckled, leaving them to handle things out. Of course, as the bride, Asna was going to keep a piercing eye on everything. While Felix seemed to be living in romantic bliss, a big part of him was occupied with just one thought. What are they preparing for us? He thought as his eyes roamed to the infinite void, seemingly desiring to know all of the three rulers' cards. While he should feel at peace, knowing that Asna's breakthrough was enough to deal with the three rulers, deep down, he felt that things weren't going to be in their favor. Time went by as the day of the big wedding had arrived at last. Candace had done a great job organizing the wedding by turning the town plaza into the ceremony stage and decorating it with petals, vines, and blooming flowers. The tenants were sitting on white chairs side by side while their eyes were affixed on Felix, who was standing underneath an arch crafted out of white wood. Felix wore a finely tailored suit, elevating his celestial breathtaking appearance to a new height. He had a faint, gentle smile as he gazed at the other side, awaiting the arrival of his soon-to-be wife. Asna didn't keep the party waiting as she emerged from a pathway lined with blooming roses, her presence lighting up the entire garden. She wore a beautiful white gown that was adorned with delicate flowers, matching the glow in her eyes. With each step taken, her eyes glowed more, seemingly impatient to tie the knot with the love of her life. Those lovebirds are finally together, Thor remarked, holding in his emotions. I still remember them bickering and fighting each second. Jormungandr smiled. Now, they can't get enough of each other. The rest of the tenants watched in silence, their hearts gushing with pride and joy for the couple they had grown to care for so deeply. Each of them knew how much this moment meant to Felix and Asna, and they were honored to be part of it. Soon, Asna reached Felix's side, taking his hands in hers, their fingers intertwining perfectly. They exchanged a soft, knowing smile and then turned to face the officiator. Elder Kraken had offered to do the honor and no one fought him for it. With a gentle but authoritative voice, Elder Kraken spoke, Felix, Asna, we are gathered here in this garden of life, to witness the union of two souls who have traveled through the cosmos together, forging a bond stronger than the stars themselves. Felix and Asna shared a glance, their hands tightly clasped together, feeling the gravity of the moment. Elder Kraken scanned the gathered tenants, and then turned his attention back to the couple. Marriage is a journey, Elder Kraken continued. Much like the journey you both have already taken, it is filled with challenges, triumphs, and moments of both joy and sorrow. But it is a journey that, when taken with love and commitment, leads to a union that transcends time and space. Elder Kraken paused for a moment and then smiled at Felix. Before the gathered witnesses and the cosmos itself, I ask you both, do you, Felix, take Asna as your partner, to stand by her side through all of life's trials and joys, to protect, cherish, and love her for all eternity? I do. Felix's voice was firm and filled with emotion. And do you, Asna, take Felix as your partner, to walk beside him through all of life's adventures, to support, honor, and love him for all eternity? I do, Asna said softly, her amber eyes shining with unshed tears. With those words, Elder Kraken raised his tentacles in a graceful gesture. Then by the ancient powers I wield, and in the presence of all who stand here, I declare you bound in love and unity, for now and for all time. The garden seemed to bloom even more vibrantly as the declaration was made. Flowers bursting into full bloom and the air filling with the scent of life itself. Elder Kraken's eyes beamed with satisfaction as he spoke the final blessing. You may kiss the bride. Felix and Asna turned to each other, their eyes locking with a deep, unspoken connection. As they leaned in to share their first kiss as a married couple, the tenants erupted into joyful applause, their cheers echoing through the garden, while Elder Kraken observed over the scene with a faint, knowing smile. As Asna desired, the wedding was simple, family-friendly, and small. Felix wanted to invite his friends but then realized that it was best not to. Whether it was Selfie, Bodadai, or Olivia, all of them were living their new lives away from his chaotic life. It was best not to invite them back in. Not when the three rulers had their eyes on him akin to a hawk, hoping for him to show a tint of weakness. Thus, he kept them in the dark and went on his way to their honeymoon. Felix chose no other place than his beloved home, Earth. After arriving, Felix and Asna turned up at a small cottage near a lake with trees surrounding them everywhere. Wife! Felix extended his hand welcomingly towards the entrance of the cottage's door with a big smile. Husband! Aren't you planning to carry me in? Asna giggled, seemingly not used to calling each other this way. You are strong enough to carry galaxies, yet still acting this way. Felix rolled his eyes at her antics. Still, he went on and carried her like a princess, watching her play with her feet in enjoyment as he walked inside the cottage. You questioned for this. With a sly grin, Felix suddenly kept walking towards the bedroom instead of putting her down. I am not ready yet. Asna hit the back of his back in protest, but she didn't seem like she was truly against the idea. Her protests were more a shy display than anything. After entering the bedroom, Felix placed her gently on the bed while she was still in her stunning wedding gown. He grinned softly as he touched her cheek. Memories of their time together in the UVR surfaced in his mind. They had pretty much done everything besides the real deal. Felix was happier than ever to know that they had saved this special moment, instead of wasting it in a virtual simulation. Tonight, I am all yours, Asna whispered as she matched the love in his eyes, knowing that there was nothing to be nervous about. Slowly, Felix leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender kiss that deepened with every passing second. The world outside ceased to exist as they lost themselves in each other, their connection growing stronger with every touch, every breath. As their kiss became more passionate, Felix's hands slid down her back, pulling her closer, feeling the warmth of her body against his. Soon, their bodies pressed together, the warmth between them growing as they explored each other with a mixture of tenderness and desire. The night was filled with whispered words, soft gasps, and the quiet rustle of sheets as they consummated their marriage, their bond becoming physical at last. As two celestials, the moment they let go of their control, their intertwined bodies released great amounts of heavenly energy, lighting up the entire cottage and the surrounding area. Outside, the lake gleamed under their light, a perfect reflection of the love that flowed between them. The tenants had no clue about any of this as Felix had already sealed the connection, leaving them up to speculate. As the cottage was filled with content moans and rough breathing, one could only wonder how long would they last. After all, it was near impossible for Celestials to be exhausted from such activity. Yet, no one would have ever expected them to go at it for more than 4 seasons, never leaving their bedroom even once. After an entire year of going at it strong, it looked like they still had no plans of stopping anytime soon. They had been waiting for this moment for so long. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think they may never leave the bedroom. Felix and Asna went on to spend their honeymoon in each other's embrace, making up to all the years of the separation. Since farming celestial energy was going to take hundreds of thousands of years, if not millions, before the process started to slow down, they didn't feel the need to put a stop to their honeymoon. Just like that, close to 100,000 years had gone by in the matter universe. For immortals like Felix and Asna, those years went by in the blink of an eye without much of a change in their daily lives. However, the same couldn't be said about the SG Alliance and the universe as a whole. 100,000 years was more than enough for thousands of civilizations to rise and fall. Still, the biggest change had to be related to the human race. After this much time passed, new generations came to life and old ones died out eventually. After all, the average lifespan of even the strongest bloodliners was less than 100,000 years unless their bloodlines boosted their longevity. There was no need to mention the commoners. After most of the old generation passed on, the new generation came in stronger than ever with their new elemental cultivation system. The universe had helped the humans born from the generation that Felix helped. This resulted in the birth of powerful and capable humans across the entire Milky Way galaxy. They were so strong that most races feared and respected the human race as a collective now, pushing their rank to the top 3 in the SG Alliance. They were only below the Watchers and Dragons. This time, they did it as a collective instead of relying on a few individuals to carry them. Of course, while Felix had done most of the work, this kind of development wouldn't have been possible without Olivia. After 100,000 years, little Ollie had already grown to be one of the biggest pillars in the SG Alliance and the human race. She also got married and had kids, and her kids had kids too, creating her own Maxwell dynasty. Each time Felix checked on her, he always felt happy and proud of what she had become. Of course, he didn't show himself, but he did help her maintain her youthful appearance forever by manipulating some reality strings. As for Noah, Felix had received news from Lord Hades that he had finally found his little sister's soul and brought her to the heavenly plane. The moment Felix received the news, he requested Lord Hades to delete Noah's memories about his promise of finding his grandfather. He just wanted him to expend his time with his little sister instead of chasing after his grandfather's spirit when he could easily do it. Noah had no clue about any of this and spent his days in the heavenly plane, continuing to protect his little sister akin to her guardian angel. Meanwhile, Bodadai had become a big shot in the Space Worms Transportation Company and was living his life to the fullest, building his own tribe and eating whatever that came to his mind. This had made him so fat that Felix feared that he would end up blowing up from too plenty food instead of dying a natural death. As an old friend, Felix did him a small favor and manipulated his reality to make him unable to gain weight regardless of the food he consumed. Last but not least, Selphie. She had already grown to be a fine queen of the elves, replacing Queen Alfreda. She threw herself into her elven empire, elevating the elves' position higher in the alliance. But, unlike Olivia, she never got married or seemed to bother with the notion of finding someone to tie the knot with. Her fingers were ringless and she seemed to be adamant about leaving them as such. This was exactly what Felix had feared would happen when he wanted to help her move on by getting rid of their race's obsessive nature. Alas, she made her decision to leave her emotions be and he respected it. All he could do was pray for her from a distance while making sure to never come in contact with her, as he knew that it would do nothing but open a massive wound in her heart. 100,000 years, a long, very long period for some, but a mere seconds for few. At the moment, Felix and Asna could be seen sitting on the balcony of their small house at the edge of the universe. "How plenty celestial energy did you collect by now?" Asna asked casually. "I am sure it's enough to secure your awakening plus, have plenty more for the battle." Felix smiled. "The boys have been hard at work." He wasn't lying, as Apollo, Nimmo, and his clones had been hard at labor deconstructing entire galaxies and bringing them into either void creatures, dark creatures, or just clusters of mixed energy. Felix then turned them into celestial energy and stored it within him. After 100,000 years, he had an unimaginable amount of celestial energy that would make even the 3 rulers envious. "Why are you asking?" Felix sensed a change in her energy. "I don't know, it feels too peaceful," Asna replied while gazing above her. "Maybe I am just being paranoid for no reason, but I expected those old fogies to make a move by now." "Make a move?" Felix raised an eyebrow. "How? They can't enter or use their full powers here without the universe's interference." Felix also used to be a bit paranoid, thinking that the 3 rulers would find a way to come at them regardless of the circumstances. After all, they had been coming at him non-stop way before. But he came to accept their hopelessness, knowing that it was simply impossible. "They might not be able to target us, but they can steep low and target the mortals. Asna frowned. I know you have your friends protected, but the rest of the universe is a free target. Felix narrowed his eyes in silence. He would be lying if he said that this wicked thought never crossed his mind. He knew that the three rulers were more than capable of killing entire civilizations without erupting a universal's wrath. The universe didn't care plenty about the death of the mortals, but more so about the way they proceeded off. For example, if Felix were to slap a mortal to death, the universe wouldn't care. But if he were to abuse his laws to make it happen, then it would be a different story. Just like how the three rulers have smitten Felix and got scot-free, they could do the same with the others. That's why Felix had placed celestial protection on his friends without them knowing about it. I doubt they will go for it. Felix soon shook his head. They know as celestials our emotions can't be manipulated. I know, but I still have a bad feeling. Asna's pupils thinned. For those monsters, there is no such a thing as limits. Even if they knew such a method might not work, they will still try it. Let them give it their best, Felix remarked coldly. I am not coming at them unless I have enough celestial energy to bury them once and for all. Sometimes one should double-check what he was wishing for. In a peaceful city, where the sun shone brightly and children's laughter filled the air, an ominous alteration suddenly took place. Without warning, the sky darkened, and then bolts of sizzling golden light rained down from the heavens, striking indiscriminately. The first to be hit was a group of children playing in a park. The bright lightning bolts pierced through them, their joyful screams turning into cries of agony as their bodies crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Micah! D-A-A-R. Ea. The parents sitting on the benches, chatting and laughing just earlier, were now staring at the ruined corpses of their children with horrified looks. Before the trauma could even register in their minds, the golden bolts landed on them a moment later, killing them instantly. This situation wasn't happening just in the park, but across the entire planet as men and women, young and old, were struck down by the same unforgiving force. The light was not just a weapon. It was a merciless executioner, delivering death in the most excruciating manner possible. Entire families were obliterated in an instant, their homes shattered by the divine wrath descending upon them. The scene was one of pure horror, an unprovoked massacre that defied all logic. The planet chosen for such a slaughter was none other than Mars in the solar system. This caused Felix to sense the disturbance from his clone situated on Earth for its protection. When he extended his senses and noticed the ongoing massacre, his expression couldn't help but turn cold. They really proceeded for it, he uttered with an icy tone as he shared the scenes with Asna and the tenants. Felix, bad news. Lord Loki reported with a solemn tone. I am afraid this is happening on a galaxy scale. I am receiving news that millions of humans are getting dropped akin to flies each second. This is horrible. Jormungandr frowned. Are they seeking to exterminate the entire human race? They don't care as long as it pushes Felix and Asna to enter the Eternal Kingdom, Fenrir uttered. On the other side, the three rulers were seen sitting on their platforms while having thousands of spiritual mirrors opened before them. Each mirror was showing a different massacre occurring across the entire Milky Way galaxy. Pained screams and children's cries resounded loudly in the dimensional pocket. Yet, the three rulers didn't seem moved in the slightest. Let's see how far can he hold. Ammonius R.A. smiled coldly. He might be a celestial, but his origins are still of a mortal birth, Medusa said calmly. As much as he can control his emotions, he isn't going to stand in the corner and watch his origin get erased because of him. The three rulers seemed to be right as the moment Felix found out that the entire galaxy was under attack. He teleported near it and didn't hesitate to cast a celestial barrier around it. The celestial barrier immediately intercepted the three rulers' divine thunderstorms and put a halt to this unprovoked madness. When the three rulers saw this, they weren't bothered. Instead, faint smiles painted their divine visages, anticipating this kind of reaction. They knew it was the only way to protect the galaxy from attacks since they were using divinities. Switch target. With the same cold intent, the three rulers dropped the Milky Way galaxy and targeted the Witch Empire. When Felix received the news, he swiftly sent a clone to create the same celestial barrier, not wanting the eradication of his master's legacy. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning. The three rulers left no race or empire untouched, creating a wide-scale panic across the SG Alliance. The Scallions leaders found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the disaster. Emergency broadcasts echoed across every communication channel, urging people to stay indoors and seek shelter, but even they knew it was futile. The thunderclouds were too powerful, too random. There was no pattern to the destruction, no logic to the strikes, just chaos and instant death. Meanwhile, Felix was left with a dire decision. He could either protect the entire SG Alliance at a great cost of celestial energy or choose the most important targets to him personally and leave the rest to survive on their own. In both cases, he would be wasting celestial energy continuously. The only difference was the quantity spent. "This is what I feared," Asna said with a concerned tone. After finishing off the unprotected areas, the three rulers don't need to attack anymore. You will be forced to spend great amounts of celestial energy to protect galaxies daily, and this will be counter-initiative to our plans. "I know," Felix uttered coldly. He realized that the three rulers no longer needed to attack the protected territories and he would be on the losing side. For a small price of celestial energy, they slowed down Felix's farming by at least 30% forever. This percentage reflected only if Felix cared enough about humans and some other races instead of the protection of the entire SG Alliance. If he went for the latter, he would be actually losing more celestial energy than he was bringing in. This was expected from the three rulers. Eris held her chin thoughtfully. The question is, why now? Why not make their move before? Are they doing this to just slow down Felix's celestial energy collection, or force him to enter the Eternal Kingdom much earlier than planned? Lady Sphinx wondered too. Those were two different answers with two different outcomes. If the rulers did this to slow him down, they could have done it much sooner before he collected this much celestial energy. Lord Marduk shook his head. It must be the latter. I believe they were also preparing for the war and now, they finally feel like they were ready to take them on. The tenants were left staring at each other in silence. They realized that for the three rulers to hasten the start of the war, they must be sitting on a dangerous trump card. After all, how could they not fear Asna even when they knew that her awakening was going to empower her to a different level? At the same time, couldn't they have done this to make sure to slow Felix down, while also scaring him into not making a move? Lord Shiva added expressionlessly. You implying reverse psychology? Lord Loki raised an eyebrow. You are looking too much into it, Asna snorted. Those bastards will not go this far to avoid a confrontation. I am certain they are trying to force us to enter the Eternal Kingdom. She is right. Eris nodded in approval. As one of the closest unigens to the three rulers, she understood how they carried business. Their absolute omnipotence made them uncaring about running such little schemes. Once they were ready for battle, they would do everything in their power to make it happen. Right now, the ball was in Felix's and Asna's hands. Would they ignore the woes and massacre of the majority of the Scallions' population and continue farming celestial energy for the next millions of years? Or, I am sorry, Felix, but I am biting. Asna decided with a bitter smile as she watched the unforgiving scenes of the three rulers leaving behind on each planet. I just can't watch as those monsters punish those weaker than them for something they have no control over, she murmured. I know the feeling more than anyone else. While Asna could easily turn her emotions off and be cold and distant to those mortals, who she had no connection with, she suddenly found out that it was too difficult. If they were to be killing each other, she couldn't give a damn, but when their death was associated with celestial matters, which they had no clue about, she simply couldn't turn a blind eye. Not when she knew that she had what it took to stop it. To be honest, I have the same intention. Felix smiled back at her, his eyes spilling with a hint of serenity. Really? Asna's eyes lit up. Why? I thought you said that nothing would affect your decision. Even the tenants were taken aback by his sudden switch. Ever since Felix ascended and became in control of his emotions, he always scared those a bit as it made them feel like he no longer had a personality. It was like he was a robot capable of knowing exactly how as well as when to feel. Such control might seem great, but it got rid of anything humane in him. This made those fear the day when he would end up making a decision that went against the morals of the real Felix as well as he wouldn't even know it. I always decided that the best course of action is to be heartless, to turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent in order to ensure the death of the three rulers. Felix spoke while continuing to send clones to protect more nations. After all, the logic appeared sound at the time. Why waste precious celestial energy upon lives that were, in the grand scheme of things, insignificant? If it meant saving enough power to strike down the rulers, wasn't it worth the sacrifice? Suddenly, his face broke into a foolish smile as the faces of the countless people who had died flashed before his eyes. Children, families, and entire worlds were all snuffed out while he had convinced himself it was the necessary thing to do. It chewed at him, this cold, calculated decision he had made. And for the first time in a long while, Felix felt something he hadn't allowed himself to feel: regret. He turned, and his gaze fell on Asna. Then, he continued to speak with a voice lanced with self-reflection. But now, I'm faced with a choice I should have seen before. I can be the bad guy who lets the universe burn to achieve a goal, or I can be the good guy who tries to protect those who need it, no matter the cost. Asna listened quietly, her eyes never leaving his. Felix took a deep breath, his next words tinged with the bitterness of his own mistakes. I realized something, Asna. If I shut down my emotions, if I watch the entire universe burn just to save celestial energy, I'll be no different than the three rulers. No, he corrected himself, his voice filled with self-loathing. I'll be worse, because I provoked this massacre while having the power to protect those weaker than me, and yet I chose not to. Felix! Lady Sphinx and his masters showed faint smiles, seemingly proud that he wasn't taking the faster road. He could easily turn off his emotions and none of this would matter, but he refused to do so. It was for a simple reason. I don't want to be like them. I don't want to become a monster who sacrifices everything for a single goal. If I do, then what's the point of any of this? What's the point of defeating the rulers if I become as heartless and cruel as they are? What will my grandfather and Nimmo think of me? He sighed. Asna stepped closer, her hand reaching out to gently touch his cheek. You've always had a choice. And you're right, it's not just about power. It's about what you do with it. I believe the best use of it should put your heart at ease, not the opposite, she said. Felix closed his eyes, feeling the weight of her words. He understood that his motives were always wrong and flawed, making him truly a horrible person in the eyes of outsiders. To think he was willing to sacrifice the Scallions' population for the sake of revenge and obtaining the truth. Just the thought of committing to it made him sick in his stomach, like the lives of those below him no longer matter in the grand scheme of things. If it was so, then he was truly no different than the three rulers. No more turning a blind eye, no more making excuses. I'll be the protector I should have been all along. Felix smiled gently. I don't mind losing many things, but not my humanity. I refuse to, regardless of how simple life will be if I did it. Asna smiled with a light of pride and love in her eyes. And I'll be with you every step of the way. Felix nodded, feeling the burdens of his past decisions begin to lift. The three rulers had shown him what true heartlessness looked like, and in that reflection, he had found the strength to reject that path. He would not be like them. He would fight with all he had, not just to win but to save. And in doing so, he would recover the humanity he had almost lost. I think it's time I awaken. Asna's demeanor soon changed to being heartless as she uttered coldly, They want us to come. It will be rude to leave them waiting. It will be rude indeed. Felix smirked coldly as he teleported both of them to his celestial form in the void of the quantum realm. He left his clones to intercept the three rulers' attacks and focused on helping Asna awaken, having no idea how it was going to end. All he knew was that he needed to feed Asna with a godly amount of celestial energy. You ready? Hit me. Asna nodded as she sat cross-legged while Felix's palm was placed on her back. Without delay, Felix began to pour liquefied celestial energy into Asna, who in turn didn't hesitate to devour it. This kicked off the awakening process almost immediately as her entire form began to glow with pure celestial light. The transformation started at the roots of Asna's fiery crimson hair, as the profound red faded into a pristine white that spread outward, like frost creeping over a flame. The end result was that her hair turned milky white, with the lower strands appearing as red as blood. As the energy continued to pour into her, Asna's aura shifted dramatically. Her aura was releasing a sense of peace and purity alternatively of her usual overwhelming authority. It also radiated with a holy light, so pure and pristine that it seemed to cleanse the very space around her. This kind of change took Felix and the others by surprise. Why does it seem like Mom is becoming holier? Nimmo wondered in curiosity. This is indeed peculiar. Eris knitted her eyebrows in puzzlement. Just like the rest, she believed that Asna's awakening would add more to her overwhelming aura, making it near impossible to stare at her in the eyes. Instead, she was releasing a sacred, untainted aura, like she became the embodiment of purity, the purest form in the entire universe. Yet, the shocking part had to come. Felix and the tenants were soon left with widened eyes as her awakening progressed, causing the emergence of 7 inked tattoos to materialize on her chest. Those tattoos resembled the 7 sins immensely in their positioning, but their appearance and colors were nothing alike. There was a dove, a dog, a swan, an ant, a tortoise, an elephant, and lastly, an owl. The tattoos glowed with a soft light, their intricate designs weaving together to form a beautiful and harmonious pattern. It can't be. Are those really? They are real? Felix mumbled to himself, containing his shock and disbelief. The 7 virtues. Apollo continued for him with a dazed tone. I can't believe there are laws for them too. When the tenants heard this, most of them were left stunned speechless. They knew about the 7 sins and could understand them being laws due to their varied effects. But the 7 virtues? How can the 7 virtues be laws? Candace remarked with a confused tone. It actually makes more sense to have them than not. Lady Sphinx grinned wryly. The cosmos has always shown us that balance is everything for it. That's why there is a counterforce for almost everything. The moment the 7 sins laws were introduced, I was always wondering about the existence of the 7 virtues. Who would have thought they would be locked up within Asna's core, awaiting her awakening to emerge? While most of the tenants nodded in understanding, Felix's eyes were still affixed on Asna's tattoos. Unlike them, his mind went further ahead and made a connection that he never expected in his life. I see now, I see now. Felix murmured absent-mindedly. Lilith, I understand now. Felix realized that the reason Lilith had control over Asna's core was due to the 7 sins and 7 virtues being both locked on Asna's core originally, but during the creation of the Unijin cores, they were separated. The 7 sins were attached to the Void core, while the 7 virtues were left behind in Asna's core. Felix uttered with a look of enlightenment. Since those 2 sets of laws were twin counterforces, separating them is the same as separating Apollo's light/darkness laws. Even in different cores, they might still have a bit of control over the other laws. Your reasoning makes sense. Eris supported his theory. It never made sense for Lilith's 7 sins to be attached to Void. But now? The tenants nodded in understanding as they realized that the 7 sins were never supposed to be attached to any Unijin core. They were a set of laws, which should have remained in Asna's core with the 7 virtues since it didn't make sense to separate them. This somewhat explains how Lilith was capable of using Asna's core abilities. Lady Sphinx added with a frown. But why 1? Why did she disappear after using 1? How come she had to try so hard to access Asna's core if she originally had this much control over it? All of those were valid questions, but unfortunately, no one had the answers or the time to think of them. Asna's awakening was on the verge of completion as the bright holy light around her started dying out. When Felix saw this, He knew that he could not start the battle with the three rulers with so many questions surrounding Asna/Lilith. In his eyes, this might be Lilith's plan to return somehow after Asna awakened. There were just too many connections to skim past such a possibility. This is going to cost me a leg. With a firm look, Felix tapped into the fabric of reality and swiftly searched for one specific rule. The rule that ensured Asna's expulsion from the matter universe immediately after her awakening and becoming a true celestial. He altered the rule just enough to help her remain behind temporarily. He did it by slowing down the speed of the celestial chains. They were still going to snatch her, but not as instantaneously. When the alteration took part at last, Felix realized that it had consumed at least 5% of his total celestial energy reserve. He couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. I hope it was worth it. He quickly dropped the thought and refocused on Asna, who had finally concluded her awakening phase. Whether it was Felix or the tenants, no one was capable of taking their eyes off her as she started resembling a true goddess of purity. Her hair was milky white with red tips while her skin was shimmering with pure light continually. Like touching it was a blasphemous act. However, when she opened her eyes, everyone was surprised not by their absolute beauty, but by a single tear trickling down her cheek. Asna looked at Felix, her eyes filled with an untold amount of sadness and gloom, an unexpected reaction for someone who possessed just awakened to their full strength. Asna, what happened? Felix swiftly went to her and swept the tear gently from her cheek with his sleeve. It's Lilith. Lilith, tell me, did she do anything bad to you? Do you feel her presence inside? Felix immediately got defensive, his eyes activating divine detection and scanning Asna all over. No, it's not that. Asna tried to speak up, but in the end, she was too overwhelmed. She took a deep breath and then murmured, "It's best if I just showed you." The moment she said this, she tapped into Felix's forehead, putting a memory orb directly in his mind. Felix regained control over his emotions and dove into the memory orb while making sure to share his vision with everyone else. Billions of years ago, Lilith could be seen relaxing lazily on a lavish throne, her gaze drifting across the grand chamber in disinterest. She sighed while twirling a lock of her dark silken hair around her finger, her thoughts beginning to wonder about doing something to get rid of her chronic boredom. Perhaps I should stir the pot a little, she mused. Hephaestus has been far too quiet lately. A little accident in his territory could make things interesting. And if Poseidon had been to be conveniently blamed, well, that could lead to quite the spectacle. Before she could finish her wicked plan, the first ruler's indifferent voice resounded in her mind. Lilith, your presence is required. Oh-ho? Sounds interesting. Lilith's gaze sparkled in intrigue, teleporting from her throne immediately. When she reappeared, she was sitting on her platform within the celestial dimensional pocket next to Uranus and Eris. Even Ares was attending, making her interest grow bigger. Since everyone is here, I will make it brief. The first ruler spoke calmly. The tablet has released a new instruction. Pay a visit to the Echoing Tower. The Echoing Tower? Uranus frowned. Isn't that the new emerging anomaly in the quantum realm? Yes. It seems that there is an important treasure behind the birth of the tower called the Stone of Reality by the natives. Medusa nodded. We have to retrieve it. It could be one of the keys to our great escape. Since we can't make a move personally, I believe you four are more than capable of retrieving it before anyone can notice your departure. Lilith and the rest glanced at each other for a moment, noticing that the bulk possessed no problems with taking the mission. Eris wanted to study the new treasure. Uranus would do anything for their goal. Lilith and Ares seemed bored as hell and would do it for their own sake. Thus, all four of them shrugged their shoulders and took off toward the quantum realm, unbothered by the lake of reward. For beings like them, not even celestial energy could move them to do something against their will. Soon, the memory screen went black and the tenants conversed with each other. Eris already showed us what happened below. Did something different happen to Lilith? Candace wondered. Lilith was believed to be the only one who got too close to the Stone of Reality. Felix narrowed his eyes. It seems like she has indeed touched it and saw a vision of her own. When he said this, the memory orb activated again and showed them a scene of Ares, Eris, and Uranus being heavily resisted by the Stone of Reality. Regardless of what ability they used, they weren't able to pierce through the miasma surrounding the Stone of Reality. When everyone saw how Uranus almost got himself killed, escaping barely, Eris shook her head and said, "Let's head out. If even abusing our laws doesn't work, nothing will." As she said this, there had been already 3 celestial chains tightening around her. Ares and Uranus were also under the same punishment. TSK. How can a mere stone be able to resist us this hard? Uranus clicked his tongue in irritation. It's indeed fascinating, Ares murmured while scratching his chin. Such a treasure must be on a celestial level somehow. I think so too, only the 3 rulers must have what it takes to retrieve it. Eris nodded as she turned around. Let's get out of here. Just as Ares and Uranus wanted to follow her, Lilith remarked with a hint of intrigue in her voice. Not yet. I haven't given it a try. Lilith, don't be stubborn, and let's leave, Uranus said coldly. It will be annoying to leave the tower with all of us chained up. He has a point. We need your protection. Eris backed him. Unfortunately, Lilith ignored them and floated towards the Stone of Reality while coating herself in protective barriers, mixing in her 7 sins with the void powers. As she disappeared inside the thick miasma, the 3 Unigens shook their heads and sat down, awaiting her return. The miasma seemed laced with a protective ambience, making it impossible for the Unigens to see past a couple of meters. Thus, anyone going at its depth would be on his own. What Felix experienced during his attempt was nothing compared to this mission, making him realize that the Stone of Reality was its strongest possible form at their time. Yet, Lilith didn't seem to be having as much difficulty as the others. While they were actively being kept away, the miasma seemed to be inviting her. The barriers were still being messed with, but not as heavily as the others. I was right. It's calling for me. Lilith murmured in intrigue as her eyes were affixed on the pulsing Stone of Reality. Each heartbeat sent a cryptic message that somehow she understood. Come, come, come. The closer she got to the Stone of Reality, the more intense the feeling got until finally, she was merely an inch away from it. Without an ounce of hesitation, Lilith reached out with her hand and touched the Stone of Reality. The moment she did so, the scenery around her was transformed into an infinite void with only one thing around. A transparent humanoid figure with 7 celestial hearts beating in sync. Instead of being scared or confused, Lilith merely cracked a faint smile and said, "Now, it's getting fun." The universe's consciousness showed her the same vision he showed Felix, explaining the birth and creation of the universe. How every celestial core had a big and a small role, and without them, their universe would be incomplete. But then, the vision didn't stop and continued showing her more details. Details that Felix and the rest had no clue about. Felix and the others opened their eyes wide as they watched 5 celestial hearts split up from the main body and spread out akin to gleaming meteors. The 3 rulers' hearts headed to the same destination while the elemental heart went in the opposite direction. The Stone of Reality kept reducing in size until it disappeared inside the atomic world. Meanwhile, the origin of Law's heart, Asna's core, was devoured by the universe's heart. This left behind only the universe's heart at the center of the featureless figure. Felix paused the memory and kept staring at the happenings with furrowed eyebrows, deep in his thoughts. So, the separation of the hearts happened right after the birth of the universe. While the rest of the hearts have known origins, what happened to the elemental heart? Felix was told by Eris that his human mortal heart was the celestial elemental heart, and if he wanted it to ascend, he needed to gather all the laws/elements. But it seemed like that might not be the case. I said it's only a theory, Eris remarked. It made the most sense for your human heart to be the elemental heart. I still believe in it. There are just too many clues pointing to it. Who knows? Felix said. Let's keep watching. The moment he turned it on, everyone was dazed by the sight of the universe's heart releasing light arrows in countless directions. Each pulse carried in it a Unigen core, representing a distinct set of universal laws. Hephaestus' core was the first to be released, hot, and blazing with the intensity of 1,000 suns, recognizable anywhere. Next, a deep blue core flashed into existence, its surface rippling like water. Poseidon's serene core sent waves of calm energy throughout the cosmos. Then, it was followed by Apollo's core, Eris' core, Uranus' core, and the list goes on, leaving Felix and his companions to observe a myriad of colors and energies filling the void. Soon, the spectacle concluded, and silence returned, but Lilith, Felix, and the others all shared a similar question. Where is my core? Where is Lilith's core? It turned out, neither the void core nor the seven sins laws were released with the group. This drew Lilith's attention, causing her drop her careless act at last. She started to feel that she was about to witness the reason she was called here. Her intuition was right. Under everyone's stunned eyes, a never-seen-before core came into existence from within the universe's heart. It was a small sphere with 2 wings on its back. The right wing was as unsullied as freshly fallen snow with white feathers, gleaming brightly in the void. The left wing resembled a deathly cursed wing of a demon. It was dark red with black feathers and was releasing an ominous aura. The sphere itself was split in half in a wavy motion, each side symbolizing their wing's aura. It looked like everything was in harmony even when both forces define the term opposition. It can't be. Don't tell me that Asna and Lilith are. Oh, my God. Everyone was quick-witted enough to realize that this core represented the 7 sins and the 7 virtues, which meant a Unijin was supposed to be born with those 2 sets of laws. But the next scene changed the natural course. The core was split right from the middle akin to a cracked egg. Then, the right symbolizing the 7 virtues was attached to Asna's core within the universe's heart, while the left side stayed floating for a mere moment before its new home emerged. The void core. Under the dazed looks of the viewers, the left wing merged with the void core and changed its entire demeanor, taking over it completely. It started letting out an ominous evil aura too, while the 7 sins symbols appeared once in a while on its surface. Without anticipating for anyone's reaction, the newly birthed core flew right past Lilith's face, awakening her from her daze. What's the meaning of this? Lilith inquired with a solemn tone as she gazed at the featureless being. By now, she knew that she was experiencing a vision, and the one before her must be the consciousness of the universe. While she held her cool before, after seeing what happened to her origin, she demanded answers. Alas, just like what happened to Felix, the featureless being ignored her completely and carried on with the vision. But Felix paused everything, unable to watch more after the latest revelation. Unlike Lilith in the vision, they knew much more, and the truth left them staring at each other in silence, seemingly anticipating for someone to bring it up. For such situations, it was always good to have someone like Apollo. I actually can't believe it, Apollo remarked with an amazed tone, uncaring about the solemn atmosphere. Asna and Lilith have shared the same core? Doesn't this mean they are twin sisters? Wait, how come Mom is that old hag's sister? Aren't all laws part of my mom? Doesn't this mean she shares a similar connection to the rest of the Unijins too? Nimmo tilted his head in confusion. His questions were valid since all laws were considered part of Asna's core, which meant the rest of the Unijins should be considered as her brothers/sisters too. Nimmo, you are seeing just the surface. Asna patted Nimmo's head with a gentle smile. She finally understood her origins after awakening her memories and Lilith's memories. I am not the consciousness of the origin of Law's celestial heart. I am the consciousness of the universe's 7 virtues, just like Lilith is the consciousness of the 7 sins. She dropped a bombshell, leaving Nimmo and some of the tenants stunned. How come? Candace murmured in disbelief. Didn't your consciousness awaken before you can unlock the 7 virtues? Indeed, Asna was born as a little child without even knowing about the existence of the 7 virtues. How could she be its primary consciousness? It's simple, really. Felix clarified solemnly as he eyed the universe's consciousness. Unlike what we have assumed, There is only one consciousness for the universe, and it's the one we are staring at. The celestial hearts shouldn't give birth to their consciousness since it defied the existence of the one and only universe. That's why the stone of reality, the elemental heart, and the universe's heart haven't awakened their own consciousness after spending just as much time, if not more, than the three celestials. If it's like this, then how come the three rulers have awakened? Thor inquired. I don't know, but I am sure it is something similar to Asna's situation. Felix replied. The universe consciousness might have breathed life in them personally. It's the only proper explanation. Some tenants agreed with Felix's theory, while the majority were still pretty confused since this new revelation had flipped everything they knew about the Celestials' origins. They believed that the three rulers were born on their own after the three celestial languages gained their will. This was the premise that even the three rulers adhered to and accepted. But in reality, it shouldn't make sense since it took billions of years for just elementals to gain their consciousness. Formother's Siamese galaxy was the biggest evidence. How could the three rulers awaken their consciousness on their own by absorbing energy while still being at the very beginnings of the universe's birth? It's true, the math isn't matang. Apollo nodded. We also used to believe that our birth was based on the laws awakening their consciousness, but then we discovered that the universe's heart handled it. Indeed, if the origin of Law's heart gave birth to Asna's consciousness on its own, then the stone of reality should have its own consciousness by now. Fenrir said calmly. It spent more time compared to all hearts combined. Interesting, really interesting. Lady Sphinx murmured while tapping her finger on her elbow thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Jormungandr raised an eyebrow in intrigue. I am starting to think that the 7 virtues and 7 sins weren't supposed to be laws in the first place. Lady Sphinx remarked, catching everyone off guard. What do you mean? Think about it. Lady Sphinx clarified. The 7 virtues and 7 desires represent the universe's fundamental moral and ethical principles. They shouldn't be laws encompassing the universe's reality like the rest of the laws. Their existence is null in the grand scheme of things and does not affect the foundations of reality. How can kindness, greed, wrath, patience, and the others be considered one of the universal laws that govern us? I can understand gravity, water, light, darkness, fire, etc., but those 14 laws make no sense as much as their powers are overwhelming. This got me thinking. Lady Sphinx pointed at Asna and Lilith, and then disclosed, what if the universe's consciousness has extracted those moral principles from himself and turned them into laws, knowing that they are key for its rebirth? Felix and the rest stared at each other in silence, their furrowed eyebrows expressing their turmoiled emotions after listening to Lady Sphinx's theory. As much as they wondered about it, they always arrived at the same conclusion. She has a point. That's right. All of them understood that without the 7 sins laws, Felix's journey would have taken a much different path. A path that would most probably lead him to his damnation since those laws were simply too overpowered. Big Sis is smart as always. You are the closest to the truth. Asna smiled bitterly. But merely keep watching and you will understand that the truth is more horrific than this. Upon hearing this, everyone gulped a mouthful in dread and watched as Felix unpaused the memory orb. They watched with Lilith as Asna's core brightened within the universe's heart, dimming to an unimaginable degree. It was like the core was on the verge of death. On its surface, only a couple of inscriptions were written, representing creation laws, destruction laws, and lastly, the 7 virtues. But the universe's heart kept feeding it with celestial energy continuously, and as more time passed on, new inscriptions reappeared on its surface. When Lilith read them, she read them as the lost laws, which were sent away within their own cores. Does this mean the Unigen's origin is this heart? Lilith wondered with thinned pupils. All the new information she was receiving was too much even for her. But her assumption was met with a unanimous agreement from Felix and the rest of the tenants. The Unigen's cores were all part of Asna's celestial heart? Candace held her dizzy head. I am starting to lose it. Wasn't the universe's heart responsible for their birth? I know what happened. Eris replied calmly, "The universe's heart has extracted the laws from Asna's core and placed them within cores before sending them away for their awakening. That's why there is no creation or destruction, Unijin. The universe's heart hasn't extracted them with the rest." "My thoughts exactly," Apollo added with an astonished tone. "Asna's core is called the origin of laws by the prophecy tablet itself. Now, it makes sense that the naming was actually literal. But wait, how can the universe's heart help with the Unijin's rebirth without Asna's existence? I believe the universe's heart has extracted those laws for itself, leaving Asna's core to recover them through time." Felix interjected. "Since it is the one creating the cores, it no longer needs Asna to revive dead Unijins." "This makes a lot of sense," Lord Marduk mentioned. "I believe this is probably the reason Asna's consciousness came to life much later than the rest of the Unijins. Her core needed to recover all of the lost laws before the implanted consciousness of the seven virtues can come to life." The tenants nodded in understanding. They comprehended that after a Unijin was born, they never awakened their entire powers or control at once. Hence, the awakening stage came later on. For the others, the awakening stage had happened while they were still in their first years, which didn't really change their lives drastically. Lilith was in the same boat, as she was born with the powers of void laws, and the seven sins laws came later after her awakening. This was a known knowledge for all Unijins. Nemo's situation was different since his entire existence was based on a wish, and while he followed the same steps as Unijins, it was more or less to fool Felix and the others into believing that he was Lilith's replacement by the universe. But, in Asna's case, her consciousness might be based on the seven virtues, but those laws were locked up and she had no idea about them. That's because Unijins figured out their entire laws only after their awakening, which was merely a process of absorbing enough energy to make the final push. Since the three rulers had banished and made it impossible for Asna to awaken, fearing for the worst, she was left and everyone else to believe that her consciousness came from the celestial heart instead of the seven virtues laws. This was the reason Lilith and Asna could potentially control each other's cores even with two different souls as long as they were given time to adapt to it. It was also probably the best explanation for why the seven sins laws weren't resisted by her immunities, since the universe considered her as their owner too. The connection between their laws was merely too strong. This is all so messy and twisted. And yet, it doesn't seem like we even have gotten to the scary part. Jormungandr sighed as he watched Felix unpause the vision. Understanding that the worst had yet to come, the cosmic vision paused for a moment and then immediately accelerated, causing the next scenes before them to blur, moving at a dizzying speed. Stars blinked into existence, galaxies manifested, and entire worlds were born and died in seconds. The universe's consciousness was gone, leaving behind just the universe's heart, becoming smaller and smaller until it resembled a blinding white dot. Soon enough, a sea of celestial energy surrounded it. Eventually, the vision slowed, focusing on a particular moment in time, the gathering of the three rulers and the Unijins near the universe's heart. We weren't shown how their consciousness came to life, but it seems like the universe's heart has attracted them all. Felix shared, his eyes affixed on the gathering. The vision didn't show them talking to each other or such. It accelerated the time again until it started displaying the Unijins and the three rulers fighting each other once in a while for celestial energy. Those fights resulted in injuries, but nothing too serious. Everyone watching could see that those fights were more or less for entertainment purposes, as everyone was bored immensely in such an empty void. But then, the vision halted at a crucial moment in the history of the universe. The birth of the prophecy tablet. Out of nowhere, the universe's heart flashed with a blinding light, and when it died out, the three rulers and the watchers were startled at the sight of a massive divine tablet, hovering high above their heads. "What's this?" Medusa murmured in a daze as she examined the shimmering tablet. "There are some letters and pictures on it." Ammoniusari narrowed his eyes. "Why do those letters seem to be written from a language combining our three celestial languages?" The first ruler gazed at the letters for a moment before reading them out loud. "In the dawn of a new age, when the stars align and the cosmic tides turn, a kingdom shall rise from the union of might and wisdom. The three who govern the fabric of existence shall join hands with the Unigens, the keepers of the primordial laws. Together, they shall forge a realm beyond time, the starting line of life. After reading it, the three rulers glanced at each other for a few seconds before lifting their heads and gazing at a hole in the shape of a portal, leading to nothingness. The universe's heart. Medusa murmured the name written underneath the hole and then switched her vision to the real universe's heart next to them. By now, none of them knew that the small dot next to them was the universe's heart, but when they read its name, it just seemed right. Is there really another side inside this dot as we predicted? Ammoniasare's eyes brightened up. Seems like it, the first ruler said calmly. Our birth source can only be explained by it. Now, it even threw a tablet at us. There is something inside, something behind it, and we must find out. What are you saying? Medusa frowned. We follow this tablet's peculiar instructions? Why not? We have already tried everything else to no avail. The first ruler nodded. We have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I agree, Ammoniasare said coldly. I have no interest in being trapped in this dimensional prison forever. By now, the three rulers had already realized that they were trapped inside the future eternal kingdom's borders, which were nothing but a unique dimension under the universe's heart creation. They were quite desperate to leave it since there was literally nothing to be done here besides gazing into the void and sometimes battling the Unigens as a change of routine. Since their options were slim to none, Medusa ended up shrugging her shoulders and agreeing with the proposal too. With that, the three rulers had made their decision to follow the first instruction of many more to come. If only they knew their entire purpose in life would be to fulfill a prophecy of their damnation, would they still do it again? Eris smiled in derision. This is really the first step of the entire universe's history, Thor remarked. What would have happened if they ignored the tablet? Would we still exist? Most likely not. Fenrir shook his head. The tablet crafted them create us. Without it, they wouldn't have bothered to waste even a drop of celestial energy on us. Without the primogenitors, the universe wouldn't have been this populated and the elemental manipulations wouldn't be as widespread. While humans might still be born, they won't have been able to create their bloodline cultivation system without the beasts, Jormungandr added with a faint chuckle. If Felix was born, he would have been just a rich commoner. You are underestimating the human's adaptability. Felix smiled. I am sure we would have come up with something new to ensure our survival. That's how humans are. It's near impossible to get rid of us. Felix said it with his whole chest, knowing damn well that the human race was born to stay. With or without a cultivation system, they would always find a way to establish themselves. However, his life would have been indeed different. Soon, the vision initiated accelerating again, skipping the creation of the Eternal Kingdom and many other smaller scenes, including the mission to retrieve the Stone of Reality. However, instead of showing Lilith touching the Stone of Reality, the vision showed her leaving with the squad after she saw them failing horribly. Lilith and the rest were surprised by this, making them understand that the stone was about to show them a different future. As expected, the vision persisted playing, showing them how the rulers paused the efforts to retrieve the Stone of Reality and left the Unigens to carry on with their lives. Lilith returned to her palace and persisted antagonizing the Unigens for the next billions of years until she got banished by a majority vote. Then, she remained slumbering in the Void Realm while the three rulers persisted following the instructions of the tablet, starting with the birth of the primogenitors. Felix and the primogenitors observed with their own eyes how the first ruler pointed his fingers toward spiritual mirrors, showing many creatures of all sizes and shapes. That's me, Lord Loki murmured as he eyed a chameleon camouflaged on a tree, bidding its time to prey on a flying bug. There I am. Jormungandr smiled bitterly, his eyes affixed on a little green snake with purplish scales, slithering on a grass field, oblivious to what was about to come. Rumble! Rumble! The first ruler unleashed divine lighting bolts on each of those creatures, blessing them with part of his powers, intelligence, and strength. It was like a divine blessing, and the tenants could do nothing but keep their eyes attached to their origin. having no idea how to process their emotions. To see themselves as nothing but dumb creatures following pure instincts crafted them realize that they were indeed blessed. There were many creatures of the same species as them just nearby, which meant that if they weren't chosen by the three rulers, their lives would have amounted to nothing. Triple release today to make up for yesterday. I am so sorry, but I am still dealing with the aftermath of my father's medical situation. Papers, hospital, insurance, and all of that BS. To know now that our birth purpose was to help little Felix reclaim the universe's throne. I feel blessed to have been given this opportunity. Thor smiled. The depression from living for so long with no purpose had long been cured. I can't see it any differently, Fenrir added with a cold tone. Still, those three fuckers have to die. Although they were watching the three rulers give birth to them, the primogenitors still didn't feel an ounce of belonging. They knew that it was nothing but a business transaction, and without the tablet, they wouldn't have seen the day of the light. Thus, if they were going to show appreciation, it would be to the creator of the prophecy of the tablet, which they believed to be the universe's consciousness. After the lightning strikes were concluded, Medusa and Ammonius Ra decided to share their blessing too. But they didn't bestow it to all primogenitors. They chose Lady Yggdrasil and Cyclope blindly and bestowed their celestial language on them. They did it only because the tablet had mentioned it, though it didn't specify which target. In other words, Oman, they did it randomly? I thought I was chosen or special than the others. Cyclope let out a long exhale in vexation. Makes more sense. Lady Yggdrasil merely chuckled softly, unbothered. If they were picked by the tablet, I would have gotten all three celestial languages. Felix smiled. Since it didn't and I still made it all the way here, it's clear that having all three of them wasn't necessary. It's kinda creepy when you think about it, Lord Shiva said expressionlessly. It means the creator of the tablet knows every little detail about the past, present, and future of the universe. He is putting only the necessary instructions to guide your life into this exact moment. It's about to get a whole lot creepier, Asna mumbled. Felix and the rest narrowed their eyes as they continued watching time fly in the vision. After the primogenitors were born, some worked on creating clans, empires, and universal domination, while some isolated themselves. It kept going like this until the primogenitors' era ended, when the majority of them entered Loki's illusion world for hundreds of millions of years. Their sudden disappearance had created a drastic shift in the universe as new powerful races emerged unrelated to them by bloodline: dragons, witches, elves, dwarves, metal race, and more. The birth of those races had kicked off the beginning of the Dark Ages as the domination of the primogenitors' empires fell with their disappearance. Soon, the vision changed the perspective to the Eternal Kingdom, showing the birth of Asna and her short childhood in the realm before getting sent to the imprisonment grounds. What do we have here? Lilith seemed curious about this, but she continued watching the brutal wars during the Dark Ages, birthing the UVR and the SG Alliance. While the forebears slumbered or remained isolated, the SG Alliance emerged, marking the dawn of a new era that brought all races closer to one another than ever before. During the heights of the SG Alliance, the vision zoomed in from one galaxy to another until it arrived at the Milky Way. Then it kept zooming in until the blue gem Earth came into view. Under the dazed eyes of the viewers, the vision stopped zooming after reaching a hospital bed, showing a gorgeous woman with golden hair and blue eyes giving birth. A stunning stoic man was standing next to her and holding her hand while grandfather Robert was watching from a glass window. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Felix murmured, his stare turning softer and relaxed like he was back to his childhood again. After great difficulty, Felix's mother finally pushed little Felix out, and with a gentle slap on his buttocks, his high-pitched cries filled the room. Before anyone could react, the vision accelerated again, flying past Felix's childhood, showing everything from his parents' death in a helicopter crash, to him bullying his cousins, the Alexander Kingdom visiting Earth, and finally to how he joined a bloodline clan, participated in the Ruins mission. The vision slowed down only when he met with Asna and had their souls merged up before he exploded it and Kronos came to the rescue. Wait a second. If Asna's consciousness was based on the 7 virtues, Then how come your souls merged up? Candace tilted her head in confusion after being reminded of this. Felix paused the vision as he answered with a faint smile. Whether Asna was the consciousness of the celestial core or the seven virtues, if my soul was related to the universe's consciousness as we assumed, then both will work in my favor. He is right. If the seven virtues weren't laws originally, then their connection to the universe's consciousness was much higher. Lady Sphinx nodded. There is no ifs. I am quite sure they weren't supposed to be laws. Apollo mentioned, the seven virtues and seven sins are the only laws without elements, and the three rulers control over them. Indeed. Eris nodded in agreement. I see. Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. She didn't think that the three rulers had no control over those 14 laws. But it was truly the only evidence needed to support this theory. Felix unpaused the vision and his second chance in life came into play, going almost exactly as the one he lived. But, as he grew older and bypassed Jormungandr, Lady Sphinx, and Thor, his life took a drastic change when he picked Rock's bloodline to integrate next with. Is this the future where Lilith hasn't created the void creatures or Nimmo? Felix was dazed, realizing that they had not seen or heard a single detail about the void creatures. Sure, Lilith was banished to the void realm, but she hadn't created void creatures during the primogenitor's era. It's true. Suddenly, an almost unrecognizable voice resounded in everyone's ears from behind. When they turned around, they saw that it was Lord Cow's. Look who decided to join us at last. Lord Shiva sneered. Lord Cow's ignored him and continued speaking with a solemn tone. Based on this vision, Lilith hasn't approached me and charmed me to help her with the void creature's creation. Interesting. Without Lilith and Lord Cow's making the void creatures, no connection was established between them. In addition, Lilith had no reason to create Nimmo, since she didn't know or care about the existence of Felix. She kept spending her years in deep slumber, not linking herself with Felix one bit. This resulted in Felix choosing another bloodline than Cow's bloodline since he had no chip to make the trade. Lady Sphinx concluded. One shouldn't forget that the only reason Lord Quaz agreed to the transaction was due to Nimmo's existence and his feud with Lilith. He also believed that Nimmo was Lilith's replacement, and he wanted this to happen for his vengeance. Without those two connections, Felix could only dream of Lord Cow's bloodline, especially when he was alive and there was no creature with his bloodline relation. Not even the void creatures. This also means he has no reason to head to the Alexander Kingdom, since he went there to absorb void creatures for Nimmo's hatching, Thor added. When everyone heard this, they turned to watch the vision and noticed that Felix had straight up joined the war between the Anti-Mariana Alliance and the Mariana Empire right from the start. He truly didn't go to the Alexander Kingdom and slumbered through the entire war, surrounded by millions of void creatures as Nimmo fed on them to hatch. He joined from the start and helped the Anti-Alliance win the war, but it resulted in grave causalities across both territories. Without Nimmo, there was no void army. Without a void army, the Mariana Empire gave it everything instead of surrendering the moment the void army made an appearance. But still, the war was won. Though this was nothing but the start of Felix's downfall. Felix and the tenants watched as Felix was gravely limited with Rock's bloodline compared to the void bloodline. As a starter, there was no void domain that was capable of killing everyone and anyone in the games instantly. Still, he was able to inherit Rock's spatial splitting blades, allowing him to go quite far in his journey. But the next choices for his bloodlines kept getting worse and worse due to the lack of greater opportunities. It was like changing the Cow's bloodline started a domino effect. Because of this, when he finally arrived at the sixth replacement, he merely broke through the origin realm instead of ascending to a Unijin. Even when he went through the same hell in the heavenly plane and watched his beloved getting kidnapped before his own eyes. He wanted to become a Unijin, but there was simply no opportunity to make it happen. Because he helped Lord Hades, he allowed him to return to the matter universe, but that was it. Without Nimmo in the picture, Lord Hades couldn't see Felix's potential to become a Unijin at all. Thus, he didn't even bother to help him enhance his spiritual capacity. He returned the favor by sending him out, and Felix in the vision was happy just to leave, not knowing that he kept missing opportunities to facilitate his chances to ascend to a Unijin. But he soon found out after roaming the entire matter universe that there was nothing to help a mere mortal become a Unijin. It was simply an impossibility. Thus, Felix gave up and decided to choose the only path left ahead, breaking through the origin realm first. Felix and the tenants all watched in silence as his alternate version executed his potential. His life, everything, the moment he broke through the origin realm. He succeeded in becoming a seven-headed hydra with each head able to control and breathe flame based on his 7 elements. But that was it. He had become the strongest entity in the matter universe without any contestant. But his dream of becoming a Unijin was done forever. As expected, the vision accelerated again, showing only a blur before finally stopping at a mountain facing the sunset. On top of it, an old wrinkly man with a white beard sat on it with a big jar of wine in his hand. His wrinkled eyes seemed dead, gazing into the sunset as he drank his wine in silence. The moment he finished it, he looked into the sky, his eyes reflecting defeat and utter hopelessness. I tried. I really tried. But I failed you. With one last gaze at the sky, he murmured, I failed us. Then, he blew his soul, committing the grandest act of suicide for the strongest being in the matter universe. His soul explosion was so powerful that it destroyed the entire world he was on. As the vision zoomed out, everyone was stunned to see that it was Earth, but not in its most wonderful state. But the vision kept zooming out and out, showing that Earth wasn't the only place in shambles. The entire Milky Way was destroyed, and humans as a race went extinct. Yet, it still didn't stop, zooming out and displaying for everyone how the entire SG Alliance collapsed and all surviving races were in barbaric wars, resembling one familiar period. The Dark Ages. The vision didn't explain anything as the moment it zoomed to its limit, it shut down, and then, it played itself from the very start. What's all of this, and why does it have any relation to me? Lilith frowned in displeasure. She couldn't care less about a mortal's journey, no matter how fascinating it was, since it was clear that it had no connection to her. Her real body probably slept through the entire 4 eras. But it was different for Felix and the others. Felix paused the vision's replay and sat with the others in silence, already starting to connect the dots of what happened or was about to happen. This was my life without Nimmo, no, without Lilith's interference. Felix uttered as he gazed at Lilith's irritated frozen look. Indeed, if she hasn't brought Nimmo to life, if she hasn't placed him in your path within the Shurima temple, if she hasn't created Lucifer and made you inherit his evil energy, and most importantly, if she hasn't manipulated you, you would have never ascended to a Unijin. Lady Asna shared with a bitter smile. Everything that she had done was to help you obtain the necessary tools for the ascension, as without them, you would have never fooled the universe into accepting you as the new paragon of sins. Evil energy, her core, the breakthrough to the origin realm. Everything needed to be perfect, and it's near impossible for such preparation to happen without her. Elder Kraken shook his head. You simply can't become a Unijin without a Unijin's core and those necessary steps. There was no other Unijin in the universe who would have done the same. No one. Felix and the tenants went silent, realizing that as much of a manipulative cunt Lilith was, everything she had done was for Felix to avoid that bleak future. A future that he had no clue about. But why didn't she just come clean and tell us what she has in mind? Fenrir held his chin thoughtfully. I doubt there was a need to make herself Felix's enemy when he has already started to trust her during their training. For fuck's sake, she trained him to beat Nimmo's alter ego, just in the end to force him into gaining access to Asna and making him realize that Nimmo's existence was for this moment. Thor cursed. The rest of the tenants nodded in agreement. They realized that if Lilith told the truth and showed them what she knew, Felix would have taken her in as one of his masters immediately and would have accepted her guidance about everything. Instead, she turned herself into his most hated enemy, someone who didn't just break his trust and betray him, but also played like a fiddle to enter his beloved's heart. He simply could never forget such a disgrace until the day he died, no matter what Lilith did after to redeem herself. That's why even when she helped him plenty, he always considered himself to be using her. waiting for the best moment to ensure her death. In their eyes, this entire dynamic would have been different if she simply told the truth from the start. You should keep watching. The answer is just around the corner. Asna sighed. Upon hearing this, Felix resumed the vision with a solemn expression. He watched as the vision kept resetting each time it arrived at the moment of his death. It was like the moment he died, the universe lost its anchor and it resetted to the very beginning. Why are you showing me this? Are you asking me to help this cutie survive, or what? Lilith asked with an irritated tone. The vision had already been replayed 5 times. Each time, there were slight differences, but the ending was always the same. Felix died through suicide after spending his entire life searching for a way up, a way to reach divinity, but to no avail. The moment he broke through the origin realm, he lost his chance forever. Is that what you want? Lilith suddenly raised an eyebrow after noticing that the vision paused for a moment before continuing to play. She took it as a response at last. Why will I do that? Lilith knitted her eyebrows. What do I have to gain from this mess? Abruptly, the vision collapsed after a flash of light and the universe's heart reappeared again. Lilith and the rest turned to look at it, and before they could react, the universe's heart started to glimmer brightly while getting bigger. Don't tell me? Felix's eyes widened in disbelief, a reaction shared by the rest of the tenants. Are we about to see what's on the other side at last? Apollo said while clapping his hands eagerly. My heart is beating so fast. What if there is nothing? What if there was something? I can't think. Candace released a low scream in excitement and dread. Regardless of their reactions, everyone's eyes were affixed to the expanding universe's heart. After it grew to a decent size, the light began to die out, leaving behind a circular rippling mirror. There is nothing. Felix and the others' excitement soon turned to confusion after seeing that there was nothing behind the universe's heart. It was a literal black screen. Yet Lilith's reaction said otherwise. How extraordinary! She was able to murmur only those words before the universe's heart sealed shut, returning as a mere dot. What's going on here? Felix frowned as he paused the vision. Did we see the same thing? Most likely not. Asna said. I think she has altered her memories. Why would she do that? Thor and the rest of the tenants were just as bewildered. Knowing that he wouldn't receive his answer like this, Felix resumed the memory. So, that's how it is? Lilith smiled. If I help this cutie fulfill his call, I get access to the other side? With those many resets, Lilith was easily able to understand that Felix's goal was the death of the 3 rulers and rescuing his beloved. Asna. Why not? I am dying of boredom either way. Without double-checking anything, Lilith showed an enthusiastic grin as she watched the new vision, studying it fully this time. Then, she attempted to manipulate it by showing up before Felix and enslaving him with her lust mark while he was still young. However, the moment she did this, Felix lost his autonomy. Under the taken-back looks of the viewers, the cycle ended right there and then, before starting again from the very beginning. Interesting. I can't control him, or it is considered a failure. But Lilith held her chin thoughtfully. What does this reset imply? What does she mean? Nimmo asked with a confused tone. Felix and the tenants had serious expressions as he answered. She is wondering if this reset is related to the vision or the real universe. Wait. You are considering that the entire universe might reset every time your journey is finished? Nimmo raised an eyebrow in surprise. It's indeed crazy to think about it. But there is a chance that the universe does reset each time Felix's voyage is halted. Asna clarified with a solemn tone. Since he is believed to be the universe's consciousness on a path of rebirth, it's not far-fetched for him to be considered as the anchor of the universe. Isn't that a bit too much? We are talking about a universe's reset. Only the universe's consciousness can. Apollo scratched his cheek sheepishly. Forget it. I can totally see him installing such a countermeasure. If it was anyone else, the tenants would have never bothered to waste their time on such a crazy theory. But This was related to the universe's consciousness, the true ruler of all. He was the only one capable of pulling such a crazy concept, and no one could do anything about it. Soon, Felix and the tenants watched as Lilith tried the easiest options to help Felix reach his goal. She even arranged a situation where she saved him to gain his trust and then told him about everything she knew and what he needed to do. But the moment she did this, the universe came to a grinding halt and the cycle began a new one. Interesting. I need to help him without him losing control or knowing about the truth. Lilith smirked at the challenge. This is going to be fun. Felix and the rest of the tenants were left to watch a true manipulative mastermind in action, leaving them with widened jaws at how she came up with a plan that altered the entire future of the universe for Felix's sake. It took plenty of trial or error, but eventually, she locked on a single plan that seemed to have the highest chance of success. It was exactly the plan she used on Felix. Felix moved past the memories of the vision, wanting to see Lilith in action personally. Now, the memory orb showed Lilith returning from the depth of the stone of reality's miasma with the same expression she entered with. You had enough of wasting our time? Uranus sneered as he turned around. Let's get the hell out already. Good thing you didn't abuse your laws at least. Eris nodded at Lilith. No one seemed to suspect a thing like Lilith was gone for a mere couple of seconds. In reality, she was inside the vision for centuries if not more, to perfect her plan. While she had emerged as a different being entirely, no one was able to pick up on the changes. It was fun to try. I was very close to touching the stone, Lilith replied lazily as she followed them. Oh? I wonder what would have happened if you did touch it. Eris wondered out loud. Probably instant death. Uranus scoffed with a hint of dread in his eyes, quite terrified by the stone of reality. Ares kept his silence, unbothered by the whole situation. Sometime later, the four upper Unigens escaped the echoing tower and returned to the Eternal Kingdom, updating the three rulers on the results. After some back and forth, they were excused and Lilith returned to her palace. The only difference between this scene in the vision and the real world was a tint of craziness buried behind Lilith. What's going to get me banished, but raise no suspicion? She wondered with a widened grin as her eyes reflected the gate to the celestial dimensional pocket. Some wonderful and crazy ideas were roaming her mind. For the next couple of hours, Felix and the tenants watched how Lilith's life took a drastic turn, starting with enforcing an earlier banishment by attempting to steal the universe's heart. Since she was already antagonizing most of the Unigens, the majority voted to get her kicked out, finally done with her shenanigans. After she was banished, Lilith slumbered for a short while to avoid any eyes on her. Then, she kicked off her plan by wishing for Nemo's birth. Since Nemo was considered an anomaly, the wish was just too expensive. This caused her to get punished heavily by the universe. Lilith didn't seem to care as she placed Nemo's egg at the heart of the Void Realm and she returned to her slumber. Felix fast-forwarded the memories until Lilith woke up to find herself in the primogenitor's era. She straightway kicked off the second part of the plan. She located Lord Quaz and charmed him with her words, manipulating him emotionally to give her everything she wanted to create the Void creature's race. With his help, Lilith's punishment was reduced immensely as she didn't use the universe's assistance for everything. After she was done, she threw him away like disposable garbage. Everyone turned to look at Lord Quaz, feeling somewhat sorry for him. Being treated in that manner was terrible on its own, but discovering later that his misfortune ended up benefiting the very man he had bet on to bring him justice was a different story. Don't feel bad for me. We are all puppets, dancing under the hands of the universe consciousness. Lord Quaz said expressionlessly one last time before retreating from the gathering, having no interest in watching the rest. The tenants' expressions immediately turned solemn, understanding none of them truly possessed free will. While Lord Quaz was manipulated a bit more directly, their entire existence came to be for the sake of helping the universe's consciousness reborn through Felix. As much as they considered this a noble purpose due to their tight relationship with Felix, it didn't change the fact that their lives were attached to strings from birth. Don't think too much about it, Eris said calmly. Even the three rulers are under the same puppet master. You should feel glad that we are on his side. In her eyes, if everyone was under the same curse, it was much better to be on the side of the caster. The tenants seemed to agree with her as everyone dropped those depressing thoughts and returned to Lilith's memories. They witnessed the emergence of the void creatures, and the universe's history started to become familiar to them. The same civilizations fell and the same ones rose in their place. Felix quickly skipped to the Dark Ages era and watched as Lilith started a new project on the other side of the great nothingness. The birth of the demon race. She extended her palm forward and started to channel the darkest and most malevolent energy within her until it condensed into a crimson orb. This was her evil energy born from the seven sins laws. As an energy, it had no consciousness, and Lilith knew that it would take forever for it to gain it on its own. Thus, she accelerated the process by using a wish, sacrificing everything she prepared as a price. Rise, Lucifer, born of my soul's night, bearer of chaos, and bane of the light. With the final word, the crimson orb started to take shape into a tall and regal figure. His presence exuded a raw, dark charisma, while his entire aura screamed of wickedness. As his features developed, his appearance started to resemble Felix more and more until eventually, he was more or less his very twin. Only now did Felix and the tenants have their assumption confirmed about Lucifer's identical appearance to Felix being a result of Lilith's doing. She had been staring at him for centuries while perfecting her plan. Knowing her, she must have definitely done this to mess with you. Paulo chuckled. Most likely. Felix's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, Lucifer opened his eyes for the first time just to see Lilith's breathtaking beauty covering his line of sight. At first sight, he felt a kind of connection to her like no other, making him lower his head and speak his first ever word. Mother! Lilith observed him with detached indifference, her eyes cold and calculating. She had crafted him to be the perfect instrument for her plans. But as she looked at him, she felt no attachment, no maternal instinct. To her, Lucifer was nothing more than a means to an end, a tool in her grand scheme. But she had no interest in telling him this. Lucifer, my greatest creation, she spoke, her voice carrying a bit of warmth. I brought you to this life for a simple reason. You must grow strong enough to dominate the universe and reclaim the throne. My purpose is to own the universe. Lucifer murmured to himself as he gazed into the distance. Although he was recently born, Lilith made sure to feed him with some basic information as she had no interest in raising a clueless child. The only way to achieve your grand purpose is to merge with this entity and consume his powers. Lilith continued her brainwashing by showing Lucifer a spiritual picture of Felix from the future. When Lucifer saw how he looked like Felix, he felt his chest thumping loudly, like it was calling him to merge with Felix as fast as possible. Lead me to him, Mother. I won't fail you, Lucifer uttered with a cold resolve. Settle down. Your destiny won't arrive until 20 million years from now, Lilith said, her voice growing fainter. This should give you more than enough time to prepare for your ascension. Before Lucifer could react, Lilith added one last time before her body disappeared into the ether. I am going to slumber for a while. You know what to do. Mother. Lucifer swallowed his words and promised while lowering his head. Sleep well, Mother. I have everything covered. Lilith had indeed gone to sleep to recover from the punishment of bringing Lucifer to life. Although she prepared the price, it was still not enough for such a big wish that was capable of altering the entire history of the universe. Meanwhile, Felix and the rest of the tenants were surprised to see that the memories had switched from Lilith's eyes to Lucifer's eyes. She probably obtained all of his memories after waking up, Lady Sphinx said. Everyone nodded in agreement and continued watching as Lucifer navigated his new life on the other side of the universe. If there was one word that could describe it, it would definitely be demonic. Lucifer had brought hell on the entire population of the other side, demonizing anything that breathed. He had only one goal in mind, to create an army of demons to help him with his universe's domination. When he realized that his speed was slow, he created the other 6 demonic princes, giving them free will, unlike the rest of the demons. Then, he retracted back to darkness and left them to fight amongst each other to obtain more territories until the other side became a demon-infested realm. So many lives lost, so many lives tortured. All for the sake of my ascension. Felix spoke under his breath with an expressionless look. He had his emotions turned off as he watched the whole demonic massacre being carried out, knowing that if he didn't do it, he would be beyond disturbed. He knew that nothing good would come up from reacting to those scenes, knowing that there was nothing he could do for them. All he could do was make sure that such a massacre would never be carried out under his presence. He was already doing it by protecting the entire SG Alliance from the three rulers. It's not for your ascension. It's for the universe's consciousness rebirth. Everything is for that goal, Eris said calmly. Goal, huh? Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. I can't wait to find out about his reasoning. After the demons took over the other side, years went by and the two sides remained separated, having no clue about their existence. Felix fast-forwarded the memories until Lilith opened her eyes again. She did so the moment Felix was born. She just kept following his journey without interfering, waiting for the perfect time. It arrived at last when Felix decided to search the Shurima temple for treasures. This time, everyone watched as Lilith opened a void portal and placed Nemo's egg above the Guardian's palm before disappearing. Then, she watched him almost lose his life if it wasn't for the Devourer's heart acting as a secondary heart after half of his body got deleted by the beam. Even then, she refrained from interjecting. Too much meddling will do more harm than not, she said as she chewed gum with a careless look. But she still did something that none of them had expected. She blinked to the deserted galaxy, where Kronos was known to reside. Then, she approached the black hole and spoke with a playful smile. Chrono, it's your favorite girl. How about you let me in? Sigh. A deep sigh resounded from the black hole, making Lilith giggle in amusement before stepping inside the death machine. However, she ended up emerging on the other side in one piece, leaving her to gaze at the frozen timeline with a look of intrigue. Lilith, Kronos rumbled. You know you're wasting your efforts. Lilith focused on Kronos' massive eye above her and said calmly, You know why I'm here, Chrono. I've seen what's on the other side, and I want it. Kronos' pupil thinned as it locked into her eyes. Then, a deep exhale left his lips. No one wants that, Lilith. Believe me, what lies beyond is a burden, not a prize. Lilith's lips curled into a small knowing smile. Burden or not, I want it. I've seen what it can do, what it can unlock. And you, Chrono, are going to help me get it. Kronos stared at her for a long moment, the weight of countless ages behind his gaze. Very well. But remember, Lilith, once you cross that threshold, there's no turning back. Lilith winked at him. I'm counting on it. Kronos shook his giant eye and then created a space-time tear. In an instant, both of them were pulled into the tear, leaving behind the desolate wasteland and emerging into another frozen timeline. When Lilith opened her eyes, she found herself standing above the ceiling hall on the imprisonment grounds. Felix and the rest of the tenants were left stunned as they watched Lilith summon a golden earring from thin air. Then, she extended dark tentacles to wrap around the ceiling hall. With a single tug, the ceiling hall was absorbed into the golden sun earring. Lilith examined the earring with satisfaction, its weight a comforting presence in her palm. She fastened it to her ear, feeling the ancient power settle into place, now under her control. She turned to Kronos, who watched her with a mixture of concern and resignation. You'll regret this, Kronos said quietly, his voice filled with a somber warning. The price is higher than you think. Lilith met his gaze with a cold smile. Perhaps, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Thank you for your help, Chrono. With that, she turned and vanished into the ether, leaving Kronos alone in the frozen timeline once more. Felix paused the memories immediately, feeling like his brain was about to explode. I had a feeling that Lilith might have had a hand in getting me the ceiling hall for Nemo's alter ego, but I never expected her to obtain it this way. Felix expressed, still trying to make sense of what he had witnessed. I am just as confused. Thor knitted his eyebrows. How can she obtain another sealing hall from a different timeline? Isn't everything changeable besides the only constants, like unigens and natural realms? True, if Asna was sealed in one timeline, there wouldn't be copies of her in other timelines, which means no sealing halls too. Candace tilted her head. Is my understanding correct? Your understanding is correct if you considered the other timelines as a standalone with their own people and set of rules. Eris clarified calmly. But it isn't. Those timelines are nothing but copies of the main universe frozen in different durations from the beginning of time to its end. Any changes occurring in the main universe, which is considered as the main timeline, will affect the rest of the timelines, changing everything while keeping it frozen. I still don't understand. Candace smiled wryly. In simpler terms, when Kronos has sent Asna and Felix to a different frozen timeline 20 years in the past, he has awakened it as the new main timeline. Eris explained, as the new main timeline, all other frozen timelines were affected based on the degree of the temporal manipulation. Since it was a mere 20 years, the past remained somewhat the same, but the changes occurring in the future were drastic enough that the entire history was altered. This makes me believe that Kronos has tapped into a personal frozen timeline outside of the universe's rules. Otherwise, it shouldn't be possible to find a perfect sealing hall since Asna was locked in it while she was in the Eternal Kingdom. This meant the moment she disappeared, all the sealing halls in other frozen timelines should be gone too. That makes most sense. Lady Sphinx was the first to nod in understanding. That's why Lilith has gone to him, knowing that he is the only one with a spare sealing hall. Lord Marduk added. The real question should be, why did Kronos decide to help her so easily and without any payment? Felix knitted his eyebrows. Knowing that all of Kronos' moves were calculated and had an end goal drove Felix to believe that he was helping him through Lilith. After all, it was clear that he was the only one knowing the full truth about their universe. It's like he is trying to help you reach the truth on your own, Asna said. He has been helping you from the shadows, and when you directly asked him for it, he rejected it. I think so too. Felix nodded. Now that Lilith had the sealing hall, it didn't take a genius to know what her next move was. As expected, Lilith took off towards Four-Mother Siamese's galaxy, seeking a meeting with no one but Lord Zervan, the only person who could help her with her plan without jeopardizing anything. While Lord Zervan was a mere primogenitor, he was still the primogenitor of time. Thus, the moment Lilith emerged from a portal in front of his cozy cottage, he didn't seem surprised one bit. I have been expecting you, Madam Lilith, he greeted as he sat on a table with 2 cups of tea already poured. Lilith didn't bother taking his offer at the table. She threw the golden sun earrings on the table and said calmly, "You know what to do with it." Then, she turned around and left before Four-Mother Siamese could interfere. "My lord, what was that?" Four-Mother Siamese's voice resounded in the cottage. "My small and humble role." Lord Zervan smiled bitterly as he played with the earring in his hand, his pupils reflecting a vision. A vision showing Felix coming to this very cottage to collect this earring. After Lilith left, she took away the vision with her, making it impossible for Felix and the others to see what happened next at the cottage. It makes sense for the earring to have a mark of my soul since Lilith could easily obtain it through a wish or from her future intel. Felix held his chin thoughtfully. But why choose Lord Zervan for the task? Also, why does it seem like Lord Zervan knows more about the future than the 3 rulers? Isn't he blocked by the veil just like the rest of us? When Felix first received the earrings, he didn't know about many things, making him assume that the 3 rulers had a hand in this. Even the earring's origin must be related to Hephaestus, as he was the only forger qualified to craft such divine spatial jewelry capable of holding the sealing hall. The moment he was introduced to the world of unigens, many of his previous questions could be easily answered. But now he was confused by different ones. She must have chosen him because she knows he can see the future fully without similar consequences. Eris said calmly, "I believe the veil isn't there to block everyone from peering through it and seeing how the future is, but just a selected few. Zervan must have not been picked since anything he has seen can't be shared, or he will instantly forget it the moment he tries to do it. Lady Sphinx expressed. That's true. He is cursed to see the future, but not share it with anyone. Thor frowned. But, based on his reaction, I don't think he is seeing as far as Kronos. Otherwise, his reaction shouldn't be as mild. The tenants nodded in agreement, knowing that it was impossible for Lord Zervan to be more composed than Kronos. If the truth was shocking and terrifying enough to traumatize Kronos into erasing his memories periodically, then it should have ruined Lord Zervan. In other words, he had information about the future, but he must have no clue what awaited them on the other side of the universe's heart. This is probably the reason the rulers never bothered him, Fenrir said. They know that he has no clue about the other side, and extracting information from him is useless since everything he was seeing will be blocked for them. Everyone agreed, knowing that Lord Zervan was merely wielding a fraction of the three rulers' powers. If he can see that far into the future, this means that he must have brought the entire galaxy into life with all elementals in it for your sake. Lord Marduk addressed. We all thought it was based on an experiment, but it's useless to experiment on something you already know the answer for. It's true. The elemental galaxy has helped Felix immensely both in his cultivation due to the time difference and most importantly, with his fight against Nemo's alter ego. Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. For Mother Siamese can be said to be the only being in the matter universe who had what it took to help out with Nemo's alter ego. When the tenants recalled how everything went down, even when Felix failed to defeat Nemo's alter ego with 4 Mother Siamese's help, it still gave him the confidence needed to commit to such a suicidal battle. After all, he was at a deity level attempting to fight off a Unijin, although he was weakened. I will get my answers when I pay him a visit, Felix said calmly. We still owe 4 Mother Siamese a favor for her help. Felix swiftly unpaused the memories and watched as the years kept going by and Lilith's eyes never left him, watching every single game of his and every war he took. Even when Felix got smitten by the 3 rulers and sent to the spirit realm, she didn't help him out. She was certain that Felix would emerge in one piece from the spirit realm as he always pulled it off in the vision. Only this time she wished for one thing. Haiti, don't disappoint me now. My cutie has enough clues to help you see beyond his mortally limits, Lilith murmured. Show him the way, lead him to me. As the tenants heard her thoughts, shivers coursed down their spines at such a freakish manipulation. Even Lord Hades had no idea that he was part of Liltia's plan. As expected, Lord Hades ended up helping Felix with his ascension, telling him the exact steps he had to follow to ensure it. From devouring Lucifer and becoming the new personification of evil to fighting off against Nemo's alter ego for the sake of obtaining his core and ascending during the Origin Realm breakthrough. Everything was perfectly planned, making everyone appreciate Lord Hades' intelligence and foresight. Only now did they understand that Lord Hades was a mere puppet to Lilith's scheme. In fact, Lord Hades always knew that Lilith was up to something after picking up on those details, but he didn't manage to figure it out. Soon, the scene jumped to when Felix was fighting against Nemo's alter ego, while Lilith was watching in his mind with the rest of the tenants. This time, they could read her thoughts during this brutal and impossible battle. He will probably hate me forever for this, but it's the only way to reach the other side without compromising the plan. Lilith thought to herself with a faint smile as she watched him getting beat up like crazy. Me and Asna are born out of the same core, which makes us twin sisters. While her new home is 1,000 times better than mine, if I manage to get into it and spend enough time, I might be able to fool her core once. Lilith pondered. It might work or not, but it's the only defensive measure I will have to ensure my stay. Lilith, please help him. Suddenly, the tenant's cries to save Felix from Nemo's alter ego after landing in the Void Realm echoed thunderously in her mind. The situation outside wasn't looking good for Felix in the slightest, and if no one were to intervene, this would be the end of him. He was already on the verge of losing consciousness before Asna's core had the time to finish the devouring process. Looks like it's time. Lilith smiled inwardly, but externally, she paid a visit to Felix at the depth of his subconsciousness. Felix and the others watched as she twisted his arm to give her access to Asna's core. She left him with no choice as she made it clear that if he refused her, she would kill him and take Asna's core anyway. Though she promised to hand it to the three rulers, which was the only thing Felix could never agree on. Thus, Felix agreed eventually while his heart burned with hatred and anger at Lilith's betrayal. If only he knows how deep the rabbit hole goes, will he still react like this? Lilith chuckled inwardly as she watched Felix vow to end her life for this. When she said this, everyone turned to look at Felix, wanting to know if his feelings changed after watching Lilith's memories and understanding her motives. She had indeed manipulated him, but at the same time, if she hadn't, his life would have ended on top of a mountain by suicide. That future repeated itself so many times that it became clear to Felix that his fate had to be changed manually for him to continue his growth. Lilith made herself into the boogeyman to help him with it. While her ways were demonic and merciless, and should be questioned by anyone with morals, if she didn't go that far, it might not have been enough to change Felix's fate this drastically. "It's still early," Felix replied emotionlessly, knowing that Lilith's death was still an enigma. If he wasn't certain that Lilith's memories were real, he would already assume that she was showing him all of this to change his perspective of her. Another form of manipulation. But she could never alter her memories that drastically before two Celestials without them spotting it immediately. After Lilith guaranteed her stay in Asna's core, Felix went on to ascend into a Unijin at least, escaping from that ominous ending in the vision. From here on, Lilith's information from the vision should have been over. Yet, she did something none of them would have expected. After Felix lost his consciousness, Lilith was still in control of her laws and powers. Instead of getting rid of Nemo's alter ego, she sent him to the quantum realm for one last mission. "Don't return until you map out the entire echoing tower," she ordered calmly. Nemo's alter ego listened to her order instantly, disappearing towards the quantum realm. It took him no time to find the echoing tower, but entering it was a different story. He was forced to wait many years before the entrance opened up, but due to the massive time difference between the realms, it changed nothing. After he went inside, the first thing that came before him was the massive dreadful eye on the sky, making the tenants realize that the tower's topmost floor was the 100th. No wonder the map was found on this floor. The upper ones didn't exist during the mapping, Thor remarked. "I am more confused about Lilith's reasoning for doing this." Candace wondered, does her future information go as far as Felix entering the tower? Or did she just take a guess? It must be an educated guess. Felix knitted his eyebrows. She understood that there would come a time when I might enter the echoing tower to retrieve the stone of reality. She wanted to help you one last time before she loses her powers. Thor added as he watched Nemo's alter ego map out the tower, floor by floor. He used his laws whenever needed to survive the floor's peculiar mechanism. Since the Seven Sins laws worked perfectly in the tower, he found not much struggle even when he was all alone. After a decent period and many tough moments, Nemo's alter ego managed to map out the tower and detail every floor's mechanism before writing them all on a giant monolith. Returning to the 100th floor, he strode purposefully to the stone of reality on the first floor and came to a halt directly in front of the miasma cloud. Lilith swiftly retook control and gazed at the stone of reality with a hint of intrigue, wondering if it would show her a new vision. However, the moment she took a step inside the miasma, she came to a shocking discovery. The stone of reality was rejecting her advances. "That's it." Lilith raised an eyebrow. "Is my role finished?" Silence. The stone of reality refused to let her get any closer, and if she were to force it, she knew that her fate would be similar to Uranus. Thus, she shrugged her shoulders and turned around, leaving one last statement. "I have done my part. It's on him now." Lilith sent Nemo's alter ego to the 100th floor and made him place the giant monolith somewhere visible. Then, it erased his existence once and for all. Felix paused the memories. Her impact on your life can be said to be monumental. To even predict your next move and prepare ahead to help you out. Sigh. She really pulled all stops to ensure reaching the other side. Elder Kraken said with a wry smile. While she did all of this for her own selfish reasons, it still doesn't change the fact that your life would have been drastically different without her interference. Lady Sphinx said. The tenants nodded in agreement. If it's just for selfish reasons, why did she have to sacrifice herself at the end for Mom's sake? Nimmo asked in confusion. The tenants nodded in agreement. If it's just for selfish reasons, why did she have to sacrifice herself at the end for Mom's sake? Nimmo asked in confusion. That's what we are going to find out, Felix said with a cold look as he skipped through Lilith's memories until he reached the end. He stopped the moment he exposed the massive snake, biting into Asna's core. This time, they witnessed the conflict from Lilith's perspective. Well, this is an unexpected turn of events, Lilith uttered coldly as he gazed at the snake, realizing that her plan was about to be ruined at its final steps. If the three rulers repossessed Asna's soul with her core, it's a game over for me. She had been awaiting Asna's rebirth with great patience, and this wasn't the ending she had hoped for. The worst part? She could see that Felix was somewhat hopeless in this situation as he had no time to take care of the snake before Asna's soul concluded its rebirth. When she saw that he was about to blow Asna's soul again, she shook her head, a good countermeasure, but a little bit too late. Knowing that their fate was sealed, Lilith glanced above, like she was staring directly into Felix's eyes, and showed a faint, hopeless smile. All I ever wanted is to see the other side again. Before Felix and the tenants could react, Lilith joined the confrontation and used core flare cleansing. It erased the divine snake, but at the same time, it disintegrated Lilith with it. The memories ended the moment she was dead, the screen turning black, akin to a movie ending abruptly. The tenants were left gazing at the black screen in silence, many thoughts roaming their minds about the whole situation. All of them knew that Lilith was addressing Felix at the end with her thoughts, knowing that after her death, Asna would inherit her memories due to the connection they shared. While she didn't make it direct or beg him outright, it was obvious that she was wishing for him to see the whole picture and help her achieve her dream too, just like she helped him. After a brief silence, Lady Sphinx turned to Felix and asked, "What do you think?" Her ways were questionable, but she still has placed a bet on me, Felix uttered with a strict tone. If he wasn't in complete control of his emotions, he wouldn't have been this calm about it. His mind and heart would have already turned his soul into a battlefield, one thinking rationally and the other emotionally. When it came to rationality, Lilith had shown everyone that every move of hers was in Felix's future benefit, even if it made her be perceived as the bad guy. On the other hand, it was nearly impossible to forget what Lilith had put him through as his heart was burning for years to avenge itself. Now, it found out that all of those emotions were for naught. Such a drastic change would be difficult for anyone to accept. But Felix was a celestial now, and his rationally always came first in such decisions, making him understand that his enemies currently weren't Lilith but the three rulers. Whether she has done all of this for her selfish reasons or not, the point still stands that I wouldn't be here without her diabolical manipulation. Felix decided calmly. I will revive her when I deal with the three rulers. That's the smartest choice. Thor approved. The rest of the tenants agreed too, knowing that even if Lilith was revived, she would no longer have any power over Felix. After everything that he had seen, he didn't mind allowing Lilith to see the other side one last time. But for now, he had to focus on what was about to come. Asna, the chains will ensnare you in less than 3 seconds. Felix shared calmly. Are you ready? I have been ready for more than 20 million years. Asna uttered coldly, her demeanor not matching her holy aura. With a head nod, Felix tapped his finger on her forehead and obtained all the information related to her awakening. He knew that she might not have turned out to be the universe's consciousness replicumiant as everyone predicted, but the awakening did make her a true celestial after unlocking all the laws in her possession. In other words, she was the only being in the universe with full control over all laws, even the 7 sins, creation, and destruction. Thus, her spiritual pressure might be similar to Felix and the three rulers due to them being all at the same rank, but their arsenal was entirely different. That's what Felix came to find out after reading the information. making his lips crack into a cold smirk. With our powers combined, they wouldn't know what hit them. I am counting on it. Asna narrowed her eyes. I have no interest in making the battle last long. Likewise. Felix reached out with his hand and caught Asna's hand. Then, he waited until the last moment before the chains could wrap themselves on her, and teleported to the void realm. The moment they reappeared, similar golden chains manifested out of nowhere and took hold of Felix akin to a hostage. Then, it started to pull him into an emerging golden portal with Asna still in hand. Felix gazed at the portal, then at the universe he was leaving behind, before finally setting his eyes on his beloved. With a faint warm smile, he said, "This is our first and last battle. Let's show them the monsters they have created with their own hands." "First and last battle, huh?" Asna smiled back, squeezing his hand. "Who can tell? It doesn't seem like there is nothing on the other side." "I know, but whatever is on there, as long as we are together, me and you, nothing can hurt us," Felix uttered coldly. "The three rulers are the first to have a taste." The moment the last word left Felix's lips, their bodies got dragged into the portal, disappearing at once. The portal closed behind them almost immediately, seemingly sparing the mortals of the matter universe from witnessing something their minds couldn't fathom even if they tried. A battle that would define the future of the universe for the next eons to come. The moment they passed the portal, Felix and Asna stood on a sea of clouds, stretching infinitely in all directions. Their intrusion hadn't gone unnoticed as the moment their feet touched the clouds, the three rulers were alerted. "They are here," Ammonius R.A. uttered coldly. "Keep it in. Let's try the peaceful approach," the first ruler said calmly as he waved his finger. Immediately after, the divine incarnations of the three rulers appeared high above Felix and Asna, parting the sea of clouds like gods about to reveal themselves. "Paragon Asna, we have long since awaited your arrival," the first ruler welcomed with extended arms. "Do excuse our forceful approach, but you have left us no choice." "Forceful approach?" Felix replied expressionlessly. "You have needlessly massacred tens of millions of lives of mortals, who knew nothing about our celestial matters. Paragon, you are a celestial now, you should act accordingly." Ammonius R.A. said coldly, "Mortals' lives are just as meaningless as a drop of water in an ocean." Felix's expression remained indifferent. He had long gone past being affected by anyone's words, and this entire conversation in his eyes was meaningless. He knew that the three rulers didn't attack them because they wanted to work things out amicably. After all, Celestials were in complete control over their emotions, and they could easily skip over their hatred and anger if needed. As much as Felix and Asna had tortured and annoyed the crap out of them, now that they were Celestials, they felt that the best move to reach the other side was if they worked together. After all, with Felix's ability to deconstruct celestial energy combined with their saved pools from billions of years, they would have enough to brute force the universe's heart. As expected, "We are all Celestials here, and it's clear, we seek the same goal," Medusa interjected with a gentle smile, "to find out the truth about our universe and what is hidden on the other side. So, how about we put our differences aside and work together to solve this puzzle? Once we are done, you can carry on with your vengeance, we don't mind." The nerve to suggest a partnership out loud after everything that happened. Ancestral Dragon Eimer sneered hatefully. He felt like the three rulers treated everyone and everything as disposable trash. When Felix and Asna were weak, the three rulers did everything to make their lives a living hell. But, the moment they became Celestials, they suddenly garnered their respect to treat them as equals. Asna felt the same. "Only you bastards have a thick face to propose a partnership with us." Asna narrowed her eyes frigidly. "Did you really think there was a 1% chance we would agree?" "Yes, because at the end of the day, aren't we all slaves to this universe and doing whatever it takes to free ourselves?" the first ruler said composedly. The three rulers still had no clue about the universe's consciousness attempting to revive himself through Felix. In other words, they were doing all of this just to escape from this universe. having no idea that their entire existence was nothing but another pawn to the universe's consciousness. As much as Felix wanted to tell them, he knew that they wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing a good reaction. Thus, he didn't bother entertaining their proposal. He sat down cross-legged and manifested the fabric of logic in front of him. Without glancing in the three rulers' direction, Felix said calmly, "Unfortunately, peace was never an option." Rumble. Rumble. The space around him began to rumble, responding to his intent. He could sense the void realm, sealed off and isolated, but not for long. With a deep breath, he pulled on the invisible threads that bound the void realm, desiring to break off the seal once and for all. Cracks began to form around him, faint at first, but quickly spreading like spiderwebs through the air. The clouds beneath his feet trembled, and the sky above flickered with strange, chaotic patterns. "He is tapping into the void realm," Athena remarked with a solemn tone. "If he were to break the seal and establish a connection, he would have an infinite supply of celestial energy." "Good. It's about time someone put those bastards in their place," Elis uttered coldly, spectating the ongoing conflict from the safety of his domain. "Seems like getting killed by him wasn't enough for you to hate him," Artemis chuckled. "Hate him?" Elis sneered. "My hatred is exclusive to the three rulers after treating us like slaves. How about you? You feel the same?" Athena added as she glanced in the direction of a beautiful goddess. "Demeter, 100,000 years was more than enough for Unigens to not just recover their souls, but for their entire cores to be recreated by the universe's heart." Although Felix had sacrificed Demeter's core for a wish, the universe's heart still came through and created a new one. "Hate," Demeter shook her head calmly. "It was never personal between us. I know it, he knows it. I have no loyalty to either side." Before her peers could respond, the words were crushed in their throats by three powerful waves of spiritual pressure descending upon Felix and Asna. They were so strong that the Unigens felt it within their own domains, making them incapable of imagining what the target would feel like. Well, it felt like the weight of millions of galaxies pressing down on Felix's shoulders, forcing him to stagger a bit. Yet, Felix didn't bother to even lift his head. He just continued working on breaking apart the seal. While he ignored them, Asna had no intentions of doing the same. She stepped in front of him, her form glowing with a radiant light that cut through the oppressive spiritual waves. With a stern visage, she extended her palm forward and released her own spiritual pressure, colliding against the three rulers' spiritual pressures at once. Boom! When most would assume that three spiritual pressures would overwhelm one, the exact opposite occurred. The collision created a thunderous shockwave, tearing the clouds around them apart and fracturing the sky above. Asna merely stood in front of her man, unmoving akin to a rock. The callous look on her face made it clear to everyone that she wasn't going to allow any harm to befall her beloved. "Whoa! Mother is so strong," Nimmo murmured, his eyes sparkling in fascination. "Strong? You have yet to see anything." Eris merely smiled, her eyes never leaving Asna's face. Meanwhile, the three rulers' incarnations seemed quite surprised that Asna's spiritual pressure didn't manage to completely evaporate theirs. "It seems like our assumption was wrong." Ammonius R.A. smiled coldly. Her awakening must have empowered her somehow, but not enough to give her a similar authority to the universe. Felix had been using his spiritual pressure to keep them hidden, making it impossible for the three rulers to see anything related to Asna's awakening. That's why they sent out incarnations and used their spiritual pressure first, desiring to test out the waters before committing to the battle. "This changes everything." Medusa's expression also turned sinister. "Her spiritual pressure is merely slightly better than ours, but not strong enough to overwhelm us." The first ruler and Ammonius R.A. shared a knowing glance, understanding what Medusa was implying. Still, the first ruler remained calm as he said, "The plan stays the same." The moment he finished, Ammonius R.A. and Medusa disappeared from the dimensional pocket and reappeared on top of their incarnation's shoulders. They gazed at Felix and Asna with looks void of any emotion. "Will you be fine against them both?" Felix asked calmly while his eyes never left the wall of logic. Asna turned her head and showed a faint, cruel smile before uttering, "You should worry about them." Then, she walked forward. Her steps were so graceful they merely left soft ripples on the floor of clouds. As she was walking forward, two blades manifested on her hands. One was crafted with crimson energy, while the other with gray energy. They were simple and had no details, resembling two swords created out of pure energy. Yet, everyone felt shivers course down their spine after noticing their intense auras, making them understand that a single slice by them was enough to cut through anything. The quick-witted ones had already figured out the blade's source. "Destruction and creation blades," Eris murmured. "Will they be enough?" "Tisk. Let's see what you got, little one." Ammonius R.A. sneered coldly as he summoned his divine scepter and ankh. With a mere wave of his scepter, the sky above the eternal kingdom darkened for a moment before thousands of colossal glowing palms began to descend, aiming directly at Felix and Asna. Each divine palm was larger than a mountain, tearing through the sky with unstoppable force, and leaving the viewers holding their breath in dread. Those are the same palms that killed off Felix's clone above Posidion's territory. Candace gulped, her mind filled with the memory of Felix using a palm made out of celestial black flames to match the first ruler's divine palm. Alas, it didn't turn out that well. Yet, Felix lowered his head, knowing his wife had it covered. "Are you taking a piss?" Asna uttered crudely as she gazed at the shower of divine palms. She crossed her twin blades in front of her, the force of destruction and creation surging within her. Then, she swung her blades in a wide arc, forming a perfect X in the air before her. Asna merely sneered at the rulers before tapping her finger on the X mark. Before anyone could react, two massive energy waves erupted, one glowing with the brilliant light of creation, and the other with the dark, consuming force of destruction. Both seemed to be infused with celestial energy as their auras were coated with a tint of divinity. Whoosh! The X-shaped slash cut through the air akin to a boomerang, disappearing out of vision almost instantly. Slice! Slice! Each time it reappeared, hundreds of divine palms were sliced and erased without much resistance. The watchers' eyes remained wide open, jumping from one divine palm to another, trying their best to follow the aftermath of the slash. "Is this the power of destruction abilities infused with celestial energy?" Thor murmured, his eyes attempting their best to keep up but to no avail. Destruction, creation, and celestial energy. A deadly combination. Eris narrowed her eyes. But the rulers have more to offer than this. It seemed like the rulers wanted to prove her right as the moment the last of the divine palms integrated. The fragments began to glow with an intense radiant light. Then, they exploded into billions of needle-thin blades, each one a sliver of divine energy, sharp and deadly. The sky above them was instantly filled with these blades, turning the serene sea of clouds into a storm of light. The needle-thin blades moved with terrifying speed, converging on Felix and Asna from every direction. A barrage that seemed impossible to avoid or block. But Asna was unfazed. She made a gesture with her fingers and the cross-linked blades reappeared in her hands. She extended them above her head and then spun them once. Whoosh! The blades started spinning rapidly while increasing in size until they resembled a massive divine umbrella. The ocean of divine blades was forcefully attracted to the spinning umbrella and was devoured by it. Before the rulers could do anything, Asna gathered all the devoured divine energy and released it in the direction of her husband. Felix merely extended his hand forward and accepted the incoming wave of divine energy, using the flame mark on his palm to break it apart and absorb it. In almost no time, the entire area returned to its peaceful state. The only difference was that Felix had gotten a bit richer in energy. Medusa and Ammonius R.A. glanced at each other with cold expressions. They already knew that the battle wasn't going to be simple or quick like they were used to dealing with the others. But still, to see their attacks getting treated with such leisure and even have them turned into a source of energy didn't sit well with them. Hee hee. I never thought I would enjoy seeing the rulers have such expressions. Apollo grinned widely. It suits them, frustration. Don't get too excited now, Eris said calmly. They are still testing the waters. The moment the first ruler appears, that's when they will go all OU. Before Eris could finish her sentence, a sudden presence started approaching, a presence unlike any they had faced before. From the distance, the sky began to darken, and the clouds parted as if making way for a force too powerful to be hindered. Slowly, a figure of a man emerged from the shadows and landed on top of the first ruler's incarnation. At first sight, everyone recognized him, making them draw a deep cold breath at his authoritative aura. Felix raised his head at last and gazed directly into the first ruler's eyes, who no longer had the divine light covering him. Then he uttered coldly, "Emer, nice of you to join us at last." The first ruler Emer said nothing, his imposing appearance remaining untouched. He stood nearly twice the height of an ordinary man, with a well-toned, muscular build that would put everyone to shame. His skin was the color of the earth, a deep weathered bronze, etched with the markings of the Universal Codex. A massive gray beard flowed from Emer's chin, thick and wild, reaching down to his chest. His hair was equally long and unruly, while his eyes were like glaciers, icy blue and cold. As he stared back at Felix, he didn't bother to respond to him. He extended his hand and brought out a serpentine blade made out of bones, resembling the spine of a snake. He placed the unique blade on his shoulder and remained in his position, seemingly having no interest in joining the battle. "What kind of weapon is that, and why does it seem like the first ruler isn't going to fight?" Candace asked. "No one has ever seen the first ruler fight for real," Eris replied with a solemn tone. "This is the first time I see him with a weapon." Even Asna heightened her guard as she gazed hatefully into the eyes of Emer, knowing that it was going to be a bit difficult to fight all three of them at once if they went all out. The three rulers are immune to all elements/laws, making it impossible to harm them through anything besides divine attacks or by removing their immunities. Asna pondered, "I am in the same boat as them, which means this battle will last until one of us exhausts their celestial energy reserve. This is most likely their reason for taking things slow, knowing that even if Felix tapped into the void realm and obtained a channel to his celestial energy, he wouldn't be able to absorb it fast enough to make a difference." Asna was quite certain about her analysis. Besides those two giveaways, the three rulers were still sending out divine smites across the universe, forcing Felix to keep up the celestial barrier across the Scallions' territory. This was enough proof that they sought after his reserve of celestial energy. Their plan was as straightforward as it could get, but it was the most effective. It was so effective that Felix and Asna had implanted the same strategy, desiring to outlast the three rulers' celestial reserve. That's why Felix prioritized breaking the seal above everything else. Since the three rulers had no clue about the Stone of Reality's powers and that Felix was currently manipulating the fabric of logic, they were under the assumption that it was going to take him quite a decent time. They were that confident in their seal capabilities. But alas, before they could launch round 2, Felix suddenly stood up while dusting his butt cheeks from the mist. Then, he stared at them with an emotionless look and said, "Your overconfidence will be your downfall." The moment he uttered those words, Felix tapped his finger on a single letter on the wall of logic, and suddenly, the Eternal Kingdom's skies were engraved with illuminating divine inscriptions. The kingdom's mortals raised their eyes to witness this glorious and divine sight. Just as they were about to kneel in worship, the letters shattered into fragments akin to a broken mirror. Meanwhile, behind Felix and Asna, a small black dot manifested and started to get bigger and bigger until it resembled a massive void rift, gazing into the abyss. "You want a war of attrition?" Felix said indifferently as he split his body into two, leaving one next to the portal while making the other stand next to Asna. He summoned a sword out of celestial black flames and pointed the tip in the first ruler's direction. Then, he finished with an icy grimace. "You got it." The three rulers were left initially taken back by Felix's uncanny speed at breaking their seal, but they regained control over their emotions instantly. "It must be the doing of his celestial heart," Emer uttered calmly. It should have the power to tap into the fabric of reality as we have assumed. Stone of reality. Its powers sure are marvelous. Medusa narrowed her eyes. We have to be careful. If he can break the seal with its assistance, I am certain it can affect us too. The three rulers might not have full knowledge about the Stone of Reality's powers, but they were capable of deducting quite a lot just from what happened in the Echoing Tower. The Stone of Reality's powers were always mystical, bizarre, and reality-based, with an equal fearsome authority. This was more than enough for the three rulers to expect the unexpected. As much as its abilities may seem formidable, its energy consumption must be equally significant. Ammonius R.A. said while gazing at Felix with an unfazed expression. He was a ruler. Nothing in this universe could scare or make him feel nervous. Thus, he pointed his scepter back at Felix and taunted coldly. Let's see if you can walk the talk. Before Felix could respond, Ammonius R.A.'s eyes were set ablaze with golden flames as he swung his scepter below him in one swift motion. Face the judgment of the gods. The clouds above parted, revealing a beam of light so bright it seemed to pierce through the heavens themselves. The divine beam descended with unstoppable force, a column of raw divine energy that blazed through the sky, aiming directly at Felix. But Felix didn't flinch. As the beam hurtled toward him, Felix swung his blade in a single, fluid movement, slicing through the center of the divine beam with perfect accuracy. The beam split cleanly, each half veering off to the sides. Ammonius R.A.'s expression tightened, but before he could react, Felix reached out with his free hand, and with a quick swipe, he tore open the fabric of logic. Simultaneously, the golden light of Ammonius R.A.'s sliced beam began to shift, darkening before everyone's stunned eyes. In less than a fraction of a nanosecond, the searing light of judgment transformed into a mass of celestial black energy, still heading in Felix's direction. Felix merely raised his arms and pointed his marked palms in their direction. Just like being welcomed home, the two masses of celestial energy were absorbed cleanly. Then, he looked up at Ammonius R.A. with a cold smile playing on his lips. You thought you could judge me with this? Let me show you what real power feels like. Before Ammonius R.A. could react, Felix unleashed a 10 times more potent black beam of celestial energy in his direction. Returning the favor, the dark beam shot forward. It roared through the air with a much greater intensity than before, the darkness within it hungry to consume everything in its path. How irritating! Ammonius R.A. clicked his tongue as he faced his ankh before the great flood of darkness. Instead of blocking it, a spatial golden portal manifested and devoured it entirely. Felix knitted his eyebrows a little at the realization that the spatial portal was leading to the universe's heart. As expected of those old geezers, they know you can break apart their divine abilities and transform the celestial energy. Asna cursed under her breath. They quickly figured out a way to counter at least our ranged attacks. Felix nodded with a cold expression as he felt his beam of black fires instantly disappear into pure celestial energy the moment it entered the universe's heart territory. This isn't even the worst part. Eris thought to herself after reaching the same realization. The three rulers have a monopoly of the celestial energy around the universe's heart. In simpler terms, the three rulers were gaining back the lost celestial energy, which would allow them to prolong this war of attrition to unknown grounds. If my brother was the only one with the powers to deconstruct and retrieve celestial energy, this battle would eventually turn in his favor. Apollo frowned. But now, he has to either change his approach or find a way to stop the three rulers from reaching the universe's heart. The tenants heard their conversation, but they had no idea what they were talking about since the entire exchange between Felix and Ammonius R.A. lasted less than a fraction of a nanosecond. Alas, before they could even partake in this situation, the battle had already moved forward as Felix swiftly started swinging his sword aggressively while blinking in Ammonius R.A.'s direction. Each swing was accompanied by the roar of celestial black flames, forcing Ammonius R.A. to retaliate by opening more spatial rifts, consuming those flames at once. But Felix couldn't care less. He instantly blinked beside Ammonius R.A. and threw a flurry of flaming round kicks while simultaneously swinging his sword somehow. In the eyes of mortals, such a move was impossible, but for celestials with 100% control over their bodies and souls? Felix could go even further. Ammonius R.A. blocked the kicks with his knee and the sword cuts with his scepter, but his expression remained irritated. Little bastard. Each of his attacks is fueled with the deconstruction effect. He could feel that his external and internal divine energy were gradually absorbed. This time, he could not avoid the absorption with spatial portals, as it was nearly impossible to take Felix anywhere while being protected by his own celestial black flames. Ammonius, we share the same pool of celestial energy. Don't lose us unnecessary resources. Emer warned sternly as he watched the intense and rapid confrontation between his peer and Felix. The shockwaves alone were powerful enough. They had already cleared millions of kilometers of the cloud sea. What do you think I am trying to do? Ammonius R.A. cursed while blocking two flaming fists. The vermin's strength is equal to mine. He can't penetrate my defenses, but at the same time, I can't escape from his assault. All Celestials' physical strength is at 200 million BF, which meant the three rulers' advantages weren't as much compared to Felix and Asna. In fact, Felix could be uttered to have a slight advantage since his fires were capable of deconstructing their divine powers. Thus, unless Ammonius R.A. decided to make some changes, Felix would keep getting stronger while he would be under the opposite curse. Meanwhile, Medusa wasn't having it any better. She was using her divine weapon as well, which was a green whip that resembled a snake, but to no avail. Asna's attacks were simply too overbearing. Rain of Absolution! Medusa waved her divine whip in a circular motion, causing the heavens above to have a similar divine circle. From the circle, torrents of divine elemental abilities rained akin to meteors, threatening to consume Asna fully. Athena and the rest watched with held breath, knowing that it was near impossible for them to emerge unscathed from such an intense assault. But Asna stood firm. Useless party tricks, she scoffed. As the first wave of Medusa's divine creations descended upon her, she raised her blades and released a surge of destructive energy. Then, with a single fluid movement, she slashed through the oncoming storm of divine abilities, each strike of her blades erasing them from existence as if they had never been. Destruction alone might not be enough, but when celestial energy was added to the process, divine destruction came to birth. Before divine destruction, the rest of the divine abilities could only bow down under its overwhelming authority. With one final slash, the skies were left filled with remnants of divine golden energy. Asna didn't let them go to waste as she swiftly clapped her palms together, and the remnants were moved to Felix's clone. He was still sitting in front of the void gate, his eyes never leaving Emer even when he was accepting the new energy. Emer was also staring back at him, seemingly understanding that the moment he made his move, Felix's clone wouldn't stay idle. While he wasn't afraid of him, Emer had no intentions of shaking the current dynamic of the battle, even when he could see that his peers were somewhat struggling to fend them off. Since they all shared one pool of energy, his addition to the battle would exhaust their pool much faster, and he wanted to ensure that his entry was at the right time. My turn. It looked like Asna was about to force his hands immediately as the moment she saw Medusa preparing another wave of attacks. She pointed her finger at the sky and murmured, "Patience, Chronosanctum." In an instant, the patience tattoo on her chest illuminated brightly before manifesting high above them. Then, with a flare of divine light, time slowed to a crawl, the movements of the clouds above and the energy in the air seemingly frozen in place. Medusa's movements might not have been frozen, but they had become sluggish and uncoordinated, akin to moving through a thick swamp. What's this? It can't be time laws. Her eyes widened in confusion as her body began to succumb to the overwhelming weight of time itself, pressing down on her like an invisible force. She could feel her radiant barrier already doing its very best against it, making her understand that if it wasn't for it, she would have been frozen in time. This was simply impossible for a single reason. How? Medusa is immune to time-based abilities. Athena was left startled by the rest of the viewers as they watched Asna have no intention of giving Medusa time to recover. Raising her twin blades, she called upon the powers of diligence. Diligence. Unyielding flame, she invoked coldly. Her swords ignited instantly with radiant energy. The longer she stood there, the brighter and fiercer the flames grew, feeding off Asna's patience and perseverance. With Medusa trapped within the chronosanctum, unable to counter or defend, Asna moved. In the blink of an eye, Asna reached Medusa. Her raging flaming sword sliced through the air with divine accuracy, aimed directly at Medusa's torso, intending to cut through her soul, core, and body all at once. Alas, before the blades could make contact with Medusa, her eyes suddenly flashed with divine green light, matching the freezing expression she had on. Asna basked under the green light with her flaming blades, still moving with great fervor. However, almost immediately, Asna and her blades were petrified into gray stone, resembling a statue of a furious goddess. The moment this transformation took place, the pure symbol above broke apart, freeing Medusa from its deadly effect. Without waiting for even a nanosecond, Medusa swung her whip in the direction of Asna's petrified figure and coiled around her akin to a snake. The whip kept glowing with the same green light, seemingly reapplying the petrification effect. You shouldn't have used an ultimate divine technique so soon. Emer frowned. Such cards must be left hidden as much as possible. In case you weren't watching, I was frozen in time somehow. Medusa sneered. She must have awakened new laws that we have no immunity against. I had to do. Before Medusa could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt intense movements occurring within the petrified statue. Crack, crack. Then hundreds of fissures emerged out of nowhere and spread about akin to snakes, startling the three rulers alike. Just as they were about to react, a thunderous explosion of colorful energy was released from the petrified statue, shaking the entire battlefield. Without any warning, Asna streaked across the explosion with a murderous glare, and the twin blades crossed near her neck. She seemed to be covered in an aura of purity, resembling a sparkling barrier. Divine annihilation! Before the words could even leave her mouth, Asna's blades were already touching Medusa's protective barrier. Slice! Slice! The divine barrier showed just a bit of resistance before cracking into light fragments, incapable of blocking pure destruction, which was empowered by Asna's celestial prowess. When it came to raw power, Asna was currently on a higher level than all celestials, since divine abilities based on laws were always stronger than divine abilities based on elements. To make matters worse, she was using the ultimate of laws, destruction, and creation. Thus, Medusa was forced again to retreat, while increasing her strength by consuming celestial energy to ease Asna's rigorous assault. Damn it, celestial petrification worked on her because it targets her celestial aspect, which doesn't affiliate with her law's immunities. So how can she break it apart so fast? Medusa wanted to use her ultimate ability again, celestial petrification, but she was hesitant after watching how Asna easily broke it apart. Unlike Felix, Asna, and everyone else, the three sovereigns had been exploring the realm of celestial energy and divinities for eons. This made them perfect their understanding and utilization of celestial energy to the point that they were capable of coming up with celestial-based attacks unrelated to laws or elements. They resembled the standard for divinities but with an offensive nature. Since those attacks could harm even celestials, they were considered as ultimate divine techniques. This was one of the few trump cards the three sovereigns were relying on to defeat Felix and Medusa. Hence, it didn't sit well with Medusa to see one of her ultimates fail to hold Asna down for a single nanosecond. I don't know how you managed to petrify me through my immunities, but have no doubts. Nothing you use can put me down. Asna uttered murderously while increasing her strength to match up with Medusa, making it harder and harder for her to keep up. In the end, Medusa was finally forced to use a phone call. I need a little bit of help here. This brat outlevels me in every department. Medusa bit her lips tightly as she used whatever was in her possession to keep Asna's blades from touching her. While it might seem cowardly for a ruler to request assistance, Asna was truly making her put in the work. Her divine abilities outranked Medusa's, her spiritual pressure was a bit higher, and even her utilities and tools were too godly. If it wasn't for Medusa's divinities shielding her abilities, she would have instantly lost authority over them the moment she brought them out. Even without her spiritual pressure supremacy, her strength is on a different realm. Emer murmured while gazing at Asna's sadistic grin, as she smashed Medusa into the ground below with a back kick. Without stopping, they kept duking it out until they were millions of kilometers away from the void rift. When Emer glanced to the side, he noticed that Felix and Ammonius-Ra were also going at it strong a great distance away. This left just him and the clone near the main battlefield. "Are you going to help them out, or will you entertain me a bit?" Felix's clone inquired with a slight grin while leaning his chin against his elbow. "You have grown bolder, child," Emer responded calmly to the taunt, his eyes on Felix. "You're wrong." Felix smiled coldly. "I have just gotten strong enough to match my attitude towards you." Felix always behaved like this when he possessed the confidence to back him up. Now that his strength was equal to the three rulers and could be considered as their peer, he had no intentions of looking up to them. Emer remained silent, understanding that Felix had nothing to them but utter hatred. Although Felix was hiding it pretty well, Emer could easily see it in Felix's frigid eyes. Thus, he knew that it was time to stop being sensible and using his words. "As you wish, little one." With a slow and conscious motion, Emer reached behind him, his massive hand gripping the hilt of a sword that seemed to be forged from the very spine of a primordial beast. He raised the sword high, and as he did, it began to glow with an intense blinding light. Felix narrowed his eyes at the glowing sword, sensing that Emer was infusing it with his unique radiant divinity. This made him understand that he shouldn't bother relying on his laws too much, as Emer had turned his sword into an erasing tool. "Shall we?" Before Emer's words could register in the ears of the viewers, he dashed forward, his spine-like sword cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Felix didn't falter. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the center of the battlefield with a raging black sword, meeting Emer with an earth-shattering impact. As their swords collided, the divine radiance of Emer's sword and the chaotic energy of Felix's flames clashed violently, unleashing a shockwave of unimaginable force. Boom! The air exploded outward in every direction, a roaring storm of light and darkness intertwined. As the sheer power of the collision obliterated everything in the vicinity, mountains crumbled, and the sky above rippled like the surface of a disturbed ocean, as if reality itself couldn't withstand the clash of such opposing forces. Athena, Aeolus, Artemis, Hades, and the rest of the viewers across all dimensions could only watch with their breath held, realizing that the time had finally come. Both parties are going to go all out. The moment Athena said this, Felix and Emer separated and stood a mere tens of meters away from each other. For Celestials, it was the same as standing nose to nose. Yet, none of them made a move as they kept gazing at each other's eyes, seemingly frozen in time. This lasted for quite a while until even the tenants began to question what was going on. What are they doing? Why have they stopped? Nimmo wondered in confusion. Shouldn't my father take the initiative? Most of the tenants shared the same reaction, having no clue why they stopped so close to each other. You guys are mistaken. Eris broke the silence with a solemn tone. They are actually fighting each other, but in their own minds. Huh? Candace tilted her head in confusion. What do you mean exactly? Thor frowned, having an idea what was she implying, but not daring to believe it. From that single interaction, both of them managed to measure each other's strength and started simulating the fight in their minds. Eris smiled wryly. It's like chess or similar games. The masters think a few steps ahead, but the grandmasters think up to tens or even hundreds of steps ahead. For those two monsters, they can think up to billions of steps ahead, but since both of them can do the same and they know it, the outcome eluded them. The tenants remained silent, gazing at the two frozen celestials, having no clue how to react to such a ludicrous explanation, but it made the most sense. Ammonius-Ra attacked straight away, forcing Felix to react instantly, but Emer backed off from the first confrontation and Felix matched him. Lady Sphinx said, "If we can gaze at their minds, I am certain we will see a similar battle ongoing. Lady Sphinx had hit the nail right on the head. Right now, Felix was facing one of the toughest mental battles he had ever experienced. Although he didn't possess all the information about Ymir's powers, he realized that it was nearly impossible to defeat him without exhausting his celestial energy pool. But every method he tried was blocked by Ymir, leaving them to keep trading an infinite number of blows. The same situation was going through Ymir's mind. This child's powers are too tricky to deal with, he thought as he watched Felix's imaginary form alter reality to block their access to the universe's heart. Since such a move was on his mind, he had its counter already prepared. However, just as he was about to use it, he sensed that Felix had blinked, which implied the end of their mental stimulation. As expected, Felix pulled away from Ymir and extended his palm in his direction, his expression as stern as ever. They say that thinking too much on a simple task can cause a mental paralysis. He paused as millions of gigantic void rifts opened up all around them, each one more grim than the other. With a faint icy scowl, he continued, "Defeating you is as simple as it can get and doesn't require all of these mental hoops. All I need to do is overwhelm you." With a snap of his fingers, gigantic void cannons and rifles had their muzzles emerge from the millions of void rifts around Ymir, all pointing in his direction. Ymir gazed at the gleaming muzzles akin to a war prisoner about to get executed. He could feel the divine aura emitted from each weapon, making him understand that Felix had prepared those divine abilities way before they created their move. "You came prepared, but if you think this is enough to overwhelm me, then I am afraid you are setting yourself up for disappointment, little one." Ymir smiled kindly. Felix narrowed his gaze coldly, not appreciating being talked down. "Let's find out." The moment Felix was done speaking, the cannons and rifles started firing at once, causing the skies to tremble under the barrage of their assault. Each bullet or cannonball shot forward with the intent to tear through everything in its path. Their auras alone were enough to cut through reality itself. Divine destruction bullets, I see. Felix's celestial form was in perfect control over his powers and emotions. He didn't need to merge his law's personas to create the law of destruction. He could easily create it, and with the laws of finality added to the mix, his laws of destruction were getting closer to the same potency as Asna's. Still, Ymir stayed unfazed and raised his hand calmly, trying to open up portals to devour the incoming destruction bullets, knowing that each one was capable of destroying galaxies. But Felix wasn't done. "Divine seal of finality," Felix roared, his voice booming across the battlefield. A sigil of radiant light appeared on the skies above, sealing the entire battlefield. The seal glowed with a foreboding energy, making it impossible for any new abilities to be called forth. "Oh!" Ymir watched with an unbothered expression as his divine portals failed to manifest due to the seal's authority being higher. He didn't seem too concerned. His lips curled into a small, almost mocking smile. "Using my own specialty against me. How adorable!" Without a single twitch of his eyelids, Ymir's radiant divine sword flashed into motion. The blade moved with a grace that defied its massive size, slicing through the air with precise and calculated swings. Each swing was effortless, yet every one met a destruction bullet dead on, splitting them in half before they could come close to him. The viewers gasped, their eyes wide with shock. "What the monster? He is slicing through millions of destruction bullets without moving anything but the sword. I can't even see his movements. Just a golden blur." Elis murmured in disbelief. If even one of the fastest Unigens struggled to keep up, there was no need to mention the others. Elis felt like Ymir was reading the path of every single projectile before it even appeared. His sword the only part of his body that moved. Swish! With a smooth arc of his spine-like blade, Ymir cleaved through a cluster of bullets, sending shimmering sparks into the air. His expression remained calm, almost bored, as though this level of attack wasn't worth his full attention. How can he block them all? Felix's expression slightly darkened. He pushed even harder, summoning more destruction bullets from the void. each one more ferocious than the last. But no matter how many he sent, Ymir's blade continued its deadly dance, cutting through them like they were nothing. Swish! With a final sweep, Ymir deflected the last bullet, his sword glowing with divine radiance. Meanwhile, the millions of rifles and cannons seemed to have lost their divine luster, purplish mist emitting from their muzzles. The destruction bullets were too potent, even the rifles and cannons couldn't escape getting affected by them. Yet, the main target hadn't gotten a single scratch on. The battlefield fell silent, and the viewers were left stunned, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Ymir smiled a little, lowering his erasure blade, but still not shifting his gaze. "You can rain the heavens down on me, little one," Ymir said calmly, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "But no storm can touch me." Felix remained silent, many thoughts coursing through his mind. He expected Ymir to remove the finality seal, escape from the bombardment, or even create a powerful shield capable of blocking the bullets. But he didn't think that he would stand still and cut through every single bullet like they were made out of butter. It was like he was mocking him, telling him that he could deal with his overwhelming attacks without much efforts, proving himself right. "Do you want me to show you how it's done?" Ymir said calmly while coiling the spine-like sword on his thick right arm. Then, on each sharp edge of the spine-like sword, a point of radiant energy began to form, holding within it unimaginable force. Is he condensing celestial energy? No, it's not that simple. Felix narrowed his eyes at those condensed luminous orbs, glowing with the intensity of the stars. Before he could ponder on what he was witnessing, the bright dots slithered like liquid light through Ymir's veins, heading toward his fist. It filled it with such raw celestial power, even the tenants felt its frightening potency. Felix stood across from him, knowing what was coming but uncertain if he could truly withstand it. Yet, he had no intentions of running away, understanding that there was nowhere to go. All celestials were locked inside the eternal kingdom for, well, eternity. Thus, he tensed up his body and enhanced the invisible divine infinity barrier around his skin. "I wanted to avoid using those, but you have gone through so much to meet us." Ymir's calm smile turned Sinsider all of a sudden. "It will be a real shame if you don't experience the true peak of being a celestial." Before his statement could register in the minds of the viewers, Ymir vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was accompanied by a roar that seemed to shake the universe. The roar didn't come from his lips, but from his hurled punch, meeting the infinity barrier, and breaking it instantly like it was a fragile sheet of glass. The celestial fist crashed through it, obliterating the defense in an instant, leaving Felix staring at Ymir's luminous fist landing directly on his forearms. Ha! The sheer unimaginable force shattered his bones instantly, the impact resounding like the breaking of stars. Yet Ymir wasn't done. With his eyes closed, he turned his fist into a palm and whispered, "Ultimate divine technique. Heaven's demise. Unleash." After a sudden flash of light, Felix found himself hurled across billions of kilometers akin to a ragdoll, leaving behind him a trail of divine energy devouring everything in its wake. The landscape, the skies, the void rifts, even the cannons and rifles were engulfed in the shockwave, getting disintegrated into nothingness. It was like an apocalyptic scene from a movie, watching billions of kilometers getting erased from existence. The spectators were left with widened eyes, staring at Ymir, who was still standing in the same posture, his palm extending forward with his head lowered. Smoke seemed to emerge from his palm, filling in the absolute void before him. The most shocking part? The landscape behind him was left absolutely untouched, seemingly drawing a line in his position. This kind of control and finesse were just as freakish as the blow itself. Slowly, Ymir retracted his glowing hand while releasing a long exhale, causing his flexed massive right arm to relax bit by bit. As he positioned tall, his indifferent gaze landed on Felix, who was seen struggling to get back on his feet, blood spilling from mouth akin to a waterfall. His skin was cracked, his internal system was fucked. His bones were shattered into fine dust, and his muscles seemed to be held up by prayers. Even with all of his defenses in place, Felix was left gazing at the ground with a muddled look, feeling like he was hit by a force of 1 billion exploding suns. Even while separated by unfathomable distance, Felix could still feel the sheer weight of the god's presence dawning on him, akin to a god looking down on a mortal. Without moving, the god's calm voice echoed across the stars. "Little one, do you understand now? The mastery over celestial force is not merely the ability to manipulate it. It is the capacity to harness it at its purest form, to condense its vastness into a single point of death or expand its nature into a myriad of celestial techniques." Ymir's eyes locked onto Felix as he bestowed knowledge upon him for some reason. When one reaches the ultimate command of celestial energy, they gain the power to destroy a celestial as effortlessly as one crushes a mortal insect. I have reached that step. And with this mastery comes the ability to create what I call ultimate divine techniques, techniques that transcend limits. Ymir clenched his fist again, the force still coursing through him, as if the strike was only the beginning. What you experienced was one such technique, Heaven's Demise Fist. It is the culmination of all celestial force condensed into a singular strike. No barrier, no divinity can stop it. Not even a ruler can stand before this. He paused for a moment, his gaze unwavering. This is what it means to stand at the pinnacle of celestial mastery. I knew that if we allowed you more time to grow, you were bound to discover this realm on your own. Ymir concluded with a serene voice. We would be foolish to allow such a thing to happen. Meanwhile, a few seconds earlier, in a different battlefield, Felix and Ammonius Ra were seen facing each other in the great infinite void expanse of the Eternal Kingdom. While Asna and Medusa took their business to the ground, Felix's clone and Ymir kept it at the skies. These two had been trading blows until the mainland became a mere dot in their field of sight. Both of them seemed more comfortable with this much open space as they had similar cold grins. What's your plan here? Huh? Battle me until one of us dies of exhaustion. Ammonius Ra sneered. If this is the extent of your preparation, then, I doubt you will make it past an hour. Oh? Are you saying this because of your celestial pool? Felix said indifferently. Are you that confident in your pool's capacity? For billions of years, we have been stingy with our celestial energy use. Ammonius Ra stressed coldly. After billions of years of such effort, we decided to use everything we collected to the last drop. Just for you. Oh, so I guess I should feel honored? Felix mocked. No need. Soon enough you are going to feel something else. The moment Ammonius Ra finished, he lunged at Felix with his scepter set in divine flames, swinging it in a wide arc. Felix met the scepter with his flaming sword, their collision causing spatial cracks to emerge everywhere. Yet, none of them seemed to be willing to get pushed back. With each confrontation, both of them increased their strength by adding celestial fuel, making their attacks more powerful than ever. As their strength kept increasing and surpassing the 200 million mark, their bodies grew in size too, like their vessels needed to enlarge to accommodate their new strength. In almost no time, their sizes were already big enough to cover entire galaxies, and they didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Meanwhile, their strength had already reached the 500 million mark. Their bodies were engulfed in divine black and golden flames. How much are you willing to lose? Felix smirked as he blocked Ammonius Ra's scepter and held into it, watching as his black flames wrapped around it and started devouring it under the hateful gaze of Ammonius Ra. Bastard! Ammonius Ra cursed as he kicked him away, but Felix was like a stubborn pimple. He refused to let go, maintaining himself attached to Ammonius Ra one way or another. This irritated Ammonius Ra quite heavily, since he could feel that his divinities were being broken up and absorbed in great quantities after their size changed to rival galaxies. Although he already realized that such a reality awaited him, he had to keep up with Felix's strength enhancement. Otherwise, he knew a much worse fate awaited him. What? You are already throwing the towel? Suddenly, Felix halted his taunt midway after sensing what happened to his clone. His expression turned grim after noticing that his clone was gravely wounded by Ymir's ultimate divine technique. Ultimate divine techniques again, what kind of sorcery is this? And how come this is the first time I am hearing about them? The answer came sooner than he expected as Emer's simplified explanation rang in his mind. However, before he could give them some thought, he heard Ammonius R.A. crack a cruel laugh. That's Emer for ya. He says don't expose our cards, and he goes and do it. But I understand where he is coming from. His eyes suddenly burned with divine fury as his aura flared brighter than ever before. You sure know how to push our buttons, vermin. Release! With a growl that echoed across the expanse, Ammonius R.A. unleashed a violent explosion of divine solar energy from his body. The blast tore through the vacuum, an unstoppable wave of golden fire that slammed into Felix and sent him flying backward. Ammonius R.A. stood tall, his form glowing with unrestrained power. Faced the wrath of the true sun, ultimate divine technique, son of R.A. Raising both arms to the sky, Ammonius R.A.'s golden flames gathered in the opening between his stretched arms. Rapidly, a massive sphere of burning light began to form above him, expanding larger and larger with each passing moment. After regaining his balance, Felix squinted at the expanding blinding sphere, making him realize that this was no ordinary sun. It was pure celestial energy, condensed into a single, radiant entity. A blindingly bright sphere, so intense that it illuminated the void for light years in every direction. The heat was unbearable even for Felix, whose black flames barely flickered against the overwhelming radiance. The sheer size of the sun dwarfed both of them, its gravitational force pulling at everything around them. Ammonius R.A.'s lips twisted into a savage grin as he watched Felix struggle to stare directly into the sun. It's the same with Asna's. How am I struggling against mere light? Felix frowned in confusion as he failed to stare directly into the sun, feeling like his eyes were being pricked constantly. As a celestial and a unijin of light, this should be unacceptable. You must be wondering how can a mere light affect you when you are the unijin of light and darkness. Ammonius R.A. grinned coldly. It's simple really. Celestial energy is the only thing no one has immunity against, which means we can be affected by any byproduct in its concentrated and dangerous state. Why do you think I am maintaining my distance from my own sun? As he said, Felix observed that Ammonius R.A. was indeed maintaining a safe distance from his own ability, which implied that it could harm him just as much. The universe still uses chains crafted off celestial energy to deal with even you guys. Eris narrowed her eyes. This means the ultimate divine techniques have a similar kind of prowess as the universe using celestial energy. Emer was right, this is the peak mastery of celestial control. Even Asna couldn't resist the celestial chains after her awakening, which meant if the rulers truly reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery, they had the same prowess as the universe when utilizing celestial energy. This made Felix reach one simple fact. This sun will be the end of me if it touches me in any way. Turn him to ash. With a single command, Ammonius R.A. pointed toward Felix. The son of R.A. responded immediately, its surface rippling as a concentrated beam of pure celestial energy shot from it, racing toward Felix with blinding speed. Felix barely managed to dodge, the beam missing him by mere inches, but the energy it radiated seared his infinity barrier like it wasn't there. As he watched the beam pierce through space-time in the distance, the only pondered that coursed through Felix's mind was, just how much celestial energy are they consuming? He came to the dreadful realization that he might have underestimated the extent of the three rulers' celestial pool even when he took great measures to avoid falling into this trap. From what he saw, the three rulers always made it seem like they were beggars when it came to celestial energy as they refused to even spare a little to facilitate their plans. But now, all three of them were tapping into their shared pool like it was infinite, creating techniques that he was certain would consume an unfathomable amount of celestial energy. They have given up on using their celestial energy to break past the universe's heart, Eris proclaimed with a solemn tone. They are putting everything on the line to secure your celestial and unijin's cores, planning to use them instead. Felix didn't doubt her judgment for a second as he was going through a constant barrage of beams from the celestial sun, each one more potent than the last. The worst part? His intuition screamed at him to not use his celestial black flames to block or absorb those lances of fire. Felix trusted his intuition more than anything, leaving him to dodge frantically, his body flickering in and out of the shadows. Ammoniasare's laughter echoed across the battlefield. Run, vermin. Run while you can. You'll burn, just like everything else before my true sun. Felix ignored the mocking laughter and glanced up at the colossal celestial body, its overwhelming presence filling the sky. After what happened to Asna, his clone, and now him, he understood that in a battle between celestials, his laws were utterly useless and that Unigens truly had absolutely no fucking shot of defeating a single ruler even if they ganged up on him. Even Ares included wouldn't make much difference. Everyone believed that he had a slight chance of defeating a ruler, but in reality, their thought process was laughable. It seemed like Ares also knew that his chances of defeating a ruler were closer to none, which was the reason he never cashed in his favor and battled one of them. He knew it was nothing but a suicide mission compared to actually ending his saga against someone on equal ground to him. Divine abilities, ultimate divine techniques. Is this the full extent of their powers, or are they still hiding some other cards? Felix narrowed his eyes as he kept avoiding the rain of celestial beams. With all of his preparations and power-ups, Felix realized that the three rulers were like bottomless pits. No one truly understood the full extent of their strength. Why? No one came along to push them to their limit, and unfortunately for Felix, this job had fallen in his arms. Nevertheless, none of this had pushed Felix into despair or such. He was taken back, correct, but not scared. Why? He also had his own cards. Asna, I am about to start, he shared indifferently. Okay. Upon hearing her relaxed, charming voice, Felix didn't need to observe her battle to know that she had it covered. Although they expected her to run the three rulers over after awakening and becoming the universe's consciousness, Felix still made sure to teach her all there was about combat during the 100,000 years of preparation. After all, Asna had never gone through a real fight once in her life. Good thing he prepared her. Otherwise, she would have been played like a fiddle by Medusa if she planned on relying on her spiritual pressure to win. Aren't you getting a bit too comfortable? Ammoniasare's laughter died down after noticing that his beams weren't landing on target. He lifted his ankh above until its shadowy figure overlapped with the celestial sun. Then he uttered, "Return." Suddenly, Felix's ears twitched after noticing the fast-approaching dreadful presence of the beams from behind. Without turning his head, Felix instantly blinked to a different location just to see that his previous area getting absolutely showered by the beams. With thinned pupils, he watched as they reverted to the slightly dimming sun, restoring its size and vitality like it wasted absolutely nothing. If you thought about evading the beams until the sun exhausts itself, then you are quite foolish. Ammoniasare jeered mockingly. Felix said nothing as he comprehended that Ammoniasare controlled everything related to the celestial sun. This meant that as long as the released beams remained in the eternal kingdom, he could easily bring them back to the sun, resulting in almost no waste of energy. Let's make it a bit additional entertaining for you. With a sinister smile, Ammoniasare lifted his scepter to touch the sun until the head went through it. Then, he pulled it out, dripping with burning hot celestial golden lava. It was so heated, Felix noticed that the divine scepter's head was barely staying linked to the shaft. He didn't need to imagine what would happen to him if he were to get touched by it. Whoosh! Ammoniasare didn't give him much time either as he instantly appeared behind him, swinging his searing hot scepter at his head. This wasn't all. He fired countless beams from the sun in different directions, seemingly limiting his blinking locations. But Felix easily evaded his scepter while at the same time dancing around the beams, each one bypassing him by a hair strand. Since those beams could also hurt Ammoniasare, he joined Felix in the dance. The only difference was that he controlled the beams and knew about their trajectory beforehand, unlike Felix. This allowed him to join the beams in a mesmerizing spectatorship, making it seem like he was in perfect unison with their pattern. Yet, he was still incapable of hitting Felix. The viewers, who were tuning in to all three battles simultaneously, couldn't help but appreciate Felix's fancy footwork and cool-headedness. "He is truly a distinct breed to be this daring," Elis said with an odd look. "He has just eaten the full brunt of an ultimate technique, and he still dares to play along with Ammonius Array's relentless assault instead of changing the entire battlefield," Artemis murmured. "If I was in his place, I would have dipped the moment I learned about ultimate techniques and maintained on running until I figured them out." Artemis' strategy was quite sound since the Eternal Kingdom's territory was infinite. Besides the mainland, the void stretched for eternity since this was a mirroring realm to the universe too, just like the spirit realm, void realm, etc. In other words, while both parties were sealed inside this dimension, it was a big one, and she believed that the three rulers wouldn't be able to catch them if they truly wanted to run away. After all, their spiritual pressure was similar, making it impossible for the rulers to pinpoint their location if they used it to hide their presence. "Your logic is indeed sound, but you are forgetting one important fact," Athena conveyed with a stern tone. "The three rulers are holding the SG Alliance hostage." The moment she was reminded, Artemis switched her vision to the SG Alliance territory, just to find out that Felix still had the celestial barrier on it, protecting everyone from the three rulers' random massacres. She knew that as long as the barrier was up, Felix's celestial energy was being devoured at a rapid rate, unlike the rulers, who needed to attack only when the barrier was done. "The Paragon needs to ditch those mortals if he wants a fair fight." Elis frowned as he watched Felix continue to elude Ammonius Array. "He will never ever go for it," Artemis said softly. "His origins are distinct than ours. Then he is fighting a losing battle." Elis shook his head. "It won't be long before he exhausts his pool and gets left without any protection. This is the Paragon we are talking about. I am sure he has a plan." Athena narrowed her eyes in focus, feeling strongly that Felix would turn on the offense soon enough. "Are you sure? It doesn't seem like it," Elis remarked as he gazed at Ammonius Array, increasing the intensity of his assault to an inconceivable degree. Felix kept dodging, weaving through the deadly onslaught, but the accuracy and intensity of the attacks were increasing rapidly. Sweat dripped from Felix's brow as he narrowly avoided another searing blast, his body straining under the constant barrage. His black flames flared up around him, struggling to hold back the sheer heat that seemed to saturate every corner of the battlefield. Ammonius Array watched Felix with a sneer of satisfaction, like he had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Is that all you've got? You can't dodge forever. My flames will consume you, as it does everything." Felix clenched his fists, his black flames spinning around him in a protective cocoon. He knew the situation was getting dire. The beams weren't just close anymore. Each beam now grazed him, searing his skin, and even burning away chunks of his flesh. Whoosh! The next beam clipped Felix's side, sending him skidding backward. He grimaced, clutching the wound as the pain burned through his body like the same celestial chains of the universe were attacking him. Whoosh! He barely had time to catch his breath before another beam shot past his shoulder, tearing through the space beside him. Ammonius Array raised his hand, his eyes glowing with divine fury. "You can feel it, can't you? The inevitable. I've only been warming up." His lips curled into a cruel smile. "Let's see how long you last." Inside the sun furnace. Before Felix could react, Ammonius Array pulled a move that stunned him and all who watched from afar. A blinding flash erupted across the battlefield as Ammonius Array swapped places with the sun itself after limiting Felix's movements with hundreds of beams. The onlookers could only gape in shock as Felix's figure was completely swallowed by the celestial sun. The golden flames licked at his skin, his black flames struggling to protect him against the fury of the celestial furnace. Inside, Felix could feel his black flames being tested to their absolute limits. He seemed like he could barely see through the blinding light or craft a decent thought without the searing pain taking all over his mind. "You're done for," Ammonius Array sneered coldly. "The sun furnace entrapment is equivalent to being held down by thousands of celestial chains at once. The pain alone is enough to cripple even celestials' thoughts." Not expecting a response, Ammonius R.A. pulled his ankh and pointed in the direction of the sun furnace. Then, he uttered coldly, "Ultimate divine technique. Celestial chains. This is this." The viewers were left stunned as they watched golden celestial chains emerging from Ammonius R.A.'s ankh and slither toward Felix, akin to starving snakes. They didn't know if they were the real deal or a replica. It seemed like they were about to find out as the chains dug through the furnace and got hold of Felix, tightening their grasp on his limbs akin to a captured prey. "It's done." Ammonius R.A.'s cold smile widened at the sight, knowing that Felix's fate was sealed since he caught the one with the celestial core. "No, you're done." When this idea took root in his mind, Felix's pained expression vanished instantly. What replaced it was a look of a predator smelling a wounded prey. Ammonius R.A. didn't pick up on this grimace change due to the intense blinding light as it affected him negatively too. But he did pick up on the sudden tremble of the sun. Ammonius R.A.'s eyes narrowed in confusion as the intensity of his sun flickered, making him realize that something was wrong. However, before he could ponder on the matter, a single black dot appeared within the heart of the sun. Then, under the disbelieving looks of Ammonius R.A. and the viewers, the celestial sun began to twist and wrap clockwise like it was being pulled into the tiny black hole by a string. The entire scene resembled a black hole devouring a star. Before anyone could make sense of the situation, Felix erupted from the heart of the sun furnace in a blinding flash. His body was engulfed in a mixture of celestial black flames and brilliant golden fire. The flames extended to his blade, making it seem like he had tamed the wild flames of the sun furnace. Impossible! Ammonius R.A.'s eyes widened in shock after realizing that he couldn't control his own sun anymore. But Felix didn't give him time to react. "Infinite finality slash." With a cold gaze, he uttered as he sliced through the sun of R.A. in a swift motion. His attack was so quick, the viewers caught a mere aftermirage of his movement and the devastating aftermath. What an aftermath it was as the massive construct of pure celestial energy was split cleanly in half, its molten core tearing apart as Felix's blade cut through its center. After slicing the sun in half, reality itself rippled and was cleaved in an instant, separating the very fabric that held our universe together. Under the dim light of the sun, the collapsing reality, Ammonius R.A. watched as the invisible cut was already about to touch his divine barrier. Just as he wanted to blink away from danger, Felix called calmly in his mind, "Asna." The moment Asna's name was brought up, Ammonius R.A. found himself suddenly paralyzed in his place, unable to move an inch. He immediately figured out what happened after seeing the emergence of a pure symbol in front of him. Asnaea. His bellow was cut halfway the moment Felix's sword blazed through his torso, slicing cleanly from shoulder to waist. A thin line of golden/black light appeared across his chest, and for a moment, all was still. Then, in an explosion of energy, Ammonius R.A.'s body split apart, his torso severed in an instant by Felix's unstoppable blade, his barrier failing to block anything. As the name implied, the slice continued slashing through reality nonstop, seemingly cutting the universe akin to a piece of fabric. But Felix realized that the upcoming step was the hardest. Not giving time for anyone to react, he swiftly blinked in front of the sliced-off Ammonius R.A. As he looked directly into his stupefied eyes, Felix pierced his hand right through Ammonius R.A.'s chest, holding onto his celestial heart right in his hand. As Felix tightened his grip on the heart, he could see dread rising from within Ammonius R.A.'s sockets. Both of them understood that the only way to eliminate a celestial was by erasing the soul inhabiting the heart. After Felix found out that the three rulers' consciousness wasn't born out of the hearts but placed by the universe's consciousness, it made him understand that the hearts were for everyone to grab. As long as they were capable of erasing the consciousness operating the celestial hearts, which sounded simpler than it truly was. But Felix could be said to be the only entity with the ability to drag it off since his entire body was built to support 7 celestial hearts. Thus, without an ounce of hesitation and a cold sneer on his lips, Felix pulled out Ammonius R.A.'s celestial heart and brought it to his chest. His chest opened up akin to a portal to another dimension, showing 6 hearts and an empty place, awaiting the return of its rightful owner. The moment Ammonius R.A. saw his heart pulsing and beckoning to append itself to the open spot, he felt a chill course down his spine. Emir! Without a hint of shame, he called for his partner to rescue him as his entire body was still paralyzed in time, knowing that by the time he broke it off, his heart would already be within Felix. You don't have to yell. Suddenly, Emir's voice resounded thunderously within both Felix's and Ammonius Array's minds before the fabric of space tore open forcefully right beside them. From that rift came Emir's blade, huge, divine, and moving faster than anyone could react, its gleaming sharp edges leaving a trail of golden radiance as it severed Felix's arm cleanly from the elbow. One shouldn't forget that Felix's current size was comparable to galaxies, which meant Emir's blade size was big enough to slice galaxies apart. Felix's expression turned for the worse as he tried to append his hand that was holding the celestial heart. Alas, the massive blade spun in the air and smashed him with its flat surface right in his chest, sending him hurling away from Ammonius R.A. The moment he regained his balance, he saw Emir emerge from the void. His massive icy form was glowing entirely with divine golden aura. My apologies. It took me a little while to get rid of the clone. Emir's voice was calm as always as he helped Ammonius R.A. break from Asna's chronosanctum ability. When the viewers heard this, all they could do was gaze at Emir in dreadful silence. They had watched all 3 battles simultaneously, and while Felix and Ammonius R.A.'s confrontation was epic, it was nothing like what happened between Emir and his clone. It might have been a battle between 2 celestials, but it was nothing but a one-sided beatdown. I was doing fine too. I had this vermin caught with celestial chains within my furnace. Ammonius R.A. uttered hatefully as he returned his celestial heart to his chest. Yet, he somehow managed to escape. I believe he used his celestial heart powers. I have to give it to him. Emir smiled faintly as he looked at Felix's cold expression. He used whatever it took to hold me down without tapping into his reality manipulation powers for the sake of using them against you. He was quite close at absorbing your heart, dangerously CLO. Before Emir could finish his backhanded praise, Felix's cold visage suddenly morphed into a mocking grin. As his grin widened, Emir's heartbeat skipped a beat. Am I missing something? Alas, Felix gave him no time to ponder on his mysterious grin as he left them with 2 words. Wifey, switch. Instantaneously, Asna and Felix traded places, leaving Emir and Ammonius R.A. to gaze at Asna's cruel and sinister smile. The moment Emir and Ammonius R.A. sent their vision to Medusa, they were stunned to see her held down by hundreds of celestial chains, while crucified into a holy cross. As for Felix, he was standing in front of her. His hand was already deep within her chest, holding into her celestial heart. How did this happen? Ammonius R.A.'s pupils widened in disbelief. His reaction was understandable as the vision of his wisp of consciousness within Medusa's mind showed him no such thing. A short while ago, Asna and Medusa were seen turning the mainland into a war zone, causing the sky above to be torn by flashes of divine light, and the ground ruined by craters and jagged fissures of all sizes. Boom! Boom! Thud! You're too slow, Medusa. Asna taunted, her voice serene but dripping with superiority, as she swung a blade of divine destruction at Medusa's face. Medusa barely dodged the strike, using her divine serpentine whip to parry the blow. Alas, the moment she got out of danger, she was surrounded by 10 more crimson arcs, forcing her to blink away. TS? 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 You ain't going anywhere. Temperance virtue. Sacred lockdown. Alas, Asna stopped her attempt by slapping her palm on the ground, inking it with the symbol of temperance. Immediately after, holy lines manifested on the ground and spread out into a massive network, covering the ground underneath Medusa. Medusa found herself incapable of teleporting anywhere the moment those lines took hold of her feet. This forced her to block the incoming barrage by fueling her whip with radiant divinity, making it possible to erase law-based abilities. Alas, Unlike what happened between Emer and Felix, Medusa's whip failed to erase a single blade. In fact, Asna's divine destruction blades overpowered the radiant divinity and broke it off from her weapon. Boom! Boom! This resulted in her falling victim to the bombardment, relying on her divine barriers to keep her safe. Why do you even try? It's near impossible for you to defeat me, Asna said with a cold voice as she watched Medusa's hands clenched into fists as she struggled to regain her footing after surviving the bombardment by a fine line. As Medusa gazed murderously at Asna's face, she understood that unless Emer came to support her, she had to go all out. In other words, there was no holding back on ultimate divine techniques anymore. Emer, I am done keeping my cards hidden. With a cold glare, Medusa's passive retreating posture disappeared as she slammed her foot into the ground, cracking it beneath her weight. Her eyes glowed with an intense dark green as her aura surged around her. The snakes in her hair snapped and twisted, hissing violently as they seemed to grow more ferocious. Asna narrowed her eyes, sensing the change in Medusa's aura. What are you planning now? She asked, her voice tinged with cold amusement. However, her mind replied to the scene of her getting petrified, making her understand that Medusa wasn't to be underestimated. That's because while Asna had broken free from Medusa's petrification almost instantly, it consumed an immense amount of her celestial energy to power up the ability used. Medusa's lips coiled into a dark feral smile. You wanted to break me, Asna? Let me show you the wrath of the true Gorgon. With that, Medusa's snakes let out a wave of distorted hisses as her body exploded with dark green energy. Celestial energy. It can't be. Asna furrowed her eyebrows deeply as she sensed the celestial potency coming out of the dark green energy. She had seen black, white, and golden celestial energies, but not green. Meanwhile, Medusa's form began to grow, muscles bulging, her serpentine hair splitting into thousands of writhing venomous snakes. Her skin glistened like polished emeralds while her eyes were now fully aflame with a green, petrifying fire that gleamed with nothing but murderous intent. Asna took a step back, her amusement replaced with caution. She noticed that the sheer force of Medusa's aura was shaking the very ground beneath them, causing fissures to form and spread outward like cracks in glass. After the transformation was completed, leaving Medusa to tower above the battlefield, standing taller than the highest mountains in the kingdom, she observed below at Asna and hissed quietly, Ultimate divine technique, Gorgon's Genesis. Gorgon's Genesis. Asna murmured back with a solemn look as she surveyed Medusa's hair that resembled a living storm of colossal snakes, each one larger than the last, their eyes glowing with deadly intent. She could feel that they were extremely dangerous. Alas, just like she treated Medusa, she wasn't given a single moment to ponder on her enemy's transformation. Petrify her. With a snap of her finger, Medusa's serpentine hair shot forward, the snakes extending with terrifying speed in the direction of Asna. Without warning, they began firing dark green celestial beams of petrification, each one charged with the power to turn anything it touched into stone. The beams cut through the sky, moving like streaks of lightning as they honed in on Asna, attempting to catch her in their deadly gaze. Asna's pupils thinned as the first of the beams shot toward her. She managed to evade it in time, but the ground it landed on didn't share her pleasant fate. Crack! Asna observed with a stern look at the ground behind her getting petrified into gray dead stone while releasing dark green mist around it. Whoosh! 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 Your power! How unique! Asna muttered, her voice tense but carrying a hint of curiosity as she dodged another beam. For being the most powerful celestial, you sure are quite clueless. Medusa sneered while standing with crossed arms, watching as her army of snakes continued firing beams non-stop at Asna, making her flicker all over the place. Athena and the rest of the viewers were left a bit taken aback as they watched both Felix and Asna going through the same type of onslaught simultaneously. The only difference was that Felix dodged flaming celestial beams while Asna evaded petrifying green beams. How incredible! The three rulers were really hiding the bulk of their strength from us. Artemis spoke in fascination. Dark green celestial energy. Athena narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Maybe our whole understanding of celestial energy is as shallow as a pond. Meaning, Elis cast in her direction. Emer was able to condense celestial energy into single dots and combine them. That's one level of manipulation. Ammonius Ra has condensed and seemed to tap into its burning aspect, glorifying it to the point it can rival the same burning effect when the universe uses celestial chains. That's another level in tandem with a celestial classification. Celestial classification? What's that? Elis frowned. Are you making up words now? What those 3 battles have taught me about celestial energy is that there are many levels of its manipulation and also classifications or types. Athena elucidated calmly. For example, Paragon's black celestial flames can deconstruct, devour, and burn for eternity, which are 3 classifications in one. The 3 divinities are also classifications as they have 3 separate effects. Athena paused, her eyes never leaving Medusa's glowing green celestial aura. If we assumed that celestial energy has an infinite pool of classifications, since it is the energy of creation, then what Medusa is using now is a higher level of manipulation for a different classification. A classification with the powers to petrify even reality. Since it's celestial-based, not even Asna can survive against its effects. Athena determined as she observed at the green beams, petrifying patches of clouds and ground underneath, making them seem like they were frozen from the happenings of this reality. When it was like this, Artemis and Elis understood that elements and laws were nothing but 2 different classifications of celestial energy. The 3 rulers were masters of elements while Asna was a master of laws, but those were inherited powers from their celestial hearts. But what the 3 rulers had done was go far and beyond, exploring other classifications of celestial energy. What pushed them to do this must be their inability to survive against the universe's celestial chains, as they were still getting blazed by them even though they were immune to burning effects. The math wasn't mathing, and this made them spend their lifetime exploring celestial energy until they commanded it. Artemis nodded with a serious tone. I am starting to believe your theory is the real deal. Otherwise, nothing can explain that. Elis knitted his eyebrows while switching his focus to Felix's clone and Emer's battle, witnessing a whole different level of insanity. A few moments earlier, when the focus was back on Felix's clone, everyone was left watching the ongoing confrontation in solemn silence. Their attitude was understandable as Felix's clone was seen standing with great difficulty, his black flames flickering weakly around him. He was wounded all over after receiving one of the worst beatdowns Felix had ever gone through. Emer was seen hovering high above Felix, casting a shadow over Felix. His fists were illuminated with the same celestial dots from before, making anyone understand that he was not holding his punches against Felix at all. If just one heaven demise punch was enough to erase everything in sight and wound Felix terribly, one could only imagine how the battle would have gone with Emer using them continuously. The viewers had watched Felix getting forced into defense, using whatever means possible to protect himself. Alas, his divine abilities were useless against such insane power, while his black flames were too weak to devour or deconstruct Emer's attacks in time. The only valuable weapon Felix still had was his reality manipulation, but it didn't seem like he had any plans to use it. Is this it? Emer questioned calmly while whipping the blood off his fists. I know that you are just a clone, but still, I don't think you brought it out to sacrifice it this easily. While Felix and even the rulers could create perfect clones, none of them bothered to create an army of themselves, knowing that each clone tapped into the same celestial pool of energy. Also, they might be perfect clones, but they still couldn't be as powerful as the main consciousness since it held the celestial heart. I brought it out for a greater purpose. Felix's clone wiped his bloody lip with a faint bitter smile. But I didn't think you would be this powerful, ultimate divine techniques. They are the real deal. Felix had spent the entire preparation duration focusing on perfecting his divine abilities until he created some powerful ones like infinite finality /. But if he knew that there was a much higher level of celestial manipulation that remained untapped, he would have spent his entire time mastering it with Asna. Of course, it wasn't like he hadn't tried it out. He had spent some time messing with his celestial black flames, attempting to come up with much stronger abilities. But when he applied the same condensation technique he used on his other energies, it kept giving him a basic condensed ability. It was like he did nothing but shove celestial black flames together. Only now did he find out that celestial energy required a much different and more complicated condensation technique. It was so complicated that he was still unable to figure out how Emer was creating those celestial orbs during his beatdown. "You think this is it?" Emer gave out a rare chuckle. "Boy, celestial energy is an ocean, and you are merely seeing its surface. Yet, you claim you have mastered it." Felix sneered. "I call bullshit. It seems you are mistaken." Emer shook his head. "I have mastered what was allowed for me. If each has a limit on celestial understanding, then I have reached mine." "Heh! Since you believe yourself to be the strongest entity in the universe, you feel that no one can reach your level of understanding." Felix snickered. "In other words, you haven't mastered it truly, but merely reached a stage that can't be reached by anyone else." Felix's clone was connected to Asna and his main consciousness, which meant he was watching how Ammonius Ra had mastered the burning effect of celestial flames while Medusa had tapped into an entirely different unique classification, celestial petrification. Those two clues alone made him reach the same theory as Athena and even go an extra step and add his own take. Your peers seem unable to use each other's celestial abilities, which implies only one answer. Felix engulfed himself in black flames, healing his wounds instantly, before declaring coldly, "You are incapable of mastering more than one classification besides the inherited ones in our celestial hearts." After hearing all of this, Emer's smile faded slowly, replaced by his calm visage. His reaction made everyone comprehend that Felix had hit the nail right on the head. Interesting concept. No, this is far too important to skip by. Eris narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, thinking much ahead of Felix, whose concentration was currently locked on the current happenings. If celestial energy truly possessed such unique classifications, and that each celestial can only master up to one unique classification, then this implies a dangerous truth. Eris' focus switched to the direction of the universe's heart. Such advanced system can't be limited to our universe alone. In Eris' mind, elements represented mortals, laws represented unigens and such entities, but celestial powers represented celestial beings. In simpler terms, why would the universe's consciousness go far and beyond to create such a power system that dealt with celestial entities when he was the sole celestial at his birth? Unless celestial energy's origin was never this universe. Are we really alone? A chill coursed down Eris' spine as those findings made her belief of other life existing outside of the universe's heart more valid than ever. After all, celestial energy was being poured out of the universe's heart, which was described to be a portal to another place. The stone of reality seemed wounded when it was first located, having many cracks on it. Those many hints and clues made her think that the universe's consciousness must have done all of this because of something or someone from the other side. Alas, before she could think deeply about the matter or share her thoughts, Emer finally responded. "I guess there is no point in hiding it. You're right, each celestial can only learn and master up to a single unique classification," Emer said calmly as he raised his sword above his head. Then, a pure celestial aura started emitting from his body, covering him entirely. As the viewer's eyes focused on him, Emer uttered nonchalantly, "As a reward for uncovering the truth, I will reveal my unique classification." The pure celestial aura suddenly transformed into a chilling celestial blue mist the moment he finished, catching everyone by surprise. Unbothered by the surprised look of Felix, Emer uttered coldly, "Ultimate divine technique, Aurora of the Frostborn God." Immediately after, the darkened clouds parted ways as a beautiful light began to spill across the heavens. It started as a faint shimmer, but within moments, an ethereal blue aurora stretched across the sky, illuminating the ruined landscape below. While elements and laws always had a giveaway, Felix gazed nonstop at the celestial chilling aurora. Yet, the only thing his senses picked up was celestial energy. There was no ice law utilized or such. It was a pure ability crafted out of celestial energy with a chilling effect, just like the celestial chains carried a burning effect. As Felix gazed in awe at the aurora, he suddenly felt a damning chill take hold over him. His body, his consciousness, and even his soul seemed to have frozen completely, making him incapable of moving an inch. "Burn it!" He yelled in his mind for his flames to take over and get rid of the chilling effect. But alas, his black flames glimmered weakly, trying to battle back against the cold, but it was futile. "Descend!" Just like a heavenly order, Emer lowered his hand and the aurora responded. The moment it touched Felix, the air around him crystallized. The ground beneath him turned to solid ice, and even space-time seemed to freeze gradually in the impacted area. All of those effects seemed to bypass Felix's immunites like they were utilized by the universe itself. Meanwhile, Felix felt his breath freeze in his throat, and the ice crawling up his legs, his body stiffening as the cold seeped into every pore, every fiber of his being. In almost an instant, the viewers were left staring at a frozen statue of Felix's clone with stunned expressions. Emer observed from above with an impassive expression for a moment before clapping his hands once. As the sound wave landed on the frozen statue of Felix, it shattered it into tiny fragments, destroying his body, consciousness, and soul simultaneously. Interesting, he would rather sacrifice his clone that's holding me back than tap into his reality manipulation powers. Emer wondered as he gazed at the flying particles of what once utilized to be Felix's clone. Before he could ponder too deeply on Felix's motives, a sudden distress call resounded in his mind. Emir! Back to the present. After Emer saved Ammonius Array's heart from Felix's clutch. How did this happen? Ammonius Array's pupils broadened in disbelief. Emer's reaction might not be as drastic, but his thinned pupils were enough to tell of his present state. Without wasting a moment, both of them switched to their wisp within Medusa, just to witness a whole different scene. A scene they had been watching for a while now, putting their hearts at ease as they dealt with Felix and his clone. It was of Medusa, totally dominating and pressuring Asna to oblivion with her ultimate divine techniques and unique specialization, celestial petrification. It was as real as it could get, making them incapable of telling which reality was correct. For a ruler, this was impossible unless... Stone of reality, Emer said as he gazed deeply into Asna's faint mocking smirk, seemingly quite pleased with their success at pulling a fast one on them. I can't believe it worked. My dearest husband, you are still as shrewd and brazen as ever. Asna grinned while glancing at the crucified Medusa and Felix's hand that was holding her heart tightly, uncaring about the dreaded look she was giving him. She knew that the rulers couldn't do anything to save Medusa in time since Felix had used his reality manipulation powers to have a total lockdown on the area surrounding her. He had used much more than this to create this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She couldn't help but think back to the days of their preparation and how this plan came to birth. Many years ago, a soft glow of the moonlight peeked through the window of a cozy wooden room, casting a gentle light on the side of a comfy bed. On the bed, Felix and Asna lay wrapped in each other's arms beneath the warmth of their blanket. Their bodies snuggled close as the cool night air brushed against their skin. Asna rested her head against Felix's chest, her fingers tracing the patterns on his tattoos. They had just finished a long round of intimate lovemaking, leaving them completely satisfied and relaxed. Ah, if it isn't for those three fogies, this moment can be cherished freely without any worries. Asna's expression turned sour all of a sudden. Her mood dampened after being recalled of what awaited them at the end of the line. Don't tell me you were thinking of them during the act? Felix chuckled jokingly. Shut up. Don't be disgusting. Asna elbowed him in the rib with an annoyed look. Look who's talking about disgust, Felix teased with a wide grin. You weren't disgusted when we were... Boom! Before Felix could finish his sentence, he found himself lying naked near the lake with his face planted on the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. I deserved that. Yet, he merely chuckled as he stood up, dusting his ass while walking back to the house. When he entered the room, he found Asna staring at him with a faint blush on her cheeks. clearly quite ashamed. For two celestials to be having sex, God knows what kind of freaky stuff was going on behind those walls. We can't underestimate them, Asna murmured, changing the subject swiftly. Those three fogies. There's too much we don't know about their powers. Felix nodded, his gaze focused on the ceiling, though his mind was elsewhere. Yeah, their abilities are mostly shrouded in mystery. Every time they've made a move, it's been calculated with energy consumption in mind. No one has ever seen them go all out yet, which makes them even more dangerous. Asna shifted slightly, allowing Felix to return to bed with her. And then there's the matter of their home ground advantage. We'll be fighting on their territory, and they know every inch of it. That gives them an edge we can't afford to overlook. Felix smiled wryly, his hand moving to run through Asna's hair, the soft strands slipping between his fingers. We'll be walking into the unknown, and I don't like that. Asna tilted her head slightly to meet his gaze. As much as I keep insulting them, they are extremely clever, Felix. They've been in power for a long time. There's no telling what kind of abilities they're hiding. The moment we think we have them figured out, they'll hit us with something unexpected. We have to be prepared for that. Felix nodded in agreement, which means we need to plan for every contingency. We can't go in thinking we'll overpower them with brute force through your spiritual pressure. What if your spiritual pressure hasn't increased to the point it can overpower them? That won't work. Asna's hand lay on his chest as she considered his words with a solemn expression. If your spiritual pressure proves to be ineffective, we'll need to divide and conquer. Force them to separate. If we can isolate one ruler and eliminate him first, we might be able to tip the scales in our favor. But even then, it will be extremely challenging. He added, You're right. Isolating them is our best bet. But that's easier said than done. Asna smiled bitterly. They know how to protect each other, and they won't hesitate to regroup if they sense some ongoing fool play. Felix went silent for a little while, seemingly thinking deeply about what was the best strategy to separate the rulers while at the same time ensuring their inability to assist each other. Stone of Reality's powers are the key to our victory. Felix thought to himself, if I am going to use its powers, it needs to be a one-time thing. One move must secure the elimination of a ruler, otherwise, the loss of celestial energy will be too much to come back from. When Felix started thinking in this manner, ideas and plans started lining up in his mind, from which ruler he would target, to how he would bring everything together. After some time, a faint cold smile formed on his lips, leaving Asna to chuckle in amusement. I know that look. You have come up with something devious. It's not devious, but it does require quite a lot of finesse from both of us. Oh-ho? Tell me. Tell me. Asna's eyes sparkled in interest. It will go like this. During Felix's battle against Ammonius Ra, Asna, I am about to start. He shared indifferently. Okay. The moment Felix received a positive response, he tapped into the invisible fabric of reality and went straight to the instructions responsible for Ammonius Ra's and Emer's wisps within Medusa's mind. He was able to find them so quickly because he had already searched for them during his preparation stage, knowing that the fabric of reality was like an infinite book. Without filters or ample preparations, he would spend quite some time to find what exactly he wanted. On the outside, Felix was showing a struggling expression as he kept evading Son of Ra's deadly beams. But inside, a cruel smile was taking form. Let's give you a movie to watch. With one fling of his finger, the temporary modification took place and quite a hefty chunk of celestial energy was devoured from within him. It's done, you are in the clear. Felix said, Give a signal when you succeed. It might take longer than I thought. Asna frowned in irritation. When Felix switched to his wisp inside her mind, he saw her getting bombarded with Medusa's petrification beams and other projectiles. Damned ultimate divine techniques. Felix narrowed his eyes solemnly, understanding that they had at most a couple of seconds at best before the veil lifted off from the ruler's wisps. Of course, Felix made it impossible for Medusa's voice to reach her partners, in case she decided to beseech their main consciousness for help. But, All of those modifications were temporary, and the only reason they were working was due to him holding down both Emer and Ammonius RA, forcing them to keep their attention on him. Just do your best. I think I found a way to help you pull it off in time. Suddenly, Felix smiled coldly after his eyes landed on the sun of RA, the colossal structure of celestial energy. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix tapped into the fabric of reality and instantly pinpointed the instructions responsible for the burning effect of celestial energy on him personally. Next, he disabled it temporarily after paying a hefty price that made him knit his eyebrows a little. It will be worth it eventually. I have to find a way to get close to the sun without raising suspicion. Felix's thoughts were running wild while making sure to keep the act of being burned by Ammonius Array's attacks. In reality, its burning effects no longer reached him. Before Felix could overthink about his next move, a sense of impending danger suddenly hit him like a truck. Ammonius Array's voice thundered across the battlefield, filled with malice. You can feel it, can't you? The inevitable. I've only been warming up. Let's see how long you last. Inside the sun furnace. Is this really happening? Felix's eyes widened in shock as he felt the shift in space around him before a flash of light erupted and blinded him. As he squinted around him, finding himself in the heart of Ammonius Array's sun, Felix didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own enemy gave him a hand willingly. Having no clue that he had done a big favor to Felix, Ammonius Array channeled the subsequent ultimate divine technique, celestial chains. As he watched Felix getting ensnared by his chains, his cold smile couldn't help but widen. Although he hadn't let down his guard completely, he was certain that Felix was done for, as this combo was his strongest. Celestial chains plus a furnace of heated celestial energy? If it wasn't for Felix's modification on himself, he would honestly be cooked to death, leaving behind him only his hearts. But now, he was seen performing like he was being burned alive while in reality. His fingers were working overtime, tapping into the wall of reality. With one last tap, Felix's expression turned cold as he shared telepathically, Asna, prepare to go on offense. The moment he finished, Felix paid the price of the new reality manipulation with none other than the son of RA. Since the payment was done individually by the universe instead of him, the universe didn't give a shit about the ownership of celestial energy used. Thus, the horrifying and shocking scene came to life. The massive sun of RA started twisting and pulling into a tiny black hole, which was manifested by the universe to accept the price. Of course, with this much energy, Felix hadn't done more than merely one modification. He also helped himself a little by merging the black flames and golden flames of the sun in a single blade before firing it together as infinite finality slash. As the slash traveled sliced through reality in the direction of the shocked Ammonius RA, a different scene was ongoing between Asna and Medusa. Boom! 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 The entire battlefield was turned into deadish stone as the sky rained with green rain, touching every corner. Asna was forced to tap into her strongest shields and barriers to avoid the rain and the rest of Medusa's continuous barrage. You thought you could win against me straight after awakening? You are too green, Asna. Medusa's voice was filled with venom. Ultimate divine technique. Eternal petrification. Medusa's eyes glowed with intense green light as she gazed directly into Asna, wanting to freeze her once and for all. Unfortunately, Asna had picked up on its weakness after it was used on her the first time. She evaded her gaze by swiftly blinking behind her. The moment she left, the area was turned into fine dust as it had already been petrified before, leaving it too feeble to handle another round of petrification. You should try harder than that, Asna sneered. Your attack might be invisible for even celestials, but it is still a projectile fired from your eyes. Not bad, Medusa humphed in irritation. But still, this changes nothing. Your fate with your little husband has been decided the instant you step. Before Medusa could finish her sentence, she felt the entire atmosphere suddenly shift, like it had gotten heavy with another presence. Just as she narrowed her eyes in focus, thousands of glowing golden chains erupted from the ground and the sky, heading straight toward her Titan form. The chains moved with lightning speed, wrapping around Medusa's arms, legs, and neck before she could react. "Why, Arg?" She gasped in shock and agony as her body jerked violently after the celestial chains tightened their grip, immobilizing her instantly. "Wah! What is this?" Medusa struggled, her eyes wide with disbelief. "How able you?" The chains continued to wrap around her, binding her more tightly each time she struggled. Meanwhile, her celestial petrification energy flared as she tried to resist, but it was no use. The chains were too powerful, too divine, suppressing her abilities completely, which created her understand that they were the real deal. Unlike Ammonius Array's celestial chains, they were a mere replica, which had only the burning effect. The universe's chains were able to weaken and even seal one's powers. The viewers were left startled, not anticipating such a twist in events. How able she used celestial chains? Didn't her awakening have nothing with becoming the universe's consciousness? Aeolus exclaimed in disbelief. "This, I don't know." Athena, the know-it-all, was also left as confused as the rest. At first glance, she was able to spot the difference between Ammonius Array's chains and those ones, making her understand that they were the real deal. In other words, not even if Asna somehow learned and mastered an ultimate technique this quickly, she wouldn't be able to summon those chains. In her eyes, no, in everyone's eyes, if she had the powers to summon celestial chains from the get-go, there was no point in the struggle. She could solo the three rulers on her own in a few seconds at best. Unbeknownst to them, even Asna was startled, not expecting Felix's way of assistance to be summoning thousands of chains. "You sure treat me like a queen." Asna chuckled lovingly as she gazed at the ensnared Medusa, who was gazing at her with a hint of horror in her eyes. Knowing that those chains must be temporary, Asna didn't waste a single second, carrying her part of the plan at last. Her frigid voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Medusa, your time has come to be judged. Not by me, but by the balance of your own life." Although taken aback by the entire situation, Medusa still snarled, thrashing against the chains. "Judged by you? I am beyond your righteousness." Anyone in her situation would be scared shitless by now, but not her. She understood that her partners were watching the whole thing, and the moment they noticed that she was in actual grave danger, they would come to her rescue. Unbeknownst to her, her partners were watching an entirely different scenario. "We will see." Asna raised her hand, fingers glowing with divine transcendental light, and she spoke in a tone that seemed to echo across the universe. "Holy crucifixion technique." Abruptly, the sky was illuminated with a pure milky white, causing everyone to lift their heads and gaze at a massive cross of pure light, piercing through the petrified clouds as it descended above Medusa. After landing behind her, the chained-up Medusa was pulled by misty sacred light, forcing her upright against the cross. Her arms were pulled wide, her legs locked into place, and for the first time, a hint of uncertainty crossed her furious stare. This was a whole new situation, as she knew that Asna was using laws that she had no immunity against. What is this?" Medusa growled as she felt the weight of the cross behind her. She tried to summon her powers to escape, but the celestial chains created it impossible. "This is your judgment," Asna said with a soft, cold voice. "The holy crucifixion technique weighs the sins and virtues of a person's life. The more your sins outweigh your virtues, the stronger the judgment becomes. For the three of you? Heh, do I need to say more?" Asna snickered. "Judge me? Sins? Virtues? Who appointed you as the universe's moral compass?" Medusa sneered coldly. "I am a ruler, the supreme being. No one can judge me. Get off your high horse." Asna ridiculed. "The 7 sins and virtues belong to the original being, the universe's consciousness. You will be judged based on his compass." In other words, Asna wasn't the one making the judgment. Instead, it would be the universe based on those 14 laws. As she was done speaking, 14 holy and wicked symbols began to appear around them, representing each sin and virtue. Then, A manifestation of a brilliant scale appeared in the center of those symbols and above the cross. Everything hovered in silent judgment as though the universe itself was deliberating. Before Medusa could fight back, the judgment began with the cross behind her blazing with an unbearable light, while the seven sins swirled around her like dark specters, whispering accusations from every dark moment of her existence. Whether it was the random massacres, the abuse of peaceful spirits, the many sacrifices for their agendas, and many more heinous acts, everything was being studied and placed on the scales, favoring the side of the seven sins. As for her virtues, they were there but slim to none, causing the scale not to budge an inch. No one was really surprised by this result, as the three rulers chased after their desires like no one else, not caring about the aftermath or collateral damage as long as their goal was reached. In almost no time, the judgment was complete. Everyone figured as much after seeing 7 holy white nails and 7 wicked black nails emerging from each symbol. Wash! 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 Still taken aback by the whole situation, Medusa could only watch as the first holy nail shot toward her right hand and pierced her wrist until half of it came from the other side of the cross. Arg! This can't be happening. Medusa couldn't help but groan in pain, causing disbelief to paint her expression, as she didn't expect for a second that anything could cause her pain besides the celestial chains. The pain of the three rulers differed from mortals or even unigens. For the three rulers, who could control their bodies perfectly, nothing could cause them pain besides the universe. This meant she was truly being judged by the universe and not Asna. This changed everything, as she knew what the universe was capable of, and she had no interest in waiting to find her final judgment. Cling! The second holy nail landed on her left wrist, causing her expression to twist after the pain doubled. Emer! Ammonius! How long are you planning to watch? She chided her peers. Alas, no one was responding to her call. Cling! The third nail pierced through her tightened feet at the bottom, making her feel like she was glued to a wall. But Medusa ignored the pain and discomfort, focusing on her radio-silent peers. Emer? Ammonius? Still nothing. Seeing the confused look on her face, Asna couldn't help but snicker in ridicule. But she said nothing to expose their plan. She just kept watching as Medusa was pinned to the cross by a nail of each symbol. She knew this meant that Medusa had failed in the test of each sin and virtue. After all, just because someone wasn't being a bad person, it didn't mean that he was a good person. Medusa gasped as the last nail finally pierced her heart, making her feel like she was truly being burned on a cross. If she had immunity to 7 sins or 7 virtues, this might end differently, but alas, those immunites could be obtained only through wishes. In other words, the universe had to hand them down for a price, since their law's existence wasn't meant to be accessed. After all, they were the 7 longings and 7 virtues of the universe's consciousness. They belonged to him and participated in defining his being. If other rules were needed for the cosmos to function and survive, those laws were personal. As Eris and the tenants watched Medusa lashing out in anger, trying to escape the crucifixion and the celestial chains, they couldn't help but think that the universe consciousness had this exact moment in mind when he decided to extract the 7 sins and 7 virtues out of his body. Nothing works on the 3 sovereigns besides those laws and celestial powers, Eris murmured. Did he know that Asna and Felix had no chance to win against the 3 rulers without those laws, since they would be outclassing them in celestial mastery? Or was it just one big coincidence? Although she was the unigine of chaos and believed in the existence of randomness and coincidences, in this very particular topic, she was 90% certain that it was planned out. This continued to freak her out, as it made her understand the immense length the universe's consciousness had to go through for the sake of planning for this very exact moment. What entity or event can push him to this extent in his domain, his own home? With the thought of outsiders being more real than ever, this notion can scare off anyone, even the 3 rulers. Speaking about them, Medusa was seen calling for her partners both telepathically and mentally with their wisps. When she was ignored again, her fears intensified to the point she didn't hesitate to enter her mind and seek out direct contact with her partners. "You bastards! Are you forcing me to beg?" She cursed furiously. Emer and Ammonius R.A. turned around in surprise, not expecting her to show up before them while in the middle of the fight. "What are you doing here?" Ammonius R.A. raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Emer frowned. When Medusa saw their reactions, she knew that something was wrong. With a single glance at the reflection of their pupils, she was stunned to witness a whole different scene going outside. A chill coursed down her spine immediately, making her feel like a prey captured in a well-crafted trap. This made her realize that time wasn't in her favor at all, making her switch her focus to her wisps within both Ammonius R.A. and Emer and ask for their help directly. Alas, just as she was about to do it, she heard Asna's echo reverberate in her ears with bone-chilling coldness after instantly teleporting before her face. "Now it's time for our judgment." As the last word was etched in her mind, Medusa blinked and found Felix a mere inches away from her visage with the most diabolical sinister smile ever. Yet, she didn't gaze at him for long as she was assaulted by a sudden sharp torment in her chest. When she lowered her head slowly, she came to witness Felix's arm piercing through her chest and grasping tightly into her celestial heart. "Don't mind me. I am just retrieving my core back," Felix whispered with a cold smile. Without waiting for her to react, Felix yanked her celestial heart from her chest, leaving her staring at the giant hole in stunned disbelief. How foolish are you?" In an instant, Medusa got rid of any negative emotions that could affect her judgments and gazed at Felix with a cold look. She knew that by the time he tried to devour her heart, Ammonius R.A. and Emer would already be here, teaching him a grave lesson. As expected, before Felix could bring her heart to touch his chest, her peers teleported a short distance away from them. "It seems we have been taking it too easy on you," Emer uttered calmly, but everyone picked up on the frigidness in his voice. Not waiting for a response, he unleashed his divine spine-like sword, covered in a chilling blue celestial energy. However, just as he was about to blink on top of Felix, attempting to slice his arm yet again, he found himself suspended hundreds of meters away from Felix. It was like his teleportation had hit a wall, forcing him to stand put. "What's this?" Emer frowned as he extended his hand, touching an invisible water-like barrier that rippled at the softest touch. "You are thinking too lightly of me if you thought I haven't prepared beforehand for your arrival." Felix smiled carefreely as he stepped away from Medusa with her heart in his grasp. "This entire area has been locked up under the universe's commands, and no one can enter it unless I allow them to." To prove him right, Asna instantly appeared behind him without a problem. Unbothered by their murderous looks, he brought Medusa's heart to his chest and didn't hesitate to connect it with his internal system. The moment he did this, he uttered coldly, "Enjoy a front seat row at the execution of your dearest partner." "You dare!" Medusa shouted furiously at the sight of her heart getting integrated perfectly like it was returning home at last. Having no interest in going down without a fight, Medusa switched to her main consciousness, which resided within her celestial heart. When she opened her eyes, she found Felix standing a fair distance on top of the still water of her consciousness space. Emer and Ammonius R.A. wisps were also there, but in this scenario they were pretty much useless as Felix could erase them with a single glance. That's exactly what Felix did. "Wait for your turn." A mere look was enough for their wisps to blow up against their will, as there was no way the spiritual pressure of a wisp could rival the pressure of the real deal, especially if the pressures were even. After getting expelled, Emer and Ammonius R.A. glanced at each other in silence outside of the lockdown zone. "What's the move?" Ammonius R.A. asked coldly. "Medusa isn't one to go down without putting up a decent fight, but I am sure she won't be able to defeat him. I can't put it in words, but our hearts must never get in his hands." It wasn't like Ammonius R.A. didn't have faith in Medusa to defeat Felix and keep control over her heart. But he was the only one who felt the dread of Felix's hand clutching into his heart. It made him understand that if his heart was to be integrated and he ended in a soul battle, he wouldn't come out victorious. "Let's try to cut down the lockdown, if not," Emer uttered coldly. "Say no more." Ammonius R.A. understood what he implied. Knowing that it would be time to use what they prepared to deal with Asna, if she had ascended to becoming the universe's consciousness. Without further ado, Ammonius RA and Emer decided to not hold back and use one of their strongest attacks to destroy the lockdown once and for all. They squinted their eyes coldly and lifted their hands to the heavens while their divine auras were raging around them. Felix and Asna looked above their heads after noticing the sky darkening, sensing an overwhelming force gathering in the heavens. They instantly knew that what was about to come was no ordinary attack. Ammonius RA's voice boomed from the sky, filled with divine wrath. "Brat, your lockdown will not hold against the combined might of the celestial sun and frost. You have gone too far, and now you will face the consequences." Emer said nothing, as the only thing he did was keep his cold eyes locked on Felix, while channeling his celestial energy until the ground could no longer support either of them. It collapsed, leaving behind a massive home as they suspended in its center. Yet no one's eyes were on it. Instead, they lifted their heads high up, gazing at two colossal pillars of pure celestial energy beginning to take shape. One was a pillar of golden celestial flames, blazing with the brilliance and heat of all the suns in the universe, while the other was a pillar of chilling blue frost, so cold it could freeze the very fabric of reality. Under the stunned and dreaded eyes of the viewers, the two pillars twisted and intertwined with each other, merging into a swirling vortex of divine destruction. The sky roared as the combined forces of Ammonius RA and Emer formed their ultimate celestial attack. A spiraling pillar of celestial flames and freezing frost that towered over the battlefield with a size so immense, it seemed to touch the very stars. As the two rulers aimed the spiraling pillar of destruction at Felix's lockdown and everything within it, their voices echoed in unison, echoing across the shattered landscape. Ultimate divine technique. Pillar of celestial flame and frost. Whoosh! The massive vortex of flames and frost descended from the heavens, splitting reality apart like it was a piece of fabric, defying all logic. The flames scorched reality itself, while the frost froze everything in its path, creating unexplainable beautiful phenomena in space as it descended towards Felix's lockdown with unimaginable speed. Inside the lockdown, Felix and Asna looked up, their eyes widening as the destructive pillar tore through the sky, heading straight for them. "If this were to land on me, I won't even know how I died," Felix murmured in awe. Even if he hated their guts, he couldn't help but appreciate the level of mastery they arrived in their powers. To create something like this, he knew he would need a great amount of effort and time even as a celestial. Still, he didn't feel an ounce of worry or fear, neither did Asna. Why? The pillar slammed into the lockdown with a deafening celestial explosion, releasing an aftershock so potent that the three Unigens felt shivers course down their spine. "It's going to reach us." Elis gulped a mouthful. "No." Artemis covered her mouth in fear. "It's going to travel across the entire Eternal Kingdom's surface area, erasing everything and everyone at once. There is no need to worry about your people," Athena remarked with a stern tone. "By the time the aftermath reaches them, the battle will have been ended." In other words, whether the outcome went in Felix's favor or the three rulers, the aftermath would be taken care of. "Boy, you might be able to manipulate reality, but if we destroyed it, there will be nothing for you to manipulate." Ammonius RA sneered as he watched the divine pillars creating a pitch-black void as it kept lasering down the lockdown. On the other hand, Emer's expression didn't seem pleased. His squinted eyes were affixed on the lockdown, making him see that the lockdown wasn't cracked with great difficulty through the blinding light. Before he could wonder about the answer, a loud laughter echoed across the battlefield. After it died off, Felix's hardened voice resounded in everyone's ears akin to a thunderclap. "But who told you I modified reality?" He grinned. "Thanks to you, I had a whole sun of condensed celestial energy ready to be used. It was more than enough to write a complete new instructions. Can you guess what I wrote? Oh, it seems like there is no need." Whoosh! The moment he finished, the powerful combined pillars of destruction seemed to have lost 99% of their energy, dying off at a noticeable speed. Eventually, it went away, leaving behind a giant piece of rock suspended in an infinite void. As for the lockdown, It merely rippled for a couple of moments before it returned to its peaceful state. The viewers were all left stunned and speechless, gazing at Felix with questionable and admiring looks. Even Ammonius RA and Emer seemed to have their authoritative auras stolen from them by Felix, like all of this build-up, just for their attack to fail at putting a mere dent in the barrier. For a ruler, this was an unimaginable scenario, yet the one losing aura the most was none other than Medusa, who was receiving the beatdown of a lifetime within her mind. It was so bad that she was forced to switch her focus to her wisp inside her peers' minds and shout out loud, "He is going to kill me!" The rulers were startled to hear Medusa's beseeching voice so quickly, making them understand that the battle wasn't going as they predicted. They thought she could hold out for a few seconds at least, giving them enough time to come up with other ways before committing to their final card. But now, all they could do was glance at each other sternly, making up their mind. Meanwhile, within Medusa's mind, a shocking scene was happening live before the tenants. Felix was absolutely torturing Medusa, leaving her no time to even catch her breath. The battle was so one-sided that they started to doubt if she was the real ruler, who terrorized them ever since their birth. The stone of reality's powers are truly dangerous when abused, Apollo remarked as he played the lyre, busy creating one score after another throughout the whole confrontation. To weaken her strength to this degree, he must have committed a massive chunk of his stock. Eris narrowed her eyes at the sight of Medusa trying her best to defend against Felix's assault, but to no avail. She seemed as frail as a mortal, like she was cursed. This was exactly what Felix did, as he knew that the battle would take forever to finish if he refused to utilize his reality-altering powers. From the very beginning of his planning, he always planned on using the Stone of Reality to weaken the rulers, but such an ultimate move had to be done carefully to maximize the benefits. When combined with the celestial chains and the crucifixion effects still live, Medusa had absolutely no shot against Felix. Boom! Arg! With one flaming round kick to the stomach, Medusa was sent hurling across the waters, splashing it everywhere before she finally came to a halt. Whoosh! Felix blinked right above her and kneed her right in the face just as she was about to stand up, shattering her nose and lips and making her bleed everywhere. Yet, she lifted her head and her gaze flashed with the deadly green light that could turn gods to stone. Alas, it fizzled out, nothing more than a faint spark before vanishing entirely. Felix held her by the neck and tightened his grasp until her beautiful visage went as pale as a piece of paper. Then, he tensed his fist as he concentrated celestial black flames in them and pulled it right in front of her face. "What are you doing?" Medusa gasped while her eyelids trembled at the sight of the deadly fist being so close to her face. "Giving you a well-deserved beating." Before Medusa could react, Felix's fist became a blur of motion, faster than her weakened state could track as his fist slammed into her face with brutal force continuously. Thud! 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 Medusa's body crumbled under the never-ending blows, leaving her hanging by her neck akin to a lifeless chicken. Blood was spilling everywhere while her serpentine hair had already turned into a mashed-up, bloodied soup of snakes. "You've terrorized and tormented us for eons," Felix growled coldly. "How does it feel to finally be powerless?" Medusa's puffed-up eyes blazed with fury, but she couldn't muster the strength to fight back. Every movement was sluggish, her body heavy as if Felix had drained every last ounce of her power. She tried to speak, but before she could, Felix's hand shot out, smashing whatever was left of her teeth. Yet, she still stood defiantly before him, her eyes not showing an ounce of remorse. Knowing that trying to make her feel guilty was as impossible as making a cat love a bath, Felix pulled back his glowing red fist and uttered coldly, "If only there was a hell for you, I would have visited you to continue our talk. But for now, it's time you say goodbye." The moment he finished speaking, Felix channeled all of his celestial and spiritual powers into his palm, making it glow as brightly as the sun. As he pulled it away from Medusa and targeted the seemingly infinite ocean underneath him, wanting to obliterate her consciousness in one hit, Emer's calm voice resounded in his mind. Not in my wildest dreams would I have believed that you would give us this much trouble without Asna's spiritual pressure prowess. I salute you, little one. I genuinely do. Your entire existence is an unexplainable miracle. He paused for less than a nanosecond before adding with a bone-chilling tone. But we aren't your average foes. The moment Felix heard the last part, he saw Medusa's broken mouth widen creepily like a nightmarish monster catching her victim after a long chase. Then, she broke into light particles with the rest of her consciousness space. Meanwhile, outside of the consciousness space, Felix and Asna were forced to narrow their eyes after brilliant light erupted from both Emer and Ammonius chests. Why? Both of them and the rest of the viewers were left stunned at the sight of Emer's and Ammonius celestial hearts, emerging from within their chests and linking up with a string of celestial energy. What's going on? He muttered to himself, tightening his grip on Medusa's heart, having a bad feeling. Alas, before he could think of any precautions, Medusa's heart suddenly jerked violently in his chest and then burst out of it with an unstoppable momentum. No! Felix shouted with an ugly expression as he reached out, attempting to catch it. Alas, the heart slipped through his fingers like water and wheezed at the speed of light in the direction of the other two hearts like it was responding to a calling. The lockdown, huh? Just as Asna wanted to depend on the lockdown to do its job and keep it inside. She was shocked to see it pierce through it, failing to contain it. It was like the heart had a single goal in head and nothing could stop it from achieving it. Here we go. Lord Hades sighed as he watched the current events. He was cheering for Felix and Asna from the very start. While he was pleased and astounded by their performance, he always knew that the three rulers would never fall this easily. While he had no idea what was going on with the three celestial hearts connecting to make a triangle shape, he understood that the moment for foolery was concluded. Meanwhile, the three rulers' bodies broke into three light particles, orange, blue, and green. Under the eyes of the watchers, the mist of particles was fed to the center of the three linked-up celestial hearts. As the mist started to merge and condense, the three celestial hearts spun rapidly around the triangle's axis. Whoosh! Whoosh! I don't know what they are planning to do, but we can't sit by and watch them feeny. Boom! Asna ended up getting interrupted by a huge explosion of celestial energy that released a wave of destruction. The unbreakable lockdown started showing cracks and fissures here and there, making Felix realize that it was weakening incredibly fast. But this wasn't on top of his priority list at the moment. Following the blinding explosion, the light started dimming slowly, leaving everyone squinting their eyes at a wavy figure emerging from the light. What in the... Impossible! Have they really? When the figure fully emerged, everyone with two pairs of eyes had them widened to the limit at its shocking appearance. Their reaction was still tame when considering that the three rulers had merged up their bodies, celestial hearts, and even their souls, to become a singular entity. A huge imposing entity with three distinct heads. Emer's head glowing icy blue, Ammonius radiating fiery gold, and Medusa's murderous expression surrounded by dark green aura. They had 6 arms and 2 legs that supported their towering form with the weight of godlike authority. They were draped in a flowing radiant garment made of divine cloth, mixing with hues of blue, red, and green. As they gazed at Felix and Asna with their glowing dreadful eyes, they made them feel a new level of pressure, an overwhelming pressure that made their hearts skip a beat. We never believed we would be forced to summon our ultimate form, Brahma. But you did it. The 3 rulers spoke in unison. Their merged voices became deep and somewhat robotic. Brahma? How? Why am I sensing that you have become a singular entity? Felix spoke coldly, striving to cover his true emotions from this sudden twist. His senses made him realize that this new entity was too dangerous as he couldn't pick up on its spiritual pressure levels. He knew that failing to do this implied a really bad conclusion. As much as we would like to answer your questions, unfortunately, we can't maintain this form for long. Brahma responded in harmony while lifting their 6 arms and pointing their palms at Felix and Asna. So, please perish. Before anyone could react, Brahma released their spiritual pressure at full strength, empowered by all three celestial powers combined. While most spiritual pressure attacks are invisible, this one was fully visible to even a mortal as it emerged from their six palms as colorful waves of absolute destruction. All Felix could think of as he gazed at the upcoming attack was, "We can't take it." The moment the thought registered in his mind, a crushing wave of spiritual pressure slammed into the lockdown with the force to shatter galaxies condensed into a single unbearable attack. Asna's eyes widened as the intensity of the spiritual weight pressed down on her like an excruciating storm. This can't be real," she whispered with a hint of dread as she shielded herself with her spiritual pressure to stay on both feet. The destructive wave of spiritual pressure was so intense, both of them could feel its overwhelming presence trying to cripple them. This was happening while they were still under the protection of the lockdown. Such immense power, Eris murmured with a dazed look. For their spiritual pressure to combine and surpass even Asna's, the fused celestial hearts must have given birth to the closest entity to the universe's consciousness. They may not have received the same information as us about the universe's consciousness, but they weren't stupid to not figure out some of it. Apollo frowned. They must have realized that their hearts can be combined due to their great similarities. Since those hearts belong to the same entity, merging them is the same as giving birth to a weakened version of the universe's consciousness. It looks like they haven't gotten control over the universe's authority, but their spiritual pressure was affected greatly. Eris concurred solemnly as she watched Felix and Asna combine their spiritual pressure to strengthen the lockdown. Alas, the pressure bore down harder, causing long cracks in Felix's lockdown to deepen, splitting wide as the barrier struggled to hold together. "Felix," Asna called out with a tint of urgency. "We can't hold this." "I know." Felix's jaw clenched, his eyes locked on the sacred Brahma. He could feel it too. The lockdown was on the verge of shattering completely as the power radiating from Brahma was unlike anything he had ever faced. As he kept feeling Brahma's spiritual pressure intensifying rapidly to the point his knees started making creaking noises, he was finally hit with a realization that chilled him to the core. They couldn't win this battle. Not now. Not against Brahma's sheer might. "Asna," Felix muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes locking with hers. "We have to get out of here. Now." "You don't have to tell me twice," Asna concurred with a solemn tone. Even without the rulers telling them about the form's weakness being temporary, they would have easily figured it out on their own. After all, if this form didn't require such a heavy investment and could remain permanently, the three rulers would have started their battle with it. Thus, the best option was to retreat and hide until their Brahma form expired. Unfortunately, if they realized as much, then it meant that the three rulers had already prepared countermeasures against it. "None of you are going anywhere," Brahma uttered coldly as they opened up a portal underneath the cracked lockdown and pushed it through with their intense spiritual pressure. As Felix and Asna gazed underneath, they realized that they had been sent to the dimensional pocket of the universe's heart. In fact, it was sitting right behind them, still releasing celestial energy in a misty form. Yet, neither of them bothered to waste their time on it as they realized that their teleportation abilities and such were inactive. "It's the seal. It's the best seal known in the universe, as it is impossible to break it apart without the three rulers' approval," Asna disclosed with a distressed tone while gazing at the flaring seals on the dimension's surface. As someone who spent most of her life sealed, either in the imprisonment grounds or the dimensional pocket, she was quite familiar with their grades. If the seal locking the Void Realm was considered grade 1 while the sealing hall was a grade 5, then the one used here was a solid 4. Felix knew all of this beforehand, leaving his expression to turn quite ugly at the realization that the three rulers were forcing their hands to fight until the end. "This isn't looking good for them." Athena narrowed her eyes at their unenviable situation. "It's impossible to break the seal in a short period even if he used those peculiar reality-altering powers. I doubt they can even hold out for a few seconds at most." Elis nodded, his stern voice reflecting the gravity of Felix and Asna's dilemma. If the three rulers' spiritual pressure was to ever fall on them, This might be the end. Artemis sighed softly. Felix and Asna knew this all too well, leaving them eyeing each other with sober looks as they weighed their options telepathically. I can use the stone of reality's powers to separate them forcefully, but I don't know how long it will take or the price required. Felix shared. It's too risky. Asna rejected it. Any modifications used on the three rulers cost significantly more resources than doing it on your own. I would rather have you invest all your celestial energy in yourself. I think so too. Felix concurred in agreement. He knew that if he attempted to weaken the three rulers' spiritual pressure or separate them, he might not be able to afford the cost even if he paid everything he owned. Fortunately, the son of Ra had helped him pull off his main plan without investing much of his own celestial energy. This meant he still possessed quite a decent amount in his reserve. Where is your gusto and bravado from earlier? Brahma taunted with the same metallic-like voice, but Felix immediately recognized that it was Medusa speaking. Her bloodied expression from before was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a murderous, sinister look. Crack! Crack! As Felix saw the lockdown barely holding on to its dear life, he ignored Medusa's ridicule and got into work, his fingers flying across the wall of logic. Since he was focusing primarily on himself, he instantly finished the modification and began pouring all of his celestial energy into the small dark hole on the surface of the fabric of logic. As it devoured celestial energy like a hungry hippo, Felix could feel his spiritual pressure increasing at a rapid pace. Shatter! Alas, the lockdown finally gave out. Brace for impact! Felix bellowed as he stood in front of Asna. After a thunderous explosion of particles, Felix and Asna steeled their guts and channeled everything in their power to summon their strongest burst of divine spiritual pressure. This resulted in the birth of two visible waves of destruction, one black and the other white. They merged together as they headed to take on Brahma's spiritual pressure directly. Boom! With a deafening roar, the two spiritual waves collided in the center of the pocket dimension, creating a catastrophic impact. Time seemed to halt for a moment as the beams clashed, their energies grinding against each other in a struggle for dominance. Then, with an explosion that defied comprehension, the collision unleashed an astronomical shockwave that erupted outward, obliterating everything in its path. Entire landscapes were erased in an instant as the raw spiritual pressure tore through the fabric of reality, leaving the strongest dimension in the universe to tremble on the brink of collapse. Space twisted, matter disintegrated, and the ground beneath them vanished into nothingness. All was swallowed by the storm of energy, turning the dimension into a piece of void. Yet, the universe's heart remained untouched. The core of existence kept pulsing with an otherworldly light, serene and immovable as if mocking them. Yet, no one seemed to pay it any attention as everyone's eyes were affixed on the point of contact between the spiritual waves. When they saw that Felix's and Asna's beams were being pushed back gradually, the viewers were left with mixed emotions. Lord Hades and the other Unigens had bitter smiles. The tenants shared solemn looks with hints of despair in them, while Kronos merely had a knowing smile. As he gazed at Felix's hardened eyes from a distance, he seemed to be looking into his consciousness space, or to be more precisely at one of the tenants. Loki, I think it's time you show the Joker card, he thought to himself. As he was believing this, a single thought was coursing through Lord Loki's mind as he watched Felix and Asna getting pushed to a dead end. They were struggling heavily, and he knew that it wouldn't be long before their spiritual pressure gave in. Oh, how I wished we won without needing me to use it. Lord Loki showed a bitter, hopeless smile. I guess I was really asking for a lot. Queen AI. Yes, Master. Queen AI responded instantly. Lord Loki seized a deep breath and ordered with a deadpan look, It's time, my love. Activate the Ascension Protocol. Many, many years ago, inside a dimly lit chamber that hummed with the soft sound of machinery, Queen AI's supermassive brain was seen encased in a glass container filled with a strange luminescent liquid. It was connected with countless cables, pulsing with blue light continuously. Loki sat before her in silence, his sharp eyes scanning the holographic data around him, showing lines of intricate code, graphs measuring cognitive capabilities, and projections of seemingly endless calculations. His expression was unreadable as he was buried in his thoughts. For a long moment, neither spoke. The only sound echoing in the gloomy chamber was Loki's fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. After a short while, he broke the silence. "How much more?" Loki asked solemnly. "How much more data do we need before we surpass Unigen's consciousness prowess?" There was a pause. The lights within Queen AI's container flickered as she responded with an emotionless voice. "Based on the current data projections and calculations, the amount of data needed to exceed Unigen's level of consciousness is still astronomical." Astronomical! Loki frowned. "Give me numbers." "It's impossible to pinpoint the exact numbers needed," Queen AI replied. "Based on the data about the celestial entities, to reach their level, we will need to acquire significantly more cognitive data in the hundreds of quintillions, if not more." "Ah!" Loki exhaled softly, leaning back in his chair with a helpless look. His fingers halted the rhythmic tapping, and he crossed his arms over his chest. He gazed at the glowing container thoughtfully as the weight of her words sank in. "So we're still far, far behind," he muttered to himself. Queen AI's voice remained steady. "Correct. The data required to achieve such a leap is not easily obtainable. We will need to access sources of knowledge beyond what we currently have, unconventional methods, or tapping into realms of thought we have yet to explore." Loki's lips broke into a bitter smile as he said, "Unexplored realms. You say? I have already fed you data from every accessible realm." Ever since the birth of UVR and Queen AI, Lord Loki had been feeding her unique data nonstop to enhance her consciousness prowess. With almost everyone in the universe connected to the UVR, anything they saw or found was being added to her database, strengthening her even further. In fact, everyone was living under the illusion that they had free choice in what kind of data they could allow Queen AI access to. For example, Queen AI tried many times to buy unique data from Felix like the ancient languages or such. Unbeknownst to him at the time, whether he accepted the trade or not, Queen AI was still getting the data she wanted since she was operating under Loki's orders first and foremost. In other words, she could break the laws of the rulebook as long as Lord Loki ordered her. Now, imagine how much data she had access to for millions of years when the AP bracelets served as her eyes and ears across the entire universe. "I really thought that the new data from the quantum realm and celestial beings would be enough to make the last push." Loki sighed. "I guess I still underestimated the celestial's consciousness level. It's nowhere close to a Unigen's level." Queen AI remained silent, hearing to his thought process. "Is this it? To harvest that much unique information is impossible unless we discovered a whole new universe and handed everyone in it AP bracelets." Lord Loki understood that even then, they would need to wait for eons until they could harvest enough for the initial push. "Is it really impossible without going that far?" Loki murmured. "Without becoming a monster?" Queen AI stayed silent. But it was all the confirmation he needed. Loki stood up and walked to Queen AI's container. He reached out with his hand and caressed the glass gently. Then he inquired with a faint voice, "My love, are you guaranteed to ascend if we use the forceful protocol?" Calculating, "Yes." Queen AI confirmed monotonously, "Based on the data, my consciousness will touch upon divinity for a few moments." Loki closed his eyes as he placed his forehead in the glass container. Then he murmured, "What are the odds of you surviving the process?" 0%. Queen AI answered calmly. "What about the others?" 0%. All of this for a brief peek upon divinity. Is it even worth it? Will it make any difference? Loki smiled wryly as he gazed into the ceiling. Just like Lord Shiva, Loki's dream was always the death of the three rulers after they were told that their birth was meaningless and served nothing but to entertain them. Ever since then, he held this grudge deeply in his eyes without showing it to anyone, masking it with his playful and unserious persona. While Lord Shiva desired to destroy the universe and kill everyone in it for the sake of uprooting their entertainment stage, Lord Loki had a much more devious plan. He wanted to actually harm the three rulers and even sought to kill them. He didn't care if he failed, as long as he harmed them, he was willing to die on that hill. In his eyes, it was all worth it to touch those gods and show them that they were not invincible. The method he devised was to utilize the metal race's infinite growth potential after realizing that their consciousness prowess was linked to how much data they possessed. With a target in mind, Loki created the UVR and Queen AI. With his illusion powers, no one had any chance to find out or do anything to stop it. After the birth of Queen AI and UVR, his plan was in full motion, and all he needed to do was wait patiently as Queen AI continued to increase her spiritual prowess. But after Felix came into the picture and saw how he was growing much stronger than Queen AI, he started placing his bets on him. After Felix ascended to a Unijin and a Celestial, he even started thinking of completely giving up on his plan. After all, he found out more about the Unijins and the three rulers, making him understand that his plan was foolish from the very start. Those three monsters could never be taken down by his beloved creation unless a miracle occurred. Thus, he cheered on Felix, just like any other primogenitor, desiring his justice, even when he found out later that their birth served a big role in the universe's consciousness rebirth. Still, the seeds of hatred were already buried deeply, and he still desired the Arisu of the three rulers. Just when he thought that his ludicrous plan would be concealed for eternity, he was given a chance to cast light on it. Although when he knew that the consequences were too much to stomach for anyone, Loki still uttered with a solemn tone, "It's time, my love. Activate the Ascension Protocol." The moment the order reached Queen AI, the blue glow in the chamber flickered and then turned a deep, ominous red. The blue pulses that had once traveled through the cables connected to Queen AI's brain shifted in color, morphing into a sinister crimson. Meanwhile, all across the universe, individuals wearing AP bracelets, scientists, explorers, fighters, civilians, and leaders felt a vibration on their wrists. In that instant, a single notification appeared on every bracelet's interface. "I am sorry." The message was short, cryptic, and cold, but there was no time to process it. No time to understand what those three words meant. Before anyone could even react, a wave of overwhelming pressure crashed through their minds. One by one, the eyes of every person wearing the bracelet rolled back into their heads. Their bodies stiffened as their consciousnesses were forcibly ripped from them, leaving behind nothing but hollow, lifeless shells. Across entire cities, planets, and star systems, people collapsed, their minds violently severed from their bodies. Loki was watching those horrific scenes of people of all races, ages, and genders, collapsing into corpses everywhere. The numbers weren't in the thousands, millions, billions, or even quadrillions. It was a number with so many zeros that one would need minutes to enunciate all of it. All of those lives collapsed at once. This resulted in players within the games dying, and so as the viewers in the stands. Fighters within war-ridden battlefields to perish together. Families enjoying a nice dinner to fall face flat on the table. The Scallions' inner and outer leaders collapse in meetings with each other, in their bedrooms, and even during a speech in front of their entire nations. But, fret not, no one was there to witness it, as even the ones without AP bracelets had their consciousness snatched from them as long as they were close to someone wearing it. In other words, not even babies were spared. Yet, the shocking part? He showed no mercy to anyone. Not even Felix's friends and loved ones, including Olivia, Selfie, Badadai, Allura, and every one of Felix's subordinates, as he watched their eyes reflect a soulless and confused gaze while lying on the ground motionlessly. All he could do was tighten his grip on the edge of the control panel. I am sorry, but it had to be done." Loki bit his lip tightly until blood seeped down his chin. Yet, he felt no pain as his heart died out the moment the order was given. It had to be done. It's either them or us. There is no in-between. No in-between. Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, Felix and Asna were still holding strong against Brahma's spiritual pressure, but everyone could see that it wouldn't be long before they got overwhelmed. Damn it! Grow faster! Faster! Felix gritted his teeth in desperation, releasing every ounce of his spiritual pressure, holding nothing back. If it weren't for his spiritual pressure increasing continuously, he would have already gotten crushed with Asna. Felix, I don't see another way out. I have to do it, Asna yelled. She wasn't having it any better than Felix. Her knees were already getting buckled in while her face contorted to an unrecognizable look. The pressure was so intense, it felt like they were being crushed by the weight of the entire universe. No, we just need to hold on. Their form is bound to weaken. Felix rejected her suggestion vehemently. During their preparation, they had decided on a last Hail Mary strategy in case they were placed in a deadlock with no way out. It was none other than making Asna blow her soul to pieces right next to the three rulers. They knew that a celestial soul explosion was powerful enough to take down even celestials if they were hit by it directly without countermeasures. If it didn't succeed, it would give Felix enough energy to deconstruct into more celestial energy, which would refuel his tank. But Felix knew that it would be useless against the current Brahma's form. They will easily survive the explosion in this form. Felix groaned in pain as he got pushed into his knees. The energy produced won't be helpful to me at all. If it was any other situation, Felix wouldn't be saying this. But he understood that what he needed was time and not energy, since his spiritual pressure was trying its best to catch up while feeding on his celestial energy. Still struggling? Why? You already know the outcome. Suddenly, Brahma's cold, harmonious voice resounded on the battlefield. When Felix and Asna looked at their taunting expressions, their hearts burned up in hatred and wrath. Alas, such emotions had no place in this conflict. Both of them knew that the three rulers were using spiritual pressure to ensure that neither of them utilized their 7 virtue/sin laws on them. After all, while the spiritual pressure forced them to stay in place, it also forced Felix and Asna to focus on nothing but defending against it. Otherwise, a mere lapse of focus was enough for the waves to crush on them akin to tsunamis, making it impossible to recover from it. If you want to win against their spiritual pressure, you need another celestial heart or the assistant of one. Eris shared with a solemn tone. Right now, it's 3 celestial hearts merged against 2 celestial hearts. It will be impossible to win even if the spiritual enhancement concluded. Felix heard her and knew that she was right. That's why he was only seeking to resist and hold until their form died out. But it wasn't looking too good. Just as the 3 rulers were about to fire another taunt, knowing that Felix's and Asna's were sealed, their senses picked up an unsettling feeling. It wasn't just them. Did you feel that? Athena narrowed her eyes in confusion. Yes. It's coming from the matter universe. Aeolus and Artemis nodded with solemn looks as they extended their senses to peer at what was going on out there to make their senses tingle this way. Their divine senses reached out, scanning the vast stretches of the universe beyond the pocket dimension. When everyone's eyes landed on the ocean of fallen corpses across the entire universe, their eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. As Felix saw the corpses of his friends and subordinates, his pupils reflected nothing but utter indifference. He managed to shut down his emotions at first sight, knowing that it was going to affect him gravely, ruining his focus instantly. This even made him think that the 3 rulers had something to do with this to destabilize his heart. But before this thought could register in his mind, everyone managed to find out the culprit behind such a harrowing scene. The universe gave them a hint as a golden divine pillar emerged from within Queen AI's location, piercing through the 7 skies. As the heavens split open, bathed in the glow of Queen AI's divine ascension, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the immense spiritual pressure released within the pillar. How is this possible? Artemis covered her mouth. A goddess born before our eyes. Aeolus murmured in awe as he watched a goddess-like figure of Queen AI emerge from the golden pillar. Queen AI. Even Felix and Asna had their eyes on her while still struggling against Brahma's overwhelming pressure. They couldn't believe their eyes as it fed them a new look of Queen AI, being radiant and as beautiful as any celestial being. She possessed a divine humanoid body while her skin was smooth and perfect. Her eyes were soft, luminous silver, reflecting the vast knowledge of the cosmos hidden beneath them. Unlike any holographic variation of Queen AI, her eyes seemed brimming with life. She was wearing nothing, but her long, lustrous gray hair covered most of her curves, making her exude the grace of a goddess, who has transcended all limitations. She gazed down at her palms, her fingers gently curling, as if she were feeling the warmth of her new flesh for the first time. Her lips parted slightly, and in a soft, almost disbelieving whisper, she murmured, "Is this how being alive feels like?" As everyone heard her feminine and gentle voice, the familiar monotonous voice they were used to, shattered in their minds akin to a broken mirror. "Are my eyes playing a trick on me? How can this happen?" Thor exclaimed in shock, his reaction shared by everyone involved. "Loki, what have you done?" Lady Sphinx was quick to realize that this was Loki's doing, as she was one of the few ones who knew that he was involved in a hidden experiment. But, not in her wildest dreams, had she expected him to be so bold, so cruel, to sacrifice 99% of the Scallions' population for this. "I did what needed to be done." Loki didn't shy away from responsibility, as he didn't hesitate to call Felix. "Felix, bring her in." This was the beauty of having complete control over one's emotions. Felix heard their conversation and knew that Loki was responsible for the death of everyone, even his loved ones. Yet, the moment he heard his voice, he didn't hesitate to open up a void portal, connecting him with Queen AI. It took him no time to realize that Loki decided to bet everything and everyone on him, which wasn't fair in the slightest to the entire population of the universe. After all, in his eyes, if Felix won, he would become the universe's consciousness and would have the power to restore everything and everyone to normal. But, if he lost, the three rulers would kill them all and would reach the other side. Why, this was unfair to the mortals. Whether Felix won or lost, they had nothing to do with their heavenly matters. In other words, even if they lost, the three rulers wouldn't have touched them. That's why Loki knew that what he did was despicable, and if it wasn't for Felix's ability to keep his emotions under his control, he would have already crashed out. After all, he was wasting a great deal of heavenly energy to protect everyone in the Alliance, just to have them killed by none other than his ally. It was the ultimate treachery, even if it was done to save him. But Felix's mind completely blocked those thoughts and had him focus on one thing: win. Why? Because he understood that defeat no longer affected him and Asna alone. If he lost, all lives lost because of Loki's insidious plan would fall with him. All of this went through Felix's mind as he gazed at Queen AI's step through the void portal from behind them in a graceful fashion. She had a wide, stunning grin as she extended her palm and placed it on his back. "Felix Maxwell, you were one of the few ones treating me kindly and not as a mere tool ever since you had me," Queen AI said gently. "I only have 3 seconds at most before my awareness collapses. There is nothing I can do about it, but if it's you, I don't mind listening to my father's orders one last time." As she uttered this, memories of how Felix always thanked Queen AI and spoke to her in a polite tone even when he had gotten much stronger than her, resurfaced in his mind. For almost everyone with an AP bracelet and a connection to Queen AI, she was nothing but a mere tool or a weapon. A tool to fulfill everyone's requests and a weapon that kept the SG Alliance safe and in order. But Felix saw her as an entity with a soul and treated her as such simply because she was always good to him. Asna always questioned his attitude towards Queen AI, saying that he was an idiot for doing that. Who would have thought that a day would come when those little benevolent actions, that everyone ignored and thought of as useless, would be the very reason he was being helped? Queen AI. Before Felix could react, he suddenly felt the intense spiritual pressure of Brahma's weaken immensely, like she had taken the bulk of it on herself. "I can only take off some of the pressure for a few moments. I know it's not much," Queen AI uttered with a slight grimace as she channeled all of her spiritual pressure to fend off Brahma's. "No, it's everything I ever needed," Felix uttered with a cold tone. A few seconds for mortals was nothing, but for Celestials it was a lifetime. Now that the intense pressure had been taken off him, Felix was given the chance to return to his original strategy. Without an ounce of hesitation, he reached out to the fabric of reality. Then, with a focused motion, his hand moved through the air rapidly, searching for the threads that bound the rulers together. You are seeking to separate them? Asna's eyes gleamed, realizing that the only way to defeat Brahma was to divide the three rulers. After all, the three rulers' spiritual pressure would return to their standard strength, while their spiritual pressure would remain at its overwhelming strength. But where will you be getting the celestial energy? Asna narrowed her eyes sternly. From nowhere, Felix uttered coldly as his fingers kept coursing through the wall of logic. Don't tell me. We are at an impasse. It has to be done. Felix interrupted before she could fight him. I have your back. Knowing that arguing in such a critical moment wouldn't help them with anything, Asna could only harden her expression and continue resisting Brahma's pressure. As Felix kept searching for Brahma's weakness, the three rulers' eyes were all focused on Queen AI's divine form. How blasphemous! First a mortal and now a mere AI dares to trespass into the grounds of celestials. Brahma gazed at Queen AI coldly. It was clear that none of them appreciated the thought of another entity reaching their rank. They could understand Felix's situation as he was heavily connected to the universe's consciousness. But Queen AI's? Never. Let's give you a warm welcome. With a deep collective sneer, Brahma channeled their spiritual pressure on Queen AI, primarily focusing on her, wanting to mash her into a blob. Queen AI was already having a tough time before. Now that most of the pressure was on her, everyone could see that she wasn't faring well. Her entire body was bent over while her divine aura wrapped around her like it was facing the gravitational pull of a super black hole. Yet, she still didn't crumble. Queen. The moment Queen AI saw the look of distress on Felix's face emerge due to her unfavorable situation, she interrupted him with a gentle voice. Don't worry about me. This much pressure is nothing to me compared to what I experienced. Felix remained silent, knowing that Queen AI was talking about all the data she devoured throughout her years of activity. Most importantly, the live data harvested from the current population of the universe. Queen AI might seem like she was giving up her life for nothing when she had the powers of a celestial and could do much more, but in reality, she had already lived everything to be lived. After devouring the consciousness of the Scallion citizens, she also obtained their memories from birth and had to live each life through their lenses. In other words, Queen AI had already lived an unfathomable number of lives, ranging from the best, the good, the bad, to the worst. Knowing this, Felix continued placing his hopes on Queen AI as he focused every atom of his brain power on finding Brahma's weakness. I don't need to break their merge or destroy it. I just need to create a tiny disturbance. Felix thought to himself as his pupils reflected trillions of inscriptions flashing rapidly. He knew that a tiny disturbance was enough to shatter the delicate balance needed to hold down their three hearts without the right host. After all, if it were possible without the right host, the three rulers wouldn't need to consume so much celestial energy to make it happen. Found it! Fortunately, Felix was now highly experienced at filtering the wall of reality, making him sense the invisible threads of reality that held the three rulers together, the fragile bond that connected their hearts and allowed them to become Brahma. Without an ounce of hesitation, he reached out with his reality-altering powers, searching for the exact point of connection, the place where the fusion was most vulnerable. This is where it ends. With a cold smirk, Felix twisted the unseen threads of reality, his mind homing in on the bond between the three celestial hearts. In an instant, he grasped the connection, feeling the beating of energy that flowed between Emer, Ammonius Ra, and Medusa's hearts. The rulers sensed it immediately. Emer's icy gaze snapped toward Felix, his cold expression faltering as he realized what was happening. You dare? His voice, typically steady and measured, now resonated with urgency. Before the rest could react, Felix severed the connection between the three celestial hearts, causing a shockwave to ripple through the air as the bond between Emer, Ammonius Ra, and Medusa shattered. Their towering figure began to tremble, causing cracks to form along their divine form as their combined spiritual pressure weakened. Emer splintered, his power disconnecting from the others, leaving him exposed. Ammonius Ra emerged with a dimming radiant light around him, while Medusa's dark green aura seemed to have turned light, losing its overwhelming authority. All of them came out of the merger, looking weaker and angrier than ever. You bastard, what have you done? Ammonius R.A. roared hatefully, his bloodshot eyes about to spew knives at Felix. His reaction was understandable as the three overlords had suffered from a nasty backlash after their merge was broken forcefully. This meant, even if Felix had merely disturbed them a little, they were screwed big time as they could not go for another merge anytime soon. If it wasn't such a sensitive and flawed technique, they wouldn't have left it as a last resort. Meanwhile, Felix's situation wasn't pleasant as well. Everyone was stunned to see celestial chains emerging out of nowhere and snapping around Felix's wrists, torso, legs, and the rest of his body parts. He abused his powers. Artemis covered her mouth immediately. He is going to be completely hopeless now. Aeolus frowned deeply as he watched the sea of chains grasping Felix from everywhere like a cosmic fugitive. By their overwhelming number, everyone could tell that he had done more than abuse his laws. He abused his celestial powers, which meant the punishment was going to be much more severe, but Felix didn't care. Crush them. His eyes burned with unwavering resolve and fury as he channeled every ounce of his spiritual pressure and descended it on the three rulers. Asna and Queen AI backed him up. Together, their spiritual pressure swelled, creating a tidal wave of raw energy that began to press down on the three rulers with unimaginable force. The tables have turned so fast that the viewers had no idea how to react when the three overlords were overwhelmed. The worst part was that the three rulers' spiritual pressure was weakened immensely after the separation. Fortunately for them, Felix's spiritual pressure was also hit massively as the celestial chains kept getting hold of him. This gave the three overlords a slim chance of surviving against the intense pressure. Just hold. He will lose his strength completely in a moment or less. Ammonius R.A. shouted with bloodshot eyes as he gazed at the chained-up Felix. He knew that the moment Felix's strength got sapped, it would be their victory since his powers would be sealed completely. However, Felix also knew about this and understood that the moment he went for this last move, he had to emerge victorious. Thus, the moment he noticed that the three overlords were completely grounded by their spiritual pressure, making them unable of moving an inch, he didn't hesitate to turn around and gaze at Asna with a solemn look. Asna hardened her expression and gave him a slight nod. Then, with a loving smile, she grasped out with her hand and held his arm. Before anyone could react, she hurled him toward the universe's heart with everything she had. The three rulers, the Unigens, and the tenants all watched with widened eyes as Felix's chained-up body pierced through the misty celestial fog akin to a divine spear, aiming directly at the tiny white dot. "Go, my love. Reclaim your throne," Asna murmured gently as she gazed at Felix's shadow, disappearing through the thick white mist. "Nu! Get back here." Meanwhile, the three rulers' expressions swiftly turned outrageous at the notion of another entity besides them getting close to the universe's heart. To make matters worse, Felix wasn't any other entity. He was the sole host capable of integrating with the universe's heart. Alas, all they could do was try to break past the spiritual pressure. As for Felix, his pupils were already reflecting the true appearance of the universe's heart as he was a mere kilometers away from it. It was a sphere in the shape of a marble, radiating celestial energy and light everywhere. Yet, Felix's eyes focused on what was hidden within it. It was an endless ocean of colorful spheres, shining brilliantly across its surface and moving continuously akin to fish, swimming in a bowl. Are those galaxies? No, they are spherical in shape. Before Felix could wonder about it, his thoughts were interrupted by a thunderous heartbeat resounding deeply in his soul. Katham. The moment he heard it, all of Felix's heartbeats synced up with it, seemingly accepting that its heartbeats were the right rhythm. Before Felix could do anything, his chest suddenly opened up on its own, exposing his internal system. Then, the stone of reality willingly moved to the side, freeing up the main heart location. It was like welcoming the universe's heart into its rightful place. While it was clear that his body desired the universe's heart and it didn't seem like the heart planned on stopping him, The celestial chains were a different story. They were operating under the rigid laws of the universe, and at the moment, the only thing going through their divine essence was to limit Felix's movements completely. Thus, one chain at a time, Felix slowed down heavily as they kept tugging him away from the universe's heart. The worst part? His powers were already 99% sealed, leaving him incapable of using any of his abilities or techniques. He is being held back. Artemis covered her widened mouth. Will he make it? I don't know. Athena replied, her solemn eyes affixed on Felix. Everyone could see that the distance between him and the universe's heart was in the 100 meters, a distance that was supposed to be nothing to unigens or celestials. Yet, in Felix's situation, it felt like he crawled through the thickest swamp, hoping to cross over. If only I can help him. Lord Hades tightened his grasp on his armstand in agitation. For the Lord of the Underworld, he seldom showed emotions. But, at this very moment, he wanted nothing more than to help Felix, even by a mere push. While he wanted to help him, it still didn't mean that he regretted his previous choice of not handing out his core to him. His duties as the guardian of souls came always first. Alas, even if he wanted to help, he knew that the dimensional pocket seal made it impossible for portals to work. In other words, even if he unlocked a spirit portal next to Felix, he wouldn't be capable to travel across it. The only reason Queen AI was capable of entering Felix's void portal was because she ascended to celestial ranks, causing the universe to lead her to the eternal kingdom. Since she stepped inside Felix's portal willingly, the universe had allowed her entry bypassing the seal's powers. Felix knew this when he opened the void portal. That's why he went for it so quickly, understanding that if he didn't actively help her come here, the universe would pull her into the eternal kingdom forcefully and throw her somewhere random. Damn it, if only our cores weren't held hostage by those bastards. Ilus cursed hatefully. Right now, everyone seemed to want nothing but to help Felix make contact with the universe's heart, while the three rulers were still being held back. Alas, Athena, Ilus, and Artemis were mere spectators, as the moment they tried to participate the three rulers would destroy their cores. Asna and Queen AI were already going far and beyond to keep the weakened three rulers held down. Ha! Ha! Aha! In the end, you fell short. Ammonius R.A. broke into a crazed, mocking laughter as he gazed at Felix resisting the tug of thousands of chains. Although his situation wasn't favorable too, he understood that they would escape sooner than later as Felix's spiritual pressure was dying out rapidly. When that happened, it was a game over for all of them. This was what the three rulers assumed would happen. But Felix was never alone. I will be damned if I watched my student die at the end of his path. Meanwhile, Thor chugged a barrel of wine before wiping his wet mouth with his sleeves. Then, with a cold smirk, he exited Felix's consciousness space as a mere wisp, appearing right behind Felix in a fading spiritual form. Master! Felix muttered in a daze as he watched his master place his hands on his back. Bring it home, son. With a faint, gentle smile, Thor burned through his consciousness and used the fuel to push Felix as hard as he could. When the tenants saw this, all of them glanced at each other for less than a nanosecond before the same look took over their faces. A look of utter resolve. Then, one by one, they exited Felix's consciousness space and placed their hands on his back, shoulders, and thighs. When no space was left, the rest appeared in front of him and held the celestial chains from the front, wanting to pull him. Jormungandr, Sphinx, Loki, Shiva, Chaos, Yggdrasil, Cyclope, Marduk, Candace, Nimmo, Apollo, and even Eris came out. His entire family offered their help, no matter how small it was, creating a scene that caught everyone by surprise. Give them hell, Shiva sneered. You came so far, further than my wildest imagination. I am proud of you. Jormungandr smiled kindly. I am relying on you to learn about the universe's truth. Lady Sphinx said calmly. My idol. You have won all your games and this is nothing but another one. Apollo laughed. Everyone. All Felix could do was gaze at their content smiles while they burned through their life force, mental energy, and whatever resource of energy in their disposal to push him. While the wisps of consciousness had nothing much to offer, The ones with their main consciousness away didn't hesitate to burn through even their souls for the sake of him. Pooish! With one united shout from everyone, Felix found himself sent flying again in the direction of the universe's heart against the tugging of the chains. As he flew forward akin to a dying star, he couldn't help but turn his head one last time. The moment he did, his emotionless eyes showed hints of appreciation, respect, and love at the sight of his family fading into nothingness. Knowing that it was not the time for emotions, Felix gritted his teeth as he fought back against the strains of the chains, his body screaming from the effort. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. As Felix's pupils reflected the glow of the universe's heart, he felt his acceleration dying off rapidly as the number of chains was simply too much to handle. "This is not how I fail," he growled, low at first, but his frustration and defiance grew with every heartbeat. Then, with a thunderous roar that reverberated across the shattered battlefield, he reached out with his arm towards the heart, resisting the tightness of the chains. "This is not where I perish." With one final, desperate surge of strength, Felix's fingers brushed against the universe's heart. The moment his hand made contact, silence seemed to have occupied the battlefield as everyone's eyes were frozen on Felix's fingers that brushed the universe's heart surface. Before anyone could react, the entire dimension erupted in a brilliant, blinding explosion of light, forcing everyone to shield their eyes but the three rulers. "Is it happening?" Emer, Ammonius R.A., and Medusa had their eyes wide open through the excruciating pain. Their hearts seemed gripped by the thought of finally gazing at the other side. But alas, nothing was shown. Instead, a divine shockwave shot outward, shattering the celestial chains and causing countless spatial cracks to spread out across the pocket dimension. Yet, no one paid attention to any of this as Felix's overwhelming presence had captured everyone's attention instantly. Freed from his shackles, Felix floated high above with his arms extended outward while his head was lifted to the limit, seemingly taking the position of someone ascending to the high heavens. He was glowing with the energy of creation, making him resemble the one and only true divinity.